Sports, the local sports leader, and the Kevin McCabe Show. Every Saturday morning, 9 to 11. His nickname is The Dean, and it's earned because no one supports high school sports in Arizona like Kevin McCabe does. Catch the Kevin McCabe Show Saturday morning, 9 to 11 on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
All right, back here to tell you about Global Credit Union and all of the reasons why I love being a member of Global Credit Union, because their commitment to their membership, their commitment to saving you money is extraordinary. It is, I've been in the meetings with the executives, and I can tell you it is a real priority for them to say, how can we benefit our members? How can we take care of them? What do our members want? Our members want to be able to save their money. They want to be able to buy a house. They want to be able to go on trips. They want to be able to do stuff. And how can we help facilitate that? How about fewer fees? How about lower fees? How about no fees? How about better rates? How about a way for them to save real money over the years? It's the reason why my wife and I, for the longest time, our only account with Global Credit Union was a car loan. And we're like, what are we doing? We can do better. We can save more. Joining is simple. Sign up online at globalcu.org or stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
In baseball, every decision matters. One pitch can change the game. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And like a good manager, building a strong financial plan takes strategy and the right team.
Torey Lavello here. Jeff's right. In baseball, you can't just watch one part of the field. You have to see the whole game.
And that's how we think about financial planning. Most advisors just manage investments and refer you somewhere else for taxes or estate planning.
But the best teams work together.
Exactly. At Trajan Wealth, we built a family office model that brings everything together. Wealth, tax, estate. One team making sure every part of your plan plays well together.
That's why I trust Trajan Wealth. With my family's plan, they see the whole field.
Call Trajan today. 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight is the night. The NFL's 3-day event of the draft begins this evening. Round 1 starts at 5 o'clock. Coming up next, we have the beginning of our NFL draft show with Burns, Gambo, Bickley, and Wolf live from Backyard at Desert Ridge. We've got you covered through the entire first round right here on 98.7, on the Arizona Sports app, and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. As far as what else happened in sports today, Diamondbacks wrapped up their series with the White Sox. The winning a series streak is over. It's the first series loss for Arizona since opening weekend against the Dodgers. They lost the finale today 4-1. Now the Diamondbacks hit the road to Mexico City, and they'll rendezvous with the Padres. A 2-game weekend series starts Saturday afternoon. And after seeing what happened last night with the Suns and Thunder, Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia called out the league and its officiating in a social post today. In partial quote, "I am 100% behind Devin Booker here. Last night was not a good look for our league." He went on to say, quote, "Nobody who loves this game enjoyed watching that last night," close quote. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. May is marvelous at Talking Stick Resort with a chance to win a 2026 Audi Q8. That's a good car. Earn entries May 1st through the 28th. Details at TalkingStickResort.com.
The rumors, the talk, the tea.
Teams aren't going to want to give up. They don't want to give up 2027 picks because next year looks like a stronger draft. But they also don't want to give up day 2 picks in this draft.
What was real and what was cap? We find out when the picks are made or traded for a haul.
Okay, if we drop back, are we going to be comfortable taking the player that is there? That's a guesswork.
We're live from Backyard Desert Ridge. This is the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show. Brought to you by Bud Light.
And welcome into our NFL draft coverage here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader and the flagship home of the Arizona Cardinals. One of our favorite nights of the year, and it has finally arrived as we are live at Backyard Desert Ridge. We're inviting you to come on down and join us. We're going to be here through the duration of the entire first round, where as of right now, the Cardinals are scheduled to pick number 3 overall. But who knows? Stay tuned. The night could be filled with drama and moves, or they could pick at 3 and not do anything else the rest of the night, in which case that's fine. We'll just talk about the rest of the draft. My name is Dave Burns of the Burns and Gambo Show, and we have assembled just about every single person who works at this radio station to come down here and do the radio show for you. At some point, Vince Marotta and Luke Lipinski, Kellen Olson, Tyler Drake will all be on the air. But for right now, to my left, our esteemed panel for our draft show, and it's always good to see these 3 guys together in one room so we can just go. To my immediate left, needing no notes, having nothing in front of him, clean as a baby's bottom.
Yes.
Dan Bickley from the Bickley and Marotta Show. It's all in your head, right? What do you need notes for?
It is always all in my head. Yeah, exactly.
To his left, my co-host every day from 2 until 6 on the Burns and Gambo Show, John Gamadoro, who's got a
He's got nothing but notes.
I can't remember anything.
He's got a phone.
I don't
He's got
remember
an
anything.
iPad. He's got a notebook.
Can't remember what I had for lunch 2 hours ago. I have to write everything down.
And then at the end of the table, 4-time Pro Bowler with the Arizona Cardinals, co-host of the Wolf and Luke Show, who's got some scattered notes in front of him. Ron Wolfley, part of our panel here on our draft show.
Oh,
Wolf,
what's up, man?
what is
How
up?
we doing? Are we jacked up for today? This is where you build your NFL team right here. You can go ahead and subsidize it with listen, it's nap time for me, so you know that I've got all sorts of problems. But I can tell you right now, honestly, this is where you build your team. Yeah, you can go out and sign free agents, but man, the core of your team, the beating heart of your team, this is it, the NFL draft.
You excited about today, Bick? Are you nervous? Or what's the word?
Listen, I was looking at the scene in Pittsburgh and the massive stage and all the people who are gathered there. And I started thinking not that long ago, Vinny and I were in Nashville with exactly the same kind of setup, pondering whether or not the Cardinals were going to do something as unconventional as drafting Kyler Murray the year after they drafted Josh Rosen. right? Using top 10 picks in successive years on quarterbacks. Unheard of in NFL annals. Today, I'm wondering the same thing about Jeremiah Love. I'm wondering if they're going to do it.
Yeah, because it would be unconventional. Gambo, you excited about today? What do you think the day holds in store for us?
I think that the best way to build a team is not through free agency, but it's through the draft. I believe when you look at the Cardinals team that went to the Super Bowl and lost to the Steelers, it was built on the back of great drafts. It was built of Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden and Darnell Dockett and Carlos Dansby and Antrell Roll and on and on and on. It was 3 terrific drafts in a row. One was a superstar draft. One was really good and one was just good. But when you put that talent together, they had a great team. I don't like the free agency route. You're overpaying for guys. Guys are getting injured. You got to do it through the draft. And that Super Bowl team was built through the draft, and I'm hoping this could be the start of something special.
Wolf, I'm going to start with you on this one, kind of our prompt for this segment. In your opinion, what constitutes a successful day one draft for the Arizona Cardinals?
Oh, man, I think it's going to be almost impossible, David, to actually decipher as to whether or not they hit it out of the park on day one. I mean, you have to – how many guys have we seen come in that have been busts as first-round picks?
I'll rephrase.
Okay, yeah.
A successful draft for you, Ron Wolfley, what does that look like? What makes you the happiest that they do today?
What makes me the happiest right now, I would love to see the Arizona Cardinals be able to trade back to number 8, somewhere in there. I would say 8 with the Saints. There's a report that was actually out today, as a matter of fact, that was pointing that out. I'd love to see him trade back to 8, get some more draft capital, even if it's 2027 draft capital, because, again, I think it's going to be really important for a franchise quarterback, possibly in 2027, to have that draft capital, and you still get Francis Maui Noah at number 8.
Gambo? What constitutes a successful day for the Arizona Cardinals, in your opinion?
Staying at number 3 and taking the best player on their board. This team is void of top-end talent. If you take a look at the top 100 players in the NFL, every list out there, there's 6 guys from the from the 49ers, there's 7 guys from Seattle, and there's 8 guys from the Rams. And the Cardinals just lack top-end talent. They need great players. I'm tired of trading down. I'm tired of passing on 5 or 6 great players. Will Anderson could have been here a couple of years ago, and he's not. They need to stick at 3 and take the best player on their board.
Dan?
I'm not sure I've ever agreed as much with Gambo in my life.
Oh, my gosh. Good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Everything he just said, I echo. I look at this, and if he's an A-plus player, which is the way can't-miss prospects are graded, why pass on him? And what Gambo's saying about the lack of a high-end talent on the team, no doubt about it. I also come from a storytelling background, from a writer's background. I'm a sucker for the drama and the excitement. I don't want to go through another year hoping that we can, get out of the basement when your chances are you're not going to. The idea of getting something sensational is very appealing to me. So I'm right with him.
Wolf, I see you tapping the fingers over there. You have something you wish to add to the discussion, don't you?
No, as a matter of fact, I mean, honestly, I love my Big Red. You guys know that. I'm sick and tired of getting whipped on the line of scrimmage. I am sick and tired of watching them get whipped offensively and defensively on the line of scrimmage. So let's go do something about it. What do you say we go ahead and we start drafting dudes who are dogs on the line of scrimmage? That's why I love Maui Noah. Maui Noah is a guy that is an absolute dog if you watch him play. Again, I watch the tape of him and I watch him play, and he's out there busting at every play. Is he the most talented tackle I've ever seen? I don't know about that, but I can say I've seen a lot of talented tackles who couldn't play football either. This guy can play football. And if you get an offensive line, you draft an offensive lineman, he helps your quarterback actually stay upright. Helps your quarterback throw the ball better because he's not under a world of duress like Jacoby Brissett was last year. And if you get an offensive lineman, he blows a hole open so an average running back can run right through it. I could run through it, okay? Offensive line is it's so undervalued in the NFL, and yet man, to me, this is where you win and lose games, and I'm sick and tired of seeing them get whipped on the line of scrimmage.
We're 50 minutes, 19 seconds away from the draft beginning. Gambo, as of right now, based off of your reporting going into this first round, you're not hearing any trade down chatter right now.
Yeah.
That can change depending on who's there at 3, but as of right now, you're not hearing anything, correct?
As of this morning, it was leaning likely that they would stay at 3. They had nothing. There were no options available for a trade. Not a lot of teams were interested in moving up to 3. So there wasn't a good feel that they were going to be able to make a trade. There were some teams that have checked in and called, but there was no real concrete discussions. So it appeared this morning that the way that it was going to go is that they were going to stick at 3. Now, with that being said, you never know when a phone call can pop, and a team might just sit there and say, let me see what happens at 2, and, oh, the Jets did something at 2 we didn't expect. Now I'm going to go try to get my guy at 3. So I'm not saying that a trade can't be made. I'm just trying to say that there was not a lot of interest going into this morning. There was not a lot of interest from teams wanting to move up to 3.
Wolf, send me into break with this. If they stick at 3 because no one's calling.
Yeah.
Draft Maui Noa anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, beyond a shadow of a doubt, yes. Because, again, he's going to help your quarterback be better. He's going to help your running back be better. And because of that, he's going to help your offense be better. I think as offensive linemen go, he's the surest thing in the draft. Why not take him at number 3?
Bickley's got a twinkle in his eye.
No, I mean, aren't there some back concerns with Maui Noa? And then I wonder, too, even though what you're saying is accurate, if you love that guy to plug and play with your offensive line, that's a big financial number to give a right tackle. A tweener.
Yeah, but, Dan, again,
now he's a mauler, there's no doubt about it.
If he goes out and does his job,
yeah, you're right.
Do you really care?
No,
you're going to pay him?
They project him as there are some people who think he's going to end up moving to guard. They project him as a tackle.
Yeah. And I think he is
they
a
think
tackle.
they think he's a tackle, not a guard.
Yes.
When we come back on our draft coverage here, it's brought to you by Bud Light. We're live at the Backyard Desert Ridge, and we're inviting you to come on down and join us. We are going to talk about the storyline that has really emerged in this draft over the last 10 to 14 days, and that is the Notre Dame running back Jeremiah Love and his availability at number 3, and whether that is just going to be too tempting for the Cardinals to pass up. That is next. Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, Dan Bickley, me, Dave Burns. It is Arizona Sports Draft coverage, and it's live here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel if you're watching. Hello, thank you for watching. We're back with more after this.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show, live from Backyard Desert Ridge. All the speculation comes to a conclusion when the 2026 NFL Draft begins live at 5. Followed soon after by the Cardinals' 3rd overall pick.
It certainly feels like there's a lot of smoke around the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select NFL Draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, ArizonaSports.com, and 98.7 FM.
For over 30 years, the Lund Mortgage team has been servicing the people of Arizona, doing a great job helping people with refinancing, new home loans, people getting pre-approved for a mortgage. Family-owned company, only lending right here in Arizona. They're not an 800 number in another state. They're going to answer your calls on a Friday or a Saturday or Sunday. They're going to get back to you. You're not going to call them on a Friday and not hear back until Monday because you've got a question. Now, a lot of people right now are purchasing homes because house prices have come down quite a bit. Interest rates have steady. House prices have come down. The Lund Mortgage team can get you pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. Call Matt Oliver and Lisa Lund and all the great people at the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130. Pre-approved for free is the first step in getting out of that apartment, getting out of your mom's basement, and getting your own home. Building equity in something that is yours. Call 623-889-0130.
Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. It's that time of year again where it's extremely important to keep up on your plumbing and air conditioning maintenance. At Ready Services, we provide our Ready Preventative Maintenance Program, where our technicians come to your home and conduct those preventative checks in order to keep your home life as comfortable as possible. We'll do everything to catch the little problems before they become big repairs. Reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com for information on how to become a member and ensure that your home is in the best hands possible.
Progressive knows that for business owners, vacations hit different. But hey, at least you finally took a vacation. And look at that. You only answered 53 calls, 84 emails, onboarded 1 new hire, and covered for Chris while he's out on paternity leave, and you did it all from a kayak. Because you, my friend, know how to relax. All right, you may not know how to take a day off, but you do know both your personal and business auto insurance needs can be covered in one place with Progressive. So at least that's relaxing, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Wolf, you've had All Pro Shade concepts at your house for a couple years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light. Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
The Doak Walker Award winner was highly productive in his final 2 seasons with the Fighting Irish, just short of 2,500 rushing yards and 35 touchdowns. He embodies the Lightning McQueen mantra of speed. His 4.36 40-yard dash at the Combine confirmed that. His ball security is top-notch too, having never fumbled in his 3 collegiate seasons. Plus, he's just as valuable in the passing game and can even be thrown in the slot. NFL comp, Detroit Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Welcome back. It's our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports on 98.7 on YouTube. If you're watching, if you subscribe to us on YouTube, hello to our audience watching our draft coverage. We'll be on YouTube all night long here on Arizona Sports. I got our esteemed panel here with us as we kick off every single draft with Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, Dan Bickley. And Dan, I'm going to start with you on this one because as you said so eloquently in the last segment, the storyteller in you likes to tell a good story and wants a little drama and wants a little infusion of that.
Yeah.
Would there be, other than Ty Simpson, and we'll talk about him in a little bit, would there be any more intriguing of a story than for the Arizona Cardinals to select Jeremiah Love, number 3 overall in this draft?
Yeah, no, I'm really down for this for a lot of different reasons, for what Gambo said about the team needing some high-end talent. But if you want some excitement, if you want the idea that this guy might be the next Christian McCaffrey, the next Jahmyr Gibbs, we all know how special those players are. The last thing I want to do is 3 years from now looking at Jeremiah Love tearing up the league in a Titans uniform going, oh, man, we could have had him.
Could have been us.
That could have been us. Look, yeah.
Do you feel that way about Will Anderson right now? Because I do.
Of course. How could you not,
I do.
Right?
Every time I see Will Anderson get another accolade, and I'm like, oh, my God, we could have had that guy. He's so good.
And for the people who say, look, we've already got running backs. You signed Tyler Algier. You've got James Conner. Trey Benson is still in the room. Bam Knight is there. Why would you need this? We were talking about it this morning. The Cardinals did not need a wide receiver the year they drafted Larry Fitzgerald. They had just drafted Anquan Bolden and Brian Johnson. And so they didn't need him, but thank God they took him. So to me, I look at him, and then I look at the state of the fan base and how agitated they are, and how it's probably thicker than I can remember in a long, long time, and how many people have vowed, oh, I'm done with them, I'm not renewing my season tickets. You're getting all those people back.
Adrian Peterson could have been drafted by them, but they had Edgerrin James.
That's it.
And they said,
that's it.
We got Edge. We're good. We don't need a running back.
Ron, we've all collectively been doing this a while now, covering this football team, talking about this football team. How much for you does the regret of draft picks missed in the past, watching
Zero.
None?
Yeah,
it doesn't resonate with you at all?
Absolutely zero.
Okay.
You cannot let that haunt you. Now, once again, I'm not the guy that's actually doing it. It might be a little bit different for somebody that actually gets burned in a situation like that. But for me, there's no way I'm going to point to it and say, that's exactly what you did with Adrian Peterson. You went ahead and you drafted Levi Brown as opposed to, I don't ever look at that. Let me say this. I love Francis Maui. I love him at number 3 right now. But if you draft Jeremiah Love at number 3, I'm not going to cry. Can I tell you that right now? I'm just telling you right now.
Look right into the camera and say, I'm not going to cry.
I'm not going to cry if that's what's going to happen, Basinonians, because once again, I do believe this guy really is different, really is special. A guy that's running a 4.36, he's 212 pounds. I'd like to see him get a little more butt on him, but at 212, that's okay. 4.36, he can catch the ball really, really well coming out of the backfield. He's got breakaway speed. I love that. But I also love the fact that he runs the ball hard. And, typically you don't see a guy who's running a 4.36 who's got all of that talent, who really runs the ball hard as if he doesn't have talent. And I think that's the reason why right now, if you draft him at number 3, I'm not going to ask for tissue.
Gambo, initially when the reports kind of surfaced of the interest in Jeremiah Love, it was sort of seen as, well, maybe this is a smokescreen trying to get somebody to trade up, or there was even kind of the underlying suggestion of, well, Michael might want him, but maybe the rest of the football staff doesn't, and there was, that was all kind of whispering in the wind a little bit. But I know he's on your Gambo 5.
Yes.
And I believe through our conversations that you believe through your reporting that this is not smoke. This is not, we're doing this as some sort of magic trick here. This is real.
Yeah, my concern with drafting, look, you always think with running backs like there's only a certain amount of shelf life. You're a 3-win football team. If you're 3 years away from winning, can you, and then also the offensive line. Do you have a good enough offense line? People will point to the Raiders. They get the kid out of Boise State last year. Genty was an unbelievable, but he couldn't run behind that offensive line. He couldn't run at all. So there is the thought, like, are they really ready to run the ball? Do they have the offensive line that can help this kid? That's number one. And, is it going to take 3 years to get good? Because if that's the case, you're going to waste 3 years of the kid's prime. I understand all of those. But all indications from everybody that's ever covered this kid and talked about this kid is that he is that special. Like, he is truly that special of a player. And then you go back to passing on Adrian Peterson because you felt like you were okay at running back, and it was an obviously terrible mistake. So I'm not crying. If you take Love, I'm all for it. I could go with that. He's a terrific player.
Of all the reasons not to draft Jeremiah Love, is there any that resonate with you, Dan? I understand.
Great question.
I understand what you're saying. You're clearly pro-Love. I mean, really.
Yeah.
Aren't we all pro-Love? Right, but
because, come on, now, love will prevail.
I mean, love.
Haven't we been taught that?
All you need is love. Love is all you need.
Love is the answer.
We get it.
Love is a battlefield.
What is the reason to not do it that resonates with you the most, Dan?
Okay, the idea of is running back a premium position in the NFL, should that be a consideration? Here's a draft day stat courtesy of Teo Mackey. Since 2017, teams that draft a top 10 running back
this is good.
have gone 108 and 170 in those players' rookie contracts. Now, it's not a big sample size. It's Saquon Barkley, it's Christian McCaffrey, it's Bijan Robinson, it's Fournette, it's John T. 3 of those players are superstars. and their teams have produced one winning season in 13 attempts. I don't know if that's enough evidence to scare you away from a running back in the top 10, but it certainly gives you pause.
I would say the one thing about that, Danny, is just the fact they're already a bad team to be drafting in the top 10 for the most part. So it's a situation where, once again, I think you'd have to read into that. But, you know, having said that, again, the only reservation I have in regard to Jeremiah Love is he can't run over people. He can't. Somebody's got to block for him.
Right.
If he's got nowhere to go, nowhere to run, it's going to be a long year. So that's the thing you've got to think about, man. You have a good offensive line. You have a good offensive line, man. You have a chance to be a good offense. And guess what? An average running back is going to look good as a good running back if you've got a good offensive line.
Pick?
Yeah, no, you would know this better than anybody, Wolf, so I want to run this by you. I already saw a young man in here in attendance tonight wearing a Walter Payton jersey. In Chicago, Walter Payton was phenomenal despite having a very suspect offensive line.
Barry Sanders?
Barry Sanders is the prime example in Detroit. Do the exceptional running backs lift up the offensive line?
Yes, Danny. There's no doubt about that. They do. Walter Payton, as we all know, is really a special guy. He's a great example. Barry Sanders, I think he could have run behind any offensive line. He's just that special. We've never seen a running back like Barry Sanders since he retired from the NFL. We just haven't seen it. So because of that, you know, yes, a running back can make an offensive line look good, yet at the same time, man, the vast majority of times an average back can look good with a good offensive line.
We're live from Backyard at Desert Ridge. We're going to be here all night covering the first round. You can listen on 98.7 FM. You can watch us on YouTube if you're looking for great draft coverage. You can keep it right here on our YouTube channel. We got John Gambadoro, we got Dan Bickley, we got Ron Wolfley, me, Dave Burns coming up later. We're going to have Vince Marotta, Luke Lipinski, Kellen Olson, Tyler Drake, Cast of Thousands. When we come back, we go from Wild Card 1 to Wild Card 2. The quarterback out of Alabama, Ty Simpson. We'll get into it next here on Arizona Sports in our draft coverage, which is presented by Bud Light.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
You hear the horn, and the Thunder will just trigger it in for the final second of regulation here in Oklahoma City. Cason Wallace does the honor, gets it to SGA. He will put it on the deck, and that'll do it. 120 to 107. The Thunder beat the Suns in Game 2.
Suns down 0-2 in the best of 7 with OKC. We react to Game 2 on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com, where you will always find the most inventory. You will always find the best deals. Liberty GMC, they crush it when it comes to the Sierras, when it comes to the Yukons, when it comes to the terrains, the canyons. They've got the inventory. They've got the choices. They've got the selection. And right now, they got the deals. You want a truck? You want the best truck out there. You want the 2026 Sierra 1500. And right now at Liberty GMC, take up to $12,250 off or go with 0% financing. You want the best SUV on the market. 2026 Yukons are arriving daily with leases as low as $698 a month. So much more. Check it out. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Staples has hundreds of ways to grow your business this spring, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through June 13th and save up to $150 on all your custom prints. Staples, that was easy.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, the ultimate man cave sports lodge where you can keep up with all the baseball, basketball, hockey, and everything else going on right now. If it's on, it's here, and they've got massive screens and perfect sightlines so you can catch every single memorable moment right as it happens. Game day watch parties, event nights. You couldn't ask for a better spot than Twin Peaks with their entire menu made for MVPs as well, and the great scenery and environment that they're known for at 5 convenient Phoenix locations now. There's one nearby wherever you are in the valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
If you're waiting for someone to come along and make your private student loan debt disappear, I need to be honest with you. That's not how private loans work. There's no forgiveness programs on the way, but there is Y-Refi, and they are the next best thing I've seen for people in this situation. Hi, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi helps people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt refinance into a low fixed-rate payment they can actually handle. They don't make you feel bad about where you are. They don't grill you about how you got here. They meet you where you are and work with you to build something that makes sense for your budget, your income, your real life. If other lenders have told you no, that's actually where Y-Refi does their best work. They were built for the people traditional lenders give up on. Your private student loans don't get to define your future. Take back control today. Call 888-YREFI-85 or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I'm Mitch Varel. This is Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Are you okay, Jarrett? Are you good? Okay, it happens. All right. Now, let's get back to the focus here. The NFL Draft, it is just 30 minutes away from starting round one of this three-day event. We've got our NFL Draft show with Bernsey, Gambo, Bickley, and Wolf, and many of your favorite Arizona sports personalities coming up all throughout the evening, live from Backyard at Desert Ridge. We've got you covered through the entire first round right here on 98.7, on the Arizona Sports app, and on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Diamondbacks just wrapped up their series with the White Sox earlier today at Chase Field. The streak is over. It's the Snakes' first series loss since opening weekend against the Dodgers. They fell in the finale 4-1 today. Now they hit the road to Mexico City, where they'll rendezvous with the Padres for a 2-game weekend series, which will start on Saturday afternoon. And after seeing what happened last night with the Suns and Thunder, Suns and Mercury owner Matt Ishbia called out the league and its officiating in a social post today. Quote, I am 100% behind Devin Booker here. Last night was not a good look for our league, close quote. He went on to say, quote, nobody who loves this game enjoyed watching that last night, close quote. This report is brought to you by V's Barbershop. Get a fresh cut at V's Barbershop with real barbers, real tools, and real tradition. Just ask Bernsey himself. Clean, classic style that never goes out of fashion. Book your next cut at V's Barbershop.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
Absolutely live on all of those channels, 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Draft is set to begin in 26 minutes and 33 seconds. The Arizona Cardinals scheduled to pick number 3. It's our NFL draft coverage, and it is presented by Bud Light as we are live from Backyard at Desert Ridge. I got Gambo, I got Wolf, I got Bick, I got me, Dave Burns, and we're going to carry you through. We're going to go commercial-free starting at 5 o'clock when we think the Cardinals will be making their pick. Who knows if they trade out as of right now. We're not sure whether to anticipate that or not. In the meantime, conversation that we've all had on our shows multiple times over the last many weeks regarding this guy right here.
Ty Simpson, quarterback. Alabama.
This quarterback brings the kind of poise coaches love to build around. He's efficient, composed, and capable of keeping an offense on schedule. Simpson operates with quick eyes, sharp timing, and the confidence to push the ball down the field when the window opens up. He's comfortable working through progressions, delivers a clean, catchable ball, and has enough athleticism to extend plays when protection breaks down. He has a solid arm talent, but it's his decision-making ability that really stands above the rest. NFL comp, San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Gambo, I'm going to start with you on this one. You pride yourself on your ability to rule things out and say,
don't fear the Reaper.
I know this is not going to happen.
Right.
It's the reason why we play Blue Oyster Cult anytime you want to shoot something down.
Right.
Because you're the Reaper, right?
Giannis is not coming to the Suns.
Right, whatever. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
If we were talking Suns right now, we'd play Blue Oyster Cult, so you could say Giannis is not coming to the Suns, even though we all know he's not coming to the Suns. You cannot / will not rule out the Cardinals' interest in Ty Simpson, yes?
No, because I asked if I can, and I can't. I like to do process of elimination. I like to be able to come to a conclusion based on ruling a bunch of things out, which is why people have come, the norm is people have asked me, what about this guy? What about that guy? What about D'Angelo Russell? That was the big famous one. It's D'Lo. And we rule stuff out. I would love to be able to come on today and say it's very unlikely that the Cardinals will end up with Jeremiah Love and Ty Simpson. And I work hard at seeing if I can say that, as you know. I cannot say that. I cannot say that. That doesn't mean it's going to happen. But I have made a living off of ruling things out, shooting things down, telling people this is not going to happen.
It's not happening.
When a lot of other people think it is going to happen. I would love to be able to sit here and say that. It's one of the things I wanted to be able to do today is say it's unlikely they'll be able to do this and get both. I cannot say that.
Ron, take me inside your brain and tell me how your brain would react if at some point today the Arizona Cardinals add Ty Simpson to their roster.
Okay, this is going to sound really, really weird, David, okay?
Well, your brain is probably a weird place to be.
I was just going to say, this is a wedge buster right now, but can I just tell you, I do not want them to take Ty Simpson. I do not.
Me
either. I think
either.
the sample size is so small on this guy, you're rolling the dice. Having said that, the prospect of the Arizona Cardinals sitting there and saying, you know what, this guy right now, we're going to go ahead and move back into the first round. We're going to draft Ty Simpson. We're going to do it because you know why? He's our franchise quarterback. We don't have to wait till next year. He's our franchise quarterback. Listen, I'm just saying this. The prospect of that happening, it shows so much intentionality and conviction. If they were to do that, to move back into the first round to target Ty Simpson, that's got Mike LaFleur written all over it. Not Monty Ossenford. That has Mike LaFleur written all over it saying, Monty, this is the guy.
Yeah.
I know this is the guy. It's interesting. There was a couple of mock drafts that actually had Ty Simpson going to the Los Angeles Rams.
13.
Okay.
I saw the
at
same.
13.
Yeah, I saw the same.
Interesting, David.
Yeah.
Why in the world would that be? Well, because of Sean McVay and because of the offense that he runs. And that's why there's some legitimacy to the Ty Simpson conversation.
Bick, your brain?
Yeah, okay, so I'm going to go back to the flashing object and the sucker for drama that is in me and the storyteller that's in me. I would love nothing more than to wake up tomorrow morning and feel this fan base buzzing that they were gifted Jeremiah Love and Ty Simpson in tandem. The synergy of that moment and giving it to Mike LaFleur, I'm really down with that. I'm also very skeptical of the player. Like Wolf said, the sample size, it's not always a 100% accurate barometer of how a guy's going to do.
Yeah.
But there are some real high-profile failures with the guys that don't have at least 20, 25 starts. It's obviously a concern. He's not the biggest guy, so we're going to deal with that issue all over again.
Yep.
But something is true from the moment we knew Kyler Murray was not going to be back with the team that we know right now, and that is there is no future for this football team until they get their next franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
So the question then becomes, do you like Ty Simpson enough to make that a lottery ticket, to treat that operation of getting back into the first round as a lottery ticket? Are you willing to roll the dice like that? I completely agree with what Wolf is saying here, that if there is a push to get Ty Simpson, it's because Mike LaFleur sees that he is trait-specific to the offense that he is building. And that what he does well is going to be amplified in Mike LaFleur's system. And that Mike LaFleur will engineer the things around what he doesn't do so well. It also raises the fascinating possibility of the number 1 pick, the 3rd overall pick, being engineered by Michael Bidwill, and the 2nd one being engineered by the head coach, while the GM just goes, have at it, guys.
What am I here for?
What am I here for?
Anybody need a drink?
I'll see you guys in the 2nd round.
Gambo?
So if they do take Love with the 3rd pick, I'm going to credit the comedian that was at Kurt Warner's house on Friday night. I was at an event, a great event, at Kurt Warner's house for his charity Treasure House, and they had a comedian there. And a lot of the Cardinals brass was there, including Michael Bidwill. And this comedian proceeded to take a blowtorch to the Arizona Cardinals in front of the owner. And one of the things he said was, listen, if you see a girl in a Cardinal jersey, you want to date her. She's used to failure. And he had like 7 zingers. Wow. And I'm like, okay, if the Cardinals draft Love, that's Michael. And I'm crediting the comedian that was at Warner's house.
That is fantastic.
I just want to say
we were like,
fantastic.
And then he goes, is the owner here? And they're like, yeah, he's right there.
It's hard following Johnny on that one, okay? Can I just say that? It's very difficult, yet at the same time, what I love about this so much and what I find fascinating, terrifying. I mean, it's terrifying. The prospect of moving back into the 1st round, giving up draft capital and drafting Ty Simpson. The thought of it is terrifying to me, yet at the same time it's terrifying because what if they're right? Scouting is about conviction. Mm-hmm. It's about seeing something nobody else sees in this guy. That's what scouting is all about. And if, in fact, Mike LaFleur would be the one that is behind this saying, Monty, we don't have to wait till 2027. This is the kid.
This is my guy.
This is the kid. I can turn him into, I know I can do it. That is conviction and intentionality. That's what scouting is all about. Some general managers see it, some do not. Some scouts see it, some do not. Yet the prospect of us all having a front row seat to that, man, that fires me up.
Gambo, they are interested in moving back. If they stick at 3, there is some interest in moving back into the 1st round, but not interest in what would be called an expensive trade. They don't want to lose a lot of assets to move up. So we're not talking about moving up to 15, 16, 18, 20. They want a cheap trade. Okay, I'll move up 3 spots, 4 spots. I'll give you a 4th rounder and a 7th rounder or something that's cheap. They're not looking to have a big splash and go up 15 spots.
Right.
So if they move up into the 1st round, it's going to be for a cheaper deal.
All right, yes or no question, because we have to take a break. And Dan, I'll start with you on this one. If they draft Ty Simpson, however they do it this year, does that automatically take them out of wanting or needing or drafting a quarterback a year from now, yes or no?
Yes.
Gambo?
No.
Wolf?
If they take him in the 1st round, yes.
Okay. Because there are many who believe they could still take him in the 1st round. And if it doesn't work out,
you're not going to do it again.
Just go get one next year like they did with Rosen and Kyler.
David. You're not going to do it again.
I've been shocked at the suggestion, but the suggestion has been made.
I think that if they draft Ty Simpson, as Nick Saban said yesterday, he's going to need to sit and watch for a little bit. So I don't see a scenario where they would have enough information on him from year 1 to pull the plug going into
It's well said, Dad.
When we come back here on our draft coverage presented by Bud Light, our NFL draft show here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, along with Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, Dan Bickley, and me, Dave Burns. One last look at what the Cardinals will do, should do, as we are not that far away from them making a pick at number 3 in this draft. That is next here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
The Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show, live from Backyard Desert Ridge. All the speculation comes to a conclusion when the 2026 NFL Draft begins live at 5. Followed soon after by the Cardinals' 3rd overall pick.
It certainly feels like there's a lot of smoke around the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals select
NFL Draft coverage brought to you by Bud Light on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the app, arizonasports.com, and 98.7 FM.
Wolf, you had All Pro Shade Concepts at your house for a couple years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like, Cynthia?
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
John Gambadoro, Dan Bickley, Ron Wolfley, me, Dave Burns, all hosts of different shows here at Arizona Sports. Of course, Bick from the Bickley and Murata Show, 6 until 10, and our lead columnist at Arizonasports.com. He'll have all sorts of stuff about this tomorrow. at arizonasports.com. Wolf from the Wolf and Luke Show from 10 until 2. Gambo and I every afternoon from 2 until 6. Always love it when we get all of our different ideas together. Of course, we all listen to each other's shows. We all kind of know where we stand on this stuff. But it's always fun to kind of throw us into a pot and see what's going to happen with that. In the meantime, the Gambo 5, which Gambo talked about earlier today, Arl Reese, David Bailey, Ruben Bane, Jeremiah Love, and Francis Mawanoa. Those players are the 5 that Gambo has identified. Of those 5, we've talked about Jeremiah Love. Dan, I'm going to start with you. Of those 5, who intrigues you beyond Jeremiah Love? Who do you look at and have the most questions about?
No, I like Mawanoa a lot because I do like, as Wolf said, I love his physicality, and I love that he's a brawler. Spencer Fono, he's much more of a technician. They both grade out about the same. So if you're looking at that position in general, if you think the offensive line needs an upgrade, those are the 2 guys. I like Mawanoa better because of that brawler mentality that Wolf has been talking about. But these are not Orlando Pace kind of candidates. They're not that level when you talk about historic offensive linemen. But they are intriguing to me.
Gambo, if you're 5, I mean, we've had the conversation about Love. Let's look at the other 4. Who do you like?
Bailey.
Bailey? Tell me why.
Had a great year at Texas Tech. They finally found the right spot for him in time. Transferred from Stanford. Wasn't that dominant, but once they got him to Tech and they let him just go put his hand in the ground and go after guys, he was the most dominant pass rusher, in the NFL. I like Bailey the most. I'm intrigued by Love. I really like Mawanoa. I don't dislike Reese. The guy that I probably wouldn't draft in my 5 is Ruben Bane Jr. That would be the guy that I probably wouldn't draft in my 5.
Yeah. Well, as soon as you said that,
are the short arms an issue or not?
The last time a player with that short of length was drafted, it was in like 99
in the first round.
In the first round. 1999, the last time somebody with that short of length got drafted.
Wolf, you love him. Tell me about Ruben Bane.
Yeah, I love Ruben Bane. Listen, Ruben Bane Jr. is a football player through and through. It's amazing to me because, once again, football is played from the inside out. Not enough people truly understand that. It is played from the inside out. And you know what? Your body is important. It is. It's important if you're long and you're whippy and you're strong and you're physical. That's important. But, man, the brain and the heart tell you, go. And because of that, I don't care if you got short arms. Ruben Bane Jr., watch him play the game. He runs over people, okay? Watch the tape. He's super physical. He's got the inside, and it comes out through this body. Now, once again, his arms are shorter. Look at everything else on him. The dude is put together. He is a stack, man. He is put together, a rock. And because of that, I love how he sets the edge, and he's a physical player.
Nobody said Arl Reese.
Yeah, that's a potential guy, and I don't know about you guys, but it's, to me, banking on a guy to get better at production when he gets to the NFL seems to be folly to me, right? If you haven't produced on the collegiate level, now, of course, there's always exceptions, but if you're a potential guy and you haven't materialized it by the time you got to the NFL, the league is just too vicious and too good for most people to pull that off. So I'm a little skeptical of Arl Reese, to be quite honest.
Gambo?
I really like him. But as we talked about, he will be an outside linebacker / gadget player for them. You've got to move him around to utilize his skills. He's not going to be in one position, so you're constantly looking for ways, where can I line him up to take best advantage of him? We struggle here because of the Hassan Reddick, Dayon Buchanan, Isaiah Simmons, these players that were really great, good football players, great athletes, and where do you play them? I think Reese is great at everything he does. I don't think he's just good at, I think he's really great at everything he does, but he's not a pure pass rusher. He can rush the pass. He's lined up as a pass rusher, but he's more of an outside linebacker And not even outside linebacker / pass rusher. Outside linebacker / gadget guy. Wolf?
We took him off the draft board at the Wolfley compound. We took Arl Reese off.
Really? You and the Warrior Queen decided that he wasn't fit.
It was me and Better James. We took him off the draft board at the Wolfley compound because of the fact that he was a hybrid football player once again. Oh, my goodness. What Johnny just said, Hassan Reddick, Isaiah Simmons, Zaven Collins.
Yeah.
Beware, there be dragons here. And because of that, I put him back on the draft board last night because I heard Arl Reese say, I want to play edge. That's what I want to do. He made the declaration he wanted to play the edge. So that's a trumpet sound, if you will, to every team that is out there. You're going to draft me. I want you to know I'm playing edge. That's where I want to play. Now, it's one thing to say it and another thing to actually do it.
Right.
But I like the fact that he actually said, I want to play edge, as opposed to, I'm going to be Micah Parsons. That's who I'm going to be. I think at some point in time, we're going to come to the realization there's not a lot of Micah Parsons walking around out there.
All right, we've got about 3 minutes here before we're going to take it to our last break, and then we're going to go commercial-free for a big chunk. So I'll just start with Wolf, and I'll work down the line. What non-Cardinals storyline are you the most interested in tonight's first round?
Wow. What non-Cardinal?
Non-Cardinal story. If someone wants to jump in first,
yeah,
because they've got a clear idea.
Jordan Tyson.
Okay.
It's a great one.
Where is Jordan Tyson going to go? Does he take a big drop down the board? ACL, PCL, MCL, tons of injuries. Great, maybe the best receiver in the draft, but a gigantic injury history that I don't know where he's going to go.
Okay. I'll add on to that one and say for me that one of the intriguing things tonight, ASU has not had 2 first-round selections since 2001.
Wow.
Will tonight be the night they get 2?
Yes.
Because of Jordan Tyson and Max Ehanachure.
Bank on it.
That to me is something I'm intrigued in.
Yeah, that's good.
Tonight,
I like that storyline a lot.
That's an interesting one.
Wolf? I like the Jeremiah Love angle because it's not just the Arizona Cardinals. It is everybody in the NFL that is rumored to love this guy to a point they'd be willing to actually trade up and get him. Why is that? Why is that, David? Running back, are you kidding me? Running back, you can get a good running back in the 5th round. How many times have we heard that? What's happened is the NFL has changed. The pendulum has come back more to the middle in regard to the balance of throwing the ball and running the ball. Because of Saquon Barkley and the success of the Philadelphia Eagles, it changed everything and has solidified a new era in the NFL where you better be able to do both.
Bick, you got one for me?
Yeah, I really like the Jordan Tyson thing that Gambo brought up because the idea that the Giants might want him, a reunion with Cam Scatterbo would be pretty kind of cool, if you ask me. I'm also very fascinated by Fernando Mendoza. The idea that you've got this quarterback that has all that experience that we talk about, that is so important to quarterbacks coming into the NFL, and to have that pure, wholesome personality to him, going under the mentoring of Tom Brady in Vegas as a Raider. Of all places. Right?
Vegas,
playing for the Raiders in Sin City, this clean-cut, milquetoast, always say the right thing kind of guy. It's fantastic.
With Brady.
With Tom Brady.
Yeah, I think the other thing I'll be looking at, too, is it feels like we hear this every single year. Yeah, this isn't really a great year to trade up. Not really a great year to trade up. And yet every single year there are 5 deals, 6 deals, and it just feels like is this really the year where it's not a great year to trade up? And to tack on to the back of that, everybody says next year's draft, not just quarterback-wise, but in general, is all that and a side of slaw. Does anybody attach 2027 draft pick compensation to move up this year? Because it feels really – there was somebody – Daniel Jeremiah suggested that in a mock draft that maybe the Saints would attach their first next year to move up from 8 to 3 in a deal with the Cardinals. And I was listening to the Wolf and Luke show driving in. I'm like, God, every day that ends in Y. If you're going to give me a first rounder next year,
yeah,
done.
So then even if the Cardinals are in a top 5 team, if say they're 7th or 8th, they could take that and something else and move up.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Does anybody actually have is there somebody to love that much in this year's
draft?
That's
the
you give
thing.
up a first rounder for next year?
No,
for?
man.
I don't know.
I tell you, that's the big thing for me.
We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we're going commercial free as the draft is set to begin not that long from right now. Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro, Dan Bickley, me, Dave Burns. We're on 98.7 FM. We're on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and we'll be back commercial free with our coverage of the first round of the draft next here on Arizona Sports. Stay with us.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The best pathway for the Cardinals going forward to become a sustainable winner is to be patient because you're in the toughest division in the league.
We're live from Backyard Desert Ridge. This is the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show. Brought to you by Bud Light.
And welcome back to Arizona Sports. If you're listening on 98.7 FM, if you're watching us on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, this is our NFL draft coverage, and we are going commercial free over the course of the next hour, because over the course of the next hour, we're going to start to get some answers to our questions. We're going to find out if the Cardinals stick and pick at 3. We're going to find out what the Jets do at 2. We're going to see if that has any ramifications for the Cardinals at number 3. See if they trade down, see what they do. We've got our A-plus casting crew up here. Later, Vince Marotta is going to slide in. Luke Lipinski's going to slide in. Kellen Olson, Tyler Drake. Gambo, he wasn't aware this was a quick break. He'll be back in just a moment. I'm like, Gambo, where you going? This is like a 30-second break, and he's off, but he'll be back.
I got to go to the bathroom.
Look, man, the masses, he's trying to appease the masses.
Yeah, that's
right
what he's
now,
doing, man. That's what he's doing.
He's got a lot of babies to kiss and a lot of hands to shake here at the backyard.
What a great venue and great host city in Pittsburgh. There was actually some controversy because the schools in Pittsburgh went remote learning for the past 2 days just to clear out the whole area. So the education system in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania is bowing to the NFL.
Hey, listen, man, Steeler Nation.
That's
a whole different ball.
How about it? They're just like, just between the police necessary, the traffic, like we don't have enough resources to be able to send kids to school while we're hosting the NFL draft.
No.
You know, along those lines, and I'm getting off topic here a little bit, we're not taking the commissioner's podium speech at this point because we kind of all know at this point what to expect. I do wonder if we'll ever be able to host one of these here in Phoenix. I mean, I'd like to think that at some point we would, right?
Yeah.
Because they're going to have hundreds of thousands of people flooding into Pittsburgh for the next 3 days. It'd be kind of a thing. It'd be a feather in the cap.
I would love that idea immensely, but their whole model is to put it in Rust Belt cities, Midwestern cities, where you can pull from north, south, east, and west. And it has this all converging effect where you have this cacophony of replica jerseys. And I don't know if you get that done in Arizona.
Yeah, maybe not everybody comes.
But you could maybe stage it at the bottom of the Grand Canyon. The visuals would be fantastic.
It would look
fantastic.
Good. Wolf?
Let me just say this. When you go around the Great Lakes, you go back east, the Northeast in particular, football is a way of life. It truly is. And so much of the time, unfortunately, you know, it's just a fact. I wish it wasn't like this, but unfortunately, so much of the time, people's entire lives, their mood is predicated on whether or not their team wins that Sunday or not. And it affects them the entire week.
Well,
it is hardcore football back in the Rust Belt.
Well, we shall see if that day ever comes to pass. In the meantime, let's get down to business. The Arizona Cardinals have the number 3 pick in this draft. We're expecting them to make that selection sometime around 5:20, 5:25, somewhere along those lines. And then we'll wait to see. We'll wait to see. First of all, let's start with what we know what the Raiders are going to do at 1. And obviously we'll follow the integrity of this. We're not on Twitter. We're not looking to see if the picks get tipped on social media. We're upholding the integrity of this whole thing. But we know it's going to be Fernando Mendoza at number 1. I think the real question is, what do the Jets do at number 2, Gambo, and how that sets up what the Cardinals do at 3, depending on which player they take.
Jets are trying to get back to their sack exchange days with Gastineau and Marty Lyons and Klecko. They want a pass rusher, and they want a pass rusher bad for Aaron Glenn. They were terrible at it last year. I think that's why most people think it's going to be Bailey, and then, we'll see what happens at 3. But I would expect that the Jets are going to really try to fortify that defense.
If there is a move to trade down, Wolf, who do you think is the more desirable player for the Cardinals to be able to tout at number 3? Is it Bailey or is it Arl Reese? Like, if they really want to bait the hook and they want a team to come up to number 3, is it Bailey or is it Arl Reese?
I would say it's also Jeremiah Love. I really do believe that.
You think so?
David.
You think somebody moves up for him?
David, I think it's one of the reasons why they're letting it be known. We'll take him. Are you kidding me? We're going to sit right here at number 3, and we'll draft Jeremiah Love. You don't think we're going to draft Jeremiah Love? You just watch us do it. The reason why I say that, David, is because he's a bright, shiny object. In this draft, he is. You have that kind of talent, that kind of skill, and guys that do different things and are really versatile in regard to doing it, whether it's just offense or just defense. They're the bright, shiny objects. There's no doubt. You got Jeremiah Love. This guy can actually catch the ball. He can come out of the backfield and be an excellent receiver as well. He can run the ball. He's a short yardage guy who has breakaway speed, can take it to the house. He runs the ball in a very physical kind of way. Man, you're looking at this guy. He's the bright, shiny object that you want to wave around if you're the Arizona Cardinals on the offensive end. Defensively, Arl Reese is that guy. He's the guy that, we can line him up on the edge, and he can rush the passer, and we'll get sacks. He can defend the pass because of that. Oh, we can also back him off the ball and put him on the inside and let him play inside linebacker, and he can stop the run that way. He can do both. He's the bright, shiny object on the defensive side of the ball.
Bick, who's the bait? Who's the best bait?
Listen, I've got to think it's Jeremiah Love. I don't see a world in which somebody feels compelled to draft up for anybody other than him. Like I said, these edge rushers, they all bring a lot of potential and they bring a lot of excitement. I don't know if they're at the level that would make you want to squander or give up draft capital, especially as you pointed out, if people are asking for something next year in return. I've heard some people say that there's up to 14, 15 guys in the first round who deserve first-round grades. The rest of the guys don't, which means it's thin at the top in terms of A-plus talent. So to me, I kind of think it's got to be Jeremiah Love. I think it's got to be a team that says, you know what, we got to have that guy. And if we don't take him, Tennessee's going to take him. So call the Cardinals right now. But again, it's going to cost a lot of draft capital for a team like that to jump the Titans, and I just don't know if there's going to be that appetite to move up in this draft.
The 3 teams that are mentioned the most in terms of trade-up possibilities, and it feels like one has already been kind of ruled out in Dallas, but I'll throw them in anyway.
Yeah.
Dallas at 12 and 20.
Yep.
Kansas City at 9 and 29.
Yep.
And New Orleans at 8 and 42, and they'd obviously have to really sweeten the pot if they want to move up to 3. Is there, and Gambo, I'll start with you on this one, is there one of those 3 deals where you'd go, yep, that's the one, or are they all a no for you?
I don't think Dallas is going to do the 12 and 20 now, right?
I agree, but I'm throwing them in there for conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to fall down too far. Who's at 9? Kansas City?
Kansas City's at 9. New Orleans is at 8.
I prefer the New Orleans one because Kansas City's 9 and 29. The big drop there. I'd probably say the New Orleans one. because again, I don't want to fall too far down to where I keep missing on all these great players.
They would just have to really sweeten the pot because they don't have a 29th pick. They don't have the 20th pick like the Cowboys
Well, they
do.
get a pick next year.
How about 2027?
Yeah, and there you go. Now you start talking about 20, which is what Daniel Jeremiah had mocked today. He suggested that the Saints would move up from 8 to 3, and the price would be a future first rounder next year, which seems expensive. Bick, do any of those sound appealing to you?
Yeah, one of the things that a point that I wanted to make is I wonder tonight if Monty Ossenfort is feeling any kind of pressure, given the fact that you've got this idea that if we go out and take an offensive lineman, it's not a sexy pick. It's going to make people think that we're going into year 4 of a rebuild, and that reeks of failure.
Yep.
Now, that's not necessarily the truth. We know that injuries have sabotaged a lot of his draft picks. There are guys that have flashed like Garrett Williams and Will Johnson and guys that you might still be really excited about. But the facts are the facts. It might be year 4 of a rebuild, and that is not very becoming of any general manager. And there's been a great deal of the fan base that has wondered, why did the head coach lose his job and the general manager retain his? And I think there are valid answers to the questions, but those questions are out there. So I wonder if on a night when now you've got 8 minutes in between picks and not 10, I wonder if Monty is going to have that level of calm that he has always shown on draft night.
Bick, as always, you've reminded me that is something that I should have put on the show sheet for us to discuss, because I think that is a major storyline to tonight and the next 3 days. Just the future of Monty Ossenfort and how tonight is a reflection of the future of Monty Ossenfort. Because if they have a bad year next year, it's going to be really difficult, I think, to justify this big pick that they're going to make next season. Is he the one you want making it based off of the track record of the previous 4 years?
That's exactly it. And then as a corollary, the pick is in.
Oh, no, we're not going to the podium yet.
Gotcha.
Which is the pick is in, but there'll still be a little bit.
See, 8 minutes, man. It goes fast, man.
It does go quick. Wolf, real quick, any of those trade potentials? Kansas City 9 and 29. New Orleans at 8. Okay, New Orleans is 8. Is the one that interests you the most?
Yes.
Okay. So, as Bick pointed out, guys, we're now 8 minutes in between picks instead of 10. So there is going to be a kind of feel to it. We're going to cook. So the Raiders pick is in as soon as we see. Go ahead, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I just want to jump in and say this is always the dilemma right here. Do you want to make it look like we know exactly what we're doing and we're going? We weren't even going to wait for a phone call. We were not. Or are we going to just let our brand sit out there for a full 8 minutes? Because guess what, guys? The world is watching now. It's no longer just America, just North America. The world is watching this stuff now. You want your brand to be out there.
I think you want your brand to be out there. I think you're going to milk this thing.
And there he is with his family.
The Raiders had about 3 minutes left on the clock when the pick came in. Fernando Mendoza is not at the draft. He's at Coral Gables, Florida, with his family. I'm going to tell our panel here, this is kind of inside baseball here, but we're about 10 seconds ahead of our feed back at the station. So we might see it a little bit sooner, but we're going to go to the podium at the appropriate time.
You got it.
So we can hear it.
I'll keep my mouth shut.
So just we might see it here before it actually happens.
I'll follow your lead, Bernsey.
But with that, let's go to the podium and see what the pick is for the Vegas Raiders at number 1.
With the first pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
The Heisman Trophy winner, national champion quarterback from Indiana has all the character traits you want in your franchise quarterback, but will this success translate? The toughness and grit will carry him as far as they can, but the lack of elite arm talent and athleticism lower his ceiling. He is the pick at number 1 in a 1 quarterback draft, but looking deeper than his smile, I'm somewhat of a skeptic. NFL comp Detroit Lions quarterback Jared Goff.
This NFL Draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
I was going to say, I don't think we had played that profile because we never projected Mendoza coming to the Cardinals. Then I remembered the Jared Goff line at the end. I'm like, oh, I remember that now. Okay, we have played that profile. Wolf, I'm going to start with you on this one. I mean, it's the pick. It's what they had to do. I've got some question marks about Fernando Mendoza as a quarterback.
Do you
this
really?
league. I really do. Yeah, I really do. I really do. I have some questions about him.
He's got everything you need to be a really, really great quarterback in the NFL. Talking about physically. He's got everything you need. It's not great. Like, he doesn't have the strongest arm I've ever seen. It's strong enough to actually do his job. It's not like he's the most accurate quarterback I've ever seen. He's got all the accuracy you can need. It's not like he's the fastest guy running the ball, pulling it down, extending plays, but he's adequate at doing it. What makes Fernando Mendoza as good as he is what lies within.
Yeah.
And because of that, this guy, his decision-making, when you look at it on tape, is off the charts. He makes great decisions. Just put this down. Write this down in your notebook right here. If there's one quarterback trait you want to have, it's decision-making. He's a good decision-maker.
Gambo, what do you think of the pick?
I think he separated himself from the rest of the quarterback class by a mile, millions of miles. It was just, he was so far ahead and better than everybody else through the playoffs, through the regular season. He's an easy kid to like. He's an easy kid to believe in. He's a man of faith. I think they made a great pick. I think he's going to be a star quarterback in this league.
Fernando Mendoza had ice in his veins for most of last season. Think about the big plays that he made in those big games, whether it was Penn State, and you can rattle them off all the way through the national championship game. Think about Curt Cignetti calling his number on 4th and whatever it was in the national championship game, and he found his way into the end zone.
Yeah.
Look, I know a lot of people think he might come off as a bit cornball, and people are, that Russell Wilson thing, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, so
like, is he really that? Is he really all, nice?
Yeah, is he that nice?
And is he a killer?
Right.
Is he a killer?
Exactly. I think what he showed on the field in these endgame situations proved that he is a killer. I love the kid. I think he's going to be great. I think having Tom Brady as the mentor, it's going to be fascinating to watch.
This is going fast.
Oh, it is great. Jets pick is already in. We're not messing around.
And what's interesting, Monty Ossenfort literally said he wished it was even less time than 8 minutes. So he likes the Vegas aspect.
Yeah, so once again, what do you do, though? Do you sit there and wait? Hey, maybe somebody's going to call. Maybe somebody's going to call. Or just go, hey, you know what? We know who our guy is. Go ahead and take the pick, man.
The Jets had about 2.5 minutes left on the clock before they switched the graphic to the pick is in. Yeah, so
see, David, I count on you for this stuff. Okay, this is stuff I never pay attention to.
Wolf, the wheels on the bus go round and round, and I'm just driving it right now. I'm just looking at these things. Well, because what I'm trying to figure is, okay, so the Raiders pick was in. And the minute their pick was in, even though they weren't showing us the Jets were on the clock, the Jets were on the clock.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they got done with all the pomp and circumstance, they went to the Jets, and the Jets were already down to like 4.5 minutes.
It's like the pitch clock.
Right. As soon as the pick comes in, okay, they're not showing us the Cardinals clock right now, but the Cardinals are on the clock right now. The Cardinals are.
Did the Jets take Bailey?
Great point.
We don't know.
We're going to
find out here in a minute. But right now, the Cardinals clock started the second that graphic flipped to the Jets pick is in. So we're going. We're cooking. We're cooking with gas. And now I think with this pick, guys,
is it Bailey?
I think we're at the point where what happens here may impact what happens with the Arizona Cardinals. Maybe not. Maybe they just stick and pick and do whatever.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. The commissioner is approaching the podium. As I mentioned, we're a little bit ahead of what's going on at the radio station. So I'm going to do a little count in my head. I'm going to ask you guys not to react to what we see. Let's go to the podium.
With the second pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select David Bailey, linebacker, Texas Tech.
David Bailey, edge. Texas Tech.
The 6'4", 251-pound edge had 14.5 sacks last season for the Red Raiders. He wowed at the NFL Combine with a 4.5-second 40-yard dash, has multiple pass rush moves, and is good at using his hands when rushing the passer. However, he is a bit undersized and is not a great defender against the run. NFL comp, Denver Broncos linebacker Nick Bonito.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Cardinals are on the clock, 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So the first 3 minutes already gone. The Arizona Cardinals have 5 minutes to make their pick.
So the big question, Bernsey, is are the phones ringing?
I would say it's one of 3 players if they stick here. Love, Reese, or Mauigoa.
Okay.
It's one of those 3 is what I would say if they stick at 3.
To Bick's point, if the phones are ringing, and we talked about this earlier, we presume they're ringing for either Love or Arl Reese. Our crack crew is waiting back at the station. If any trade comes down, we'll hear the breaking news sounder. But the Cardinals have 4.5 minutes, and they are on the clock right now.
I'm fascinated, not to interrupt you, Bernsey, but that's kind of what I do. It's my worst characteristic. I wonder why the NFL chose to quicken the pace of these picks, because you can feel the difference. And,
yes.
And generally, you don't give up airtime if you're selling a product. So I just wonder, because it does seem to add a little urgency to this, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It does. And
it's 8:20 on the East Coast right now.
Yeah. I mean, there's that, but I do also think maybe when you get to the picks in the 20s, there is sort of a, okay, come on, let's go sort of
Pick
thing.
it up, right.
You know, but
Right.
you sacrifice that for going so quick in the first round where there's the most interest. Wolf, what does your gut tell you right now that the Cardinals are going to do in 3.5 minutes?
Well, it's amazing. You took a quarterback with the number 1 pick overall, and then here's the edge. David Bailey, of course, at number 2. So why not flip it over and go offensive tackle right here with Francis Mauigoa?
Okay. Gambo, I know you got your Gambo 5. What's your gut tell you is going to happen right now?
My gut is Love. My gut is they're going to take Love.
I'm not going to cry if they do.
Bickley's
listen,
going to jump for joy if they do.
No, I just think if Jeremiah Love is the A-plus player, with all due respect to Francis Mauigoa, I don't know if I want to give him 4 years and $50 million if he's going to end up playing guard for me. Now, I know the Cardinals project him as a tackle.
Right.
But like I said, neither of these top-tier offensive linemen are considered sure things. I like his talent. But I think if you're staying at 3, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's Jeremiah Love.
Read into this what you will. And again, thank you for everybody listening to us on 98.7. Thanks everybody watching us on our YouTube channel. I'm keeping an eye on the numbers. We got a big audience right now watching us on YouTube. Thank you very much. I'll tell everybody listening and watching right now, I know we're only 3 picks in. No team has used as much of their clock as the Arizona Cardinals have. For whatever that is worth, no team has gotten below the 2-minute mark without putting their pick in. Cardinals have 1 minute and 57 seconds left. It's easy to sit here and say, oh, the phones are ringing, but I wonder if the phones are ringing.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a call out there. I wonder if there's a trade to be made.
Yeah.
You got to remember there's so much work that is done to plow the road for situations just like this.
100%.
1 minute and 40. Hey, listen, the deal we already talked about, let's do it.
Yeah, because at this point, you know, if you've had a preliminary conversation with a team that wants to trade up to take Arl Reese, in theory, you're on the phone with that team right now and saying, okay, he's there. Are we doing this or not?
Yeah.
Are we making the trade or not?
Or if you had a prearranged deal, you would think that maybe, okay, let's do it. Boom, just push the button, and you wouldn't take this clock all the way down to 000s.
The pick is in. That doesn't mean we're going to the podium, but with about 1 minute and 15 seconds left of the 8-minute clock, the pick is in for the Arizona Cardinals. That means they haven't traded it. They haven't traded it.
They weren't going to. I didn't think they were going to trade. There were no trade offers. There were no trade offers when I checked last night and this morning, which is why I said it's very likely they're going to stick at 3 and make the pick.
So it's a stick and pick situation. We've received no news of a trade whatsoever. Usually by now we've heard there's a trade, so it would appear that the Cardinals' initial hopes of moving down, of finding some sort of Kansas City, New Orleans Saints, Dallas Cowboys kind of deal hasn't happened, and right now we are getting a look at Jeremiah Love in the green room.
He's got superstar written all over him, Bernsey.
There's Jeremiah Love in the green room. We're getting a nice close-up of him right now in the draft coverage. Wolf?
You know, right now, I don't know. It doesn't look like he's very happy. Or so, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're right.
You know, does that look like he's ready to be announced?
You think he might have his jacket on?
Does he? He would know, but he would know by now.
This is problematic.
He would know by now.
Problematic.
We're sitting here just reading a man's face.
All right, the pick is in. Once again, it looks like the commissioner is going to be heading to the podium here any minute, any second, actually. And then we'll find out if the Cardinals actually went and did the thing and took Jeremiah Love at number 3 overall. The commissioner is approaching the podium. Let us go to the podium and find out what the Cardinals are going to do.
With the third pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame.
The Doak Walker Award winner was highly productive in his final 2 seasons with the Fighting Irish, just short of 2,500 rushing yards and 35 touchdowns. He embodies the Lightning McQueen mantra of speed. His 4.36 40-yard dash at the Combine confirmed that. His ball security is top-notch too, having never fumbled in his 3 collegiate seasons. Plus, he's just as valuable in the passing game and can even be thrown in the slot. NFL comp, Detroit Lions running back Jahmyr Gibbs.
This NFL Draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, first and foremost, the Gambo 5 lives to fight another day.
And
he was in your 5.
And we said they weren't going to keep the pick at 3.
And said
they were going to keep the pick at 3.
Bick, I know you're going to hit eject here pretty quick to go start writing for ArizonaSports.com. So I'm going to start with you, and then I want to get reaction from Ron and Gambo and everybody here on our panel. Your immediate reaction to this pick and what goes through your brain.
I think the more important reaction was the reaction of the crowd here when that pick was announced. There was an undeniable excitement and a roar, and that's exactly what this pick is going to do for this football team. From this day forward now, all the people who were done with the Cardinals, who saw no hope in the coming season, I guarantee you they are all back on board. They're all running to the bandwagon, Bernsey.
Gambo, you notice we all notice the same thing.
He's right.
Here at Backyard at Desert Ridge, which is where we're doing our draft show from, I mean, there's hundreds of people here. They were thrilled. They were thrilled by this selection.
And listen, in a way, man, this organization needed a little bit of.
Yes.
They needed a little bit of that. They just
little juice, a little pizzazz, a little zip.
They needed something, just something.
You know that famous meme when everybody's in a bar watching the big screen, like when and they show like the Game of Thrones ending? When Arya killed the Night King and everybody goes nuts? That's what it felt like in here.
It did. Wolf, you're not crying any tears over this one.
I gotta tell you, man, seriously. You know I love myself a running back, especially a running back that can catch the ball coming out of the backfield. Especially a guy that is explosive the way that Jeremiah Love is. I want the Arizona Cardinals to become more physical on the line of scrimmage. I do. But, man, I understand why somebody like Jeremiah Love, you would say he's just too good to pass over.
Yeah.
Especially now that the NFL, once again, is a balanced game. You run it and you throw it. You've got to do the both. You've got to blend both elements of that. And this guy is the living embodiment of blending running and throwing the football.
Yeah. This is an odd way of putting it, but this pick by the Cardinals feels like a victory of cliche. And what I mean by that is every team says best player available, best player available, best player available. That's this guy.
That's this guy.
That's this guy. Now, you can sit here and say value. You can sit here and say offensive line. You can sit here and come up with all the reasons why we might disagree as to whether this was truly the best thing for them to do. But if it really is about taking the best player available, I don't know how you can't say it's him. I don't know how you don't say that.
If they don't have his jersey for sale,
yes,
I am going to lose my freaking mind.
Yes.
If they pull a Marvin, like, this kid can sell jerseys. Have them available.
Yeah.
Whatever you got to do, have them available.
Can I tell you, you know what this feels like, guys? This feels like when Larry Fitzgerald was drafted. The Arizona Cardinals did not need a wide receiver when they drafted Larry Fitzgerald.
No.
Guess what? Technically, the Arizona Cardinals don't really need a running back, with Tyler Algier, of course, being signed and James Conner coming back from injury and Trey Benson. They really don't need.
But they need a star.
But you know what?
They need
it
a
kind
star.
of feels that way, Danny.
Yeah, and I believe Larry Fitzgerald was the last time they had the 3rd pick overall in the draft, so there's a little bit of synergy when it comes to that one. Yeah, it is.
And how about poor Tyler Algier ends up in Atlanta, and then they go get Bijan Robinson. Comes to Arizona, all right.
You're the guy. We just drafted Jeremiah Love. Yeah. It is going to be. I mean, look, in some ways, and I know this has nothing to do with Monty, and I know this has nothing to do with the current regime, but for us longtime Cardinal people, fans, media, however you want to define, all of us who are listening and watching and collectively experiencing this does feel like righting wrongs of the past.
Yeah.
The Adrian Peterson wrong, the Tommy Knight wrong, the constantly reaching for the 3rd best this, the 2nd best that, because you really need that position, and just saying to hell with it. Let's take the best player who's out there, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll figure out who's on our offensive line.
I like the way you put that.
We'll figure it out,
It's easy to say we'll take the best player on the board. It's another thing to do it.
It's a victory of cliche. Let's go to the podium and see what the Tennessee Titans are going to do.
With the 4th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Tate somewhat burst onto the scene as a potential first wideout off the board with his 2025-26 campaign. And don't judge him on his combine or 40 time, because toss the film on and watch him be as reliable, open, and impressive as they come. He won't take the top off or be a stellar blocker in the NFL, but it seems he'll always make the play. NFL comp Seattle Seahawks wide receiver Jackson Smith and Jigba.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Somewhere there is a team thinking, wow, Arl Reese is going to go in the second half of the top 10 of this draft? Arl Reese is going to be available at 5 or 6?
Oh.
Now I wonder at some point, does a team go, okay, let's make a call to the Giants at 5. Let's make a call
for Reese
to get up and go, okay, he's now available at a spot that we didn't think he was going to be available. I wonder if that call starts to come in.
Yeah. My 5 for the Cardinals, Mauano is still there. Reese is still there. Bane Jr. is still there. Today I put Jeremiah Love as my number 1 guy. But now when you start looking at can somebody fall, is it possible Reese falls a little bit in this draft, or he's not a top 5 guy, which would be surprising, and it would be very much like, where do you play him? What position do you play him? He's a gadget guy. And some teams may look at that and say, I don't want to take a guy that high in the top 5 that I don't really have a position for.
Wolf, there is Marvin Harrison Jr. notwithstanding, at least not yet. There is a tremendous run of Ohio State wide receivers in the NFL. How do you think Carnell Tate fits into that run when you think about Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, it's amazing because I thought Marvin Harrison Jr. was a much better prospect than Carnell Tate. Much better. Not even close. And yet, we all know Marvin Harrison Jr. has not had the kind of NFL career that we all have expected yet. I'm not giving up on Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm not doing that. Yet at the same time, this year is do it or it's done for the most part.
Yeah.
It really is. I feel that, especially with a new head coach, with a new offense, a new paradigm, he can start all over again, so to speak.
But if it doesn't happen this year,
if it doesn't happen this year,
is it ever going to happen?
Exactly, David.
Carnell Tate, Emeka Egbuka, Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, Garrett Wilson, all of the Ohio State wide receivers taken since 2022 in the first round. If you noticed, if you're watching on YouTube, we did a little magic trick over here to my left. We made Dan Bickley disappear, and we made his co-host on Bickley and Murata, Vince Murata, magically appear.
You try that every day.
Sports.
Breaking news.
All right, we got
guys.
breaking news. Hi, Mitch.
We have a trade.
Okay.
The Kansas City Chiefs and the Cleveland Browns are swapping spots in the first round. Chiefs will now be drafting 6th overall. Browns dropping back to 9. That's the most that we know right now.
Okay. Chiefs, so 2 teams that had 2 first-round picks. The Chiefs were at 9 and 29. The Browns were at 6 and 24. So we don't know what else was involved, but the Chiefs are going to be on the clock after the New York Giants, and the pick is in. The Browns move down 3 spots. We'll see what they got. I was welcoming Vinny to the show. Vinny, welcome. Your thoughts?
Ta-da!
Ta-da! On Jeremiah Love.
I like it. It's not the safest pick. It wasn't viewed as the most prudent thing for the Arizona Cardinals to do, but what I like about it is it shows conviction from somewhere. And judging from the smile on Mike LaFleur's face in the war room that they showed on ESPN, I'm guessing, there was a lot of people wondering, is he going to be a pound on the table kind of guy? Maybe he was the pound on the table guy for Jeremiah Love with this late push. Very exciting prospect. A lot of people believe they got the best player in the draft at number 3. Historically, running backs and the Cardinals in the first round haven't worked out very well. A lot of teams can make that claim, but this guy just seems different to me. I like the pick.
Yeah, and Gambo and I had this discussion on our show a couple of days ago. And Wolf, I'll loop you in on this one too. I'll loop in everybody on this one. First round top 10 running backs over the last basically 20 years of the NFL. First round top 10 running backs. Ashton Genty a year ago, Bijan Robinson in 23, Saquon Barkley in 2018, Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey in 2017, Zeke Elliott, Todd Gurley, Trent Richardson, C.J. Spiller, Darren McFadden, Adrian Peterson. Now, I know I went through that list quickly. There are some studs on that list.
Yeah.
Studs.
And there's Trent Richardson.
There's Alabama. There are Ashton Genty, obviously. Wolf is a wait and see.
Yeah.
Bijan Robinson is a stud. Saquon Barkley's a stud. McCaffrey's a stud. Elliott was a stud. Gurley was a stud with all the
Gurley
injuries.
was great
For a very short period of time, but
Yeah.
he was great.
He had 3 amazing years.
Adrian Peterson obviously was awesome. Richardson, Spiller, McFadden, okay. But they're recently, and I know, and Wolf, what inspired me to look this up was when you had Mel Kiper Jr. on your show about 2 weeks ago. He kind of cited the track record of top 10 running backs in the draft and said, if you really look at the last 10 years, you really don't miss on running backs in the top 10 unless you're talking about Trent Richardson.
Yeah, I would agree with that. A lot of times, too, a running back can come in and make a difference immediately. It's like playing edge defensively. You line up as an edge guy and, just go get the quarterback. So much of that natural talent can take over in terms of getting to the quarterback. Running back is kind of similar, too. Listen, you've got to go ahead and be able to block for that running back to give him any type of room to run. But for the most part, a good back has great vision. And if you're going to draft a back in the top 10, he's got great vision, which means he can break the ball anywhere and many times even bounce it to the outside, which is one of the reasons why I think more times than not it works out.
Yeah. Jimbo?
Somebody was pounding the table for Love.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who was it?
Was it Michael?
I think it was Michael.
Was it Michael or was it Mike?
I told the story. I was at an event last Friday night at Kurt Warner's house.
Wait, before you get into that, we are gonna go to the podium here in about 5 seconds and find out what the New York Giants are gonna do at number 5. Let's do exactly that right now.
In partnership with the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, TAPS, one of the NFL's Salute to Service partners, we are honored to recognize the surviving family of United States Army Major Paul C. Volke. Major Volke sustained tragic, fatal injuries while deployed in Afghanistan. He is survived by his spouse, Tracy, and their 2 sons, Andrew and Benjamin. Major Volke was raised in the Hudson Valley and was a lifelong fan of the New York Giants, a tradition he proudly passed on to his sons. Volke family, take it away.
With the 5th overall pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Arl Reese, linebacker from the Ohio State University.
Arl Reese, linebacker, Ohio State.
When I think of Arl Reese, I think of the word accident, okay? Webster's dictionary defines it as an unforeseen and unplanned event or circumstance. If you're an offensive player and you see Arl Reese coming to tackle you, you tend to have an accident on yourself. We've all been there. At 6'4", 241, Reese moves extremely well, hence the reason he ran a 4.4 40 at the Combine. Reese has all the tools to be an NFL edge rusher, but is versatile enough to play any of the linebacker positions. And although he needs better handwork and a counter at the top of his pass rush, he already has 3 or 4 go-to pass rush moves that are under construction. NFL comp, Green Bay Packers edge rusher, Micah Parsons.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Yeah, again,
he must have had one hell of an NIL deal. You see that gold he's wearing on us? His NIL deal must have been big.
I'm sure he did. Woo. I'm sure he did. So Arl Reese does not last very long. New York Giants, maybe not thinking he was going to be there at 5. He was there at number 5, and they took him. Cambo, you're about to tell your story about the Cardinals?
I was going to say, we knew somebody was pounding a table to get Jeremiah Love. I think it was Michael. I was telling the story earlier. You weren't here. I was at an event, a Kurt Warner charity event, on Friday night in his backyard. Kane Brown singing. It was really good. They had a comedian. And the comedian was telling all these jokes about the Cardinals. And one of them was, I saw a girl with a Cardinal jersey. He goes, that's a girl you want to date. You want to date a girl that loves the Cardinals because she's used to failure. And then he said like 3 more, like there's always next year. She'll always believe you'll be better next. And then he goes, is the owner here? And he was. I'm like,
Johnny,
oh my God.
Can I say, I hope you are dead wrong on that. I hope you are dead wrong.
On what?
Because if Michael Bidwell is the one standing on the table for number 3 pick, you got a problem. I'm just saying.
I agree
right
with
now,
you, Will.
It's got to be a situation
I hope it was
where
Mike LaFleur.
I mean, you got to have.
It's his team.
General managers, you got to have a scouting department behind it. You got to have a coaching staff on board. So hopefully, Michael Bidwell may have loved the pick at number 3. But if he was the one standing on the table, my captain, oh captain, man, I'm telling you, that's trouble.
Yeah, I'm glad, you know what, all joking aside, I'm glad you said it, because I think, and we don't know, we're speculating. I know the one, I think, driving that train mostly has been Todd McShay through some of his reporting has kind of suggested, hey, I'm hearing that there's somebody in the room really wants him, and there are other people in the room trying to talk that person out of really wanting him, and the whole thing, we don't know. We have no idea, but I agree with Wolf and Vinny. I know it sounds like you do too, that's just not the process of how this is supposed to go, and if that is how this went, something got interrupted along the line of communication here, right?
Yes. It doesn't mean that the pick won't work out.
Right.
But
it doesn't mean that it's wrong to actually love the guy.
Yes.
And at the same time,
Yes.
if you're telling me he's the one who made the pick, man, that's not right.
But the way this all went down with this late push to Jeremiah Love over the last couple of weeks, we didn't really talk about Jeremiah Love very much at all as a possibility in this process in the months leading up to this. I think they landed on the right guy. And one of the things, Bernsey, that I love, we talked a bit about this on our show in the mornings, was if you look at the workload and later on in this draft, the second best running back, Jedarian Price from Notre Dame, is going to get picked. They were teammates. That lessened the workload for Jeremiah Love. I've seen comparisons to Christian McCaffrey. One thing you can't compare is their workload their last 2 years. Christian McCaffrey's 2 years as the guy at Stanford, he had 200 more total touches over that span than Jeremiah Love did. So this is a guy who's coming in with fresh legs, if that's at all possible.
Fresher relative to somebody in his position.
That's a knock. When one of the reasons why running backs don't go that high is because of that workload. The fear of the mileage, the fear of the physical toll that has been taken on them in their college career. And I'm not saying he didn't get touched at Notre Dame. That'd be silly. But he took a lot less in terms of that physical punishment that a lot of top running backs have taken.
It's a really good point, Vinny. The details have come in on the Chiefs-Browns trade. The Chiefs moved up to number 6. The Browns moved down to number 9. And for their trouble, the Browns got an extra 3rd and an extra 5th round pick for that. So number 74 and number 148 overall. The Chiefs pick is in, and when I get word from the studio, we'll send it back and find out what Kansas City is going to do at number 6 in this draft. Let's do it.
With the 6th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Monsour Delane, defensive back, LSU.
Monsour Delane, cornerback, LSU.
Delane is the kind of corner that makes quarterbacks think twice before testing the sideline. This defensive back brings length, physicality, and a fearless mentality in coverage. At around 6'1", he's comfortable pressing the line, disrupting routes, and turning a receiver's route tree into more of a suggestion. Throw his way too often, and he might just start charging rent for that side of the field. Delane's got the instincts to jump throws and the toughness to support the run. Exactly what you want out of a modern outside corner. NFL comp, Houston Texans cornerback, Kamari Lassiter.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Wolf, to your point that you made at the beginning of this hour, the Washington Commanders do not want their 8 free minutes of advertising to a national audience. Their pick is in.
That's right.
They're not going to sit around and wait. They have chosen to send a message to the rest of the league. Oh, we have total and complete conviction about the guy that we're about to pick, and we're not going to sit around and dilly-dally. The pick is in for the Washington Commanders.
That's exactly right.
Bingo, bango.
I love it. Are you kidding me? You think we're going to sit? We don't know who we want. We know exactly who we want. And we're going to metaphorically or literally run to the podium to make the pick.
Literally or metaphorically, the Washington Commanders have run to the podium. Now, that doesn't mean we're going to be going to the podium anytime soon because they want to give.
Monsour Delane needs his time.
Exactly.
Kansas City traded McDuffie.
Yes. It's a great point.
And they got a huge haul.
Great point.
And now they get a quarterback, and they got like 4 picks from the Rams.
Yeah, including number 29 in the draft. So they got an extra first
like
rounder.
3 other picks.
Yeah.
So they turned that into Delaney, and they still got ends up looking like a good trade for Kansas City.
Well, because I'm sure they saw what the Giants, when Arl Reese was there for number 5, they're like, okay, the Giants are going to take Arl Reese. Let's go get our guy. We've got the extra inventory. Let's go do it.
Yeah.
Let's go get our guy. And they made the pick. I hate to say, I don't know much about this player, so I turn to the panel of my esteemed colleagues here.
I'm in the same part of the panel as you here, Bernsey.
David, let me just say, I think that Monsour Delane, what I love about him the most This is a guy who can play man coverage. He can play press man cover, but he also has got the instinct.
Okay.
He's got that instinct to be able to play in a zone room. They actually showed a couple of his highlights. It was very interesting just to actually see him play cover 2, where that corner's going to roll up and the safety's coming over the top of him, and he's going to roll up and play the flat or the hook. And to actually see him do it physically and be a guy that could actually force any type of run that was coming his way, because that's what a corner's got to be able to do. You can see it. He's been likened to a lot of guys like Everson Walls. Everson Walls was a cluer. He was a guy that would look at the quarterback while playing in a zone room, which is one of the reasons why he could jump a lot of routes as well, playing in zone. And Delane is very, very similar to that guy.
All right, that's interesting. And I appreciate the insight, because honestly, we've been so focused on the Cardinals' position of needs and what they might do. This was not somebody that I'd spent a lot of time looking at, because I just kind of knew that wasn't where they were going to go.
But it's just like Johnny said, though, McDuffie, when they made that move.
Yeah.
They get the top cornerback in the draft.
That's right.
They move on from McDuffie. I think they added like 3 or 4 other picks outside of the 29th, too.
All right, we'll go to the podium here in a second. Then we've got a little nugget that we're going to pass along about Jeremiah Love. Let's go to the podium.
The Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, is awarded to one player each year and celebrates their profound impact on and off the field. I'm joined on stage by former winners Lynn Swann and Jerome Bettis. And the league welcomed its newest member to the prestigious club 2 months ago, Super Bowl champion and 6-time All-Pro Bobby Wagner. Way to go, Bobby. On behalf of the Payton family and Nationwide, I encourage players drafted this week to make their community and the league a better place. You want to go for it, or you want me? With the 7th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Sonny Styles, linebacker, Ohio State.
Styles had 182 total tackles over the past 2 seasons for the Buckeyes. He does a good job in man and zone coverage, is physical when defending the run, and moves well to avoid blocks from offensive linemen. However, he is only 244 pounds at 6'5", and he could get stronger. NFL comp, San Francisco 49ers linebacker Fred Warner.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
3 Ohio State players in the top 7.
How did Ohio State not win the championship? There's more coming, too. We're going to hear Caleb Downs' name called. They're just absolutely loaded.
What's more impressive, that Ohio State didn't win it, or that Indiana did with a bunch of 2- and 3-star kids?
Yeah. Well, that's the more impressive thing.
Yeah, that's who. And once again, Wolf, to your point, the Saints are on the clock, and the Saints are wasting no time. The pick is in.
Oh, wow.
They don't want their free advertisement either.
My goodness.
So this thing is just flying along. Sonny Styles, Wolf, I'm going to start with you on this one, because, again, I was a captive audience in the car listening to your guys' interview with Mel Kiper Jr., and while, the conversation was about Arl Reese and the fit, I remember Mel saying, hey, guys, Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles. And I know it's not a popular position to take with a top 10 pick when you're talking about somebody who's not a pure edge guy, but he was really flying the Sonny Styles flag for success in the NFL.
Yeah, David, I believe after just watching the little that I have on Sonny Styles, he's the best inside linebacker, the best pure inside linebacker in this draft. And it's interesting, you know who they comp him to? Fred Warner.
No way.
Yes, Fred Warner is who his comp is, and he's got that kind of length. Sonny Styles, he really does. He's got excellent hands. He gets off blocks. He's really, really smart. I could see him probably being a weak side inside linebacker right now, and maybe you're not going to throw him in at Mike linebacker and make him understand all the calls and try to integrate him into your defense that way. You're probably going to have him more on the weak side than the Mike backer. We'll see what they do with him, but this is an excellent pick for the Washington Commanders because Sonny Styles is the real deal and an absolute freak, I might add.
Yeah, I was listening to some talk about Sonny Styles and kind of along the joke I made about Ohio State with all of these players, especially on the defensive side of the ball. How did they not win it? Sonny Styles was identified as the alpha of all the alphas of Ohio State. He comes from a football family, great stock. And look, that Fred Warner comparison, you could do a lot worse with an inside backer than a Fred Warner comparison. This guy could play. Yeah, I like that pick by Washington.
Yeah, I do too. There's once you get past, Caleb Downs, a lot of people think the same thing about him. Is that, like, I know that's not a premium position, but that he's just a flat-out baller. And that some lucky team who maybe has the luxury of being able not to take a premium position is going to find a fantastic player, whether it's Sonny Styles, whether it's Caleb Downs, somebody who doesn't play at one of those obvious positions.
I've had a lot of thoughts about the term premium position leading up to this draft because it always gets attached to running back, and certainly the Cardinals are going to get criticism for that pick about Jeremiah Love. How is a guy who touches the ball potentially 25 times a game not a premium position?
Yeah, it's a fair point. It's
still very important, and safety can be very important too. I heard Daniel Jeremiah make the quote too, like Caleb Downs in that safety corner hybrid big nickel position. All the great defenses currently in the NFL have a stud at that position.
Yeah.
Kind of indicates that maybe it is a premium position.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good point. Let me tell everybody what's going to go down here in the next few minutes. Saints pick is in. They just went to a commercial break on ESPN, so obviously we've got a couple of minutes here before this happens. We're gonna bring you the Saints pick, and then we're gonna do ourselves a line change here. Vinny's gonna stay. Luke's going to step in. Kellen's going to step in. We're going to check in with Tyler Drake from our Cardinals headquarters.
Am I out?
You're out. Wolf is out. I'm out. And then we'll all kind of filter back
in the checking line.
In the 7 o'clock. Exactly. We're bringing in the goons.
The goons.
The goon line is coming in.
I better stay then.
The goon squad is
We need your presence on the blue line,
Wolf. We'll do a line change. That group will take you until 7 o'clock, and then we'll have another line change. And then we'll start to get into that trade back in zone. And so before we make that line change, since I've got this unique group here of Vince and Gambo and Wolf, I want to talk about the trade back in conversation so that we can preview it a little bit. Gambo, I'll start with you.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the hour on my break and work on that trade scenario. They are not – I was told that they are interested in moving back in for maybe – there's a couple guys they love that could be there, but they don't want to pay a big price. They don't want to do anything expensive. It would have to be a cheaper deal. They're looking for a cheap deal. Can we move up 3, 4 – 5 spots to get the guy we want where it doesn't cost a lot instead of trying to make a big move up where it costs a lot of assets.
Okay. Vinny, your thoughts on the trade up back into the first round? We got a lot of time to talk about it, but give me kind of your initial off-the-cuff thoughts now that we have Jeremiah Love to pair with it for the Cardinals.
This possibility has been talked about a lot. It's focused on one player, seemingly, and that's quarterback Ty Simpson of Alabama. I think what the Cardinals are probably trying to do right now is gauge if they need to move up to get him, if he's the guy, how far they need to move up, or can they play it safe? Can they get him at 34 tomorrow?
Do the Jets want him? Are the Jets waiting until next year?
I still think there's a couple spots here in the first round that are a little bit iffy.
Tell me the spots.
Rams.
Yep.
Pittsburgh at 21.
I just can't see the Rams doing it.
I can't either.
Wolf,
with the reigning MVP playing quarterback, I wouldn't get that either.
To quote the great Bill Rafferty, it would take onions for the LA Rams to do it at 13.
But they got them. They do.
They do. And you know what? And you know what? To your point, Les Snead has a lot of self-belief in his ability to not only draft, but draft well late.
Especially with Sean McVay.
Uh-huh. So that, I agree, that's a spot to watch. Real quick, Ian Rappaport reporting.
Jordan Tyson.
A major sigh of relief for Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love, whose heart was flagged at the combine. Additional research revealed he has no added risk.
Oh my goodness.
So apparently his heart was flagged at the combine. Additional research revealed he has no added risk. Ian Rappaport came in with that. Saints pick is in. We're going to go to the podium here in about 5 seconds and see what they did. Gambo blurted a name, and I'm curious about it too. Let's go to the podium.
With the 8th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
Jordan Tyson, wide receiver, Arizona State.
A big play receiver who made himself known during his 2024 campaign. Under the tutelage of Hines Ward, Tyson became one of the top receivers in the country heading into the 25 season. Injuries were a bugaboo during his college tenure, but when he was on the field, he was nearly impossible to cover. His stronger frame, quickness in short areas, and incredible catch radius make him a cut above the rest. Plus, he's willing to do the dirty work and block on run plays. NFL comp, Green Bay Packers wide receiver Christian Watson.
This NFL Draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
ASU players selected. You're going to get reaction to that from Kellen Olson, Luke Lipinski, Vince Marotta, Tyler Drake live from Cardinals headquarters. Wolf, Gambo, and I, we're not going anywhere. We'll be back in a little bit to continue our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Let's get you a legal ID, a little break, and then we'll be back with our draft coverage right after this.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. Getting engaged? So friends, listen up. Shane Company engagement rings are protected with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. We stand behind the same quality we've offered since 1929. Our rings are crafted to last. It's why our warranty is the only one that protects your center stone. We also cover repairs, resizings, cleanings, and so much more. That's money you keep for you and your family. Because a friend always has your back. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
And we're live at Backyard Desert Ridge for 2026 NFL draft coverage here on Arizona Sports. We've had the line change. I hope you guys don't mind. I referred to us as the checking line. The Muckers, the Ham and Eggers, here to mix it up. Luke Lipinski, Kellen Olson, I'm Vince Marotta. we've had how many? 8 picks made in the first round. And the last pick that was made by the New Orleans Saints at number 8, local ties, Jordan Tyson. What a path to get here for Jordan Tyson. Started out very high on a lot of boards, kind of had a dip, looked like he might be a later first-round pick, a late surge. We know this for a fact. The New Orleans Saints got themselves a hell of a football player at number 8, guys.
Yeah, they really did. I know he ends up being the second receiver off the board, but he's still a top 10 pick. I think most people would agree he's got more upside than Tate, but I understand, I get Tyson had his injuries, and Cardinal Tate didn't drop a pass last year, so I understand Tennessee. I don't know if I understand Tennessee taking Cardinal Tate, but I understand if Tate's going to be the first receiver off the board. But either way, you can see the emotion on Jordan Tyson's face right now, and like you said, just a crazy path to get here. It's really cool.
It's just awesome in general to get back to this type of situation locally, and what I mean by that is lots of Arizona State guys going today, lots of University of Arizona guys going today. We went through a lot of years where maybe 1 or 2 guys from each school would get picked. We've got plenty that are going to go today.
Yeah, and if you look at the history, the recent draft history for Arizona State as a program, this is now 3 straight number 1 picks that have all been wide receivers. If you go back to N'Keal Harry in 2019 went in the first round, and then Brandon Ayuk going in 2020 in the first round. The Browns are off on the board, and we'll go to the podium for their pick right now.
9th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns select Spencer Fono, tackle, Utah.
Spencer Fono, offensive lineman, Utah.
Spencer possesses a rare blend of length, athleticism, and competitiveness that could make him a high-end NFL starter right away. Standing at 6'6", 311 pounds, he's a big boy with quick feet and loose hips, which I believe is also what Elvis had. However, no word on whether Fono also likes peanut butter and banana sandwiches. But what we do know is that Fono is a 3-year starter, a unanimous All-American, and the winner of the Outland Trophy. And he comes from a football family with 4 uncles in the NFL. He doesn't have the best technique and could struggle with fast and shifty pass rushers, but can more than make up for it with his freakish agility. NFL comp, Vikings offensive tackle Brian O'Neill.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Spencer Fono, Utah, the first offensive lineman off the board. Does this start a run on offensive linemen as the Browns move down from 6 to 9 with that trade with Kansas City? Might we see another offensive lineman go soon?
You got to figure Maui Noah's going fairly soon. Certainly if Wolf left to become the GM of a team. I don't know where he went right now, but I like Fono. I mean, just the simple fact that Jarrett voiced his draft capsule, though, makes it feel like it was a reach because they gave him like the 50th through 60th best prospects.
Yeah. And the New York Giants on the clock, wasting no time to make their pick and to announce the pick. And to do that, here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 10th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Francis Maui Noah, tackle, Miami.
Francis Maui Noah, offensive lineman, Miami.
So you've heard of Godzilla, right? Okay, cool. So when you think of Godzilla, but like 10 times scarier, you get Francis Maui Noah. At 6'5", 329 pounds, Maui Noah has a dense build with a broad frame and outstanding lean muscle mass, hence the G-Zilla comparison. Maui Noah was a huge part of Miami's run to their national championship appearance in 2026, as he was a captain for Miami during their magical season. Maui Noah is very well balanced, delivering pop on contact into the opponent's frame. From time to time, Maui Noah tends to lean too much during his blocks, but when he has measured pass slides, his hands become very patient. NFL comp, New Orleans Saints offensive tackle, Talise Fuaga.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Indeed, back-to-back tackles off the board. Fono 9 to Cleveland. Maui Noah, number 10 to the New York Giants, and the Giants with 2 of the top 10 picks. I was seeing a lot of projection guys that it was going to be Jordan Tyson at 5, Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, at 10. They do go offense-defense in reverse order. Did well for themselves, the Giants.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Wow. We got another trade. Apparently the Cowboys didn't like where they were at 12, so they moved up to 11. So they're swapping places with Miami. Per Joe Schad, who's a local reporter in Miami, he says the Dolphins are picking up 177 and 180 to go down one spot. So Cowboys now on the clock at 11.
All right, so the Cowboys on the clock at 11. Go ahead, Kellen. The breaking news interrupted you.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things I thought with the offensive lineman that just went. One, we spent most of the regular season saying Spencer Fono to the Cardinals. He was believed to be the top offensive lineman in this draft. And then Maui Noah really got a lot of momentum around November, December, January, only for it to end right where it started with Fono going first off the board. Also, Cleveland doing what we thought the Cardinals might do as well, where they felt like 6 was a little too high for their guy. They clearly valued Fono ahead of Maui Noah, so they trade down 3 spots and get their guy. It's going to be really interesting to see who Dallas takes here, because clearly they thought there was a chance that Miami was going to take them. Caleb Downs is someone who might be the last blue chipper available. Not every scout believes that he's a blue chipper, but there are some that are really high on him. Dallas really looking for impact defenders here for sure.
Luke?
Yeah, I mean, Caleb Downs would make a lot of sense, just considering that they were aggressive to move up even the one spot. And I agree with Kellen. I mean, this was kind of as far down as I was comfortable with the Cardinals draft, or trading, if they ended up trading down, was to 11 or 12, because there was that group of players that you figured they could still get at least one of them, assuming like a Carnell Tate and a Jordan Tyson that they weren't going to take, we're still going to get drafted and push some picks down. So I would assume this is Caleb Downs, but you never know with Jerry.
And in case you're just joining us, the Cardinals did stick at number 3. They made their pick. They took running back Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame. Lots of reaction to that, obviously, throughout the night, and a lot tomorrow on Arizona Sports all day long. But wanted to get your specific reaction, guys, to the Ian Rappaport tweet that followed the selection of Jeremiah Love. And that reads, from the NFL draft, a major sigh of relief for new Arizona Cardinals running back Jeremiah Love, whose heart was flagged at the combine. Additional research revealed he has no added risk. Obviously, Cardinals did their own diligence, their research in preparing for the draft. But your reaction to that particular news?
It's crazy how this stuff always comes out like during the draft, right? But that said, I'm sure all the teams knew about it. I don't think like the Cardinals saw that tweet and were like, what? I don't think like other teams were stunned to see that.
Oh, you guys, you think we should have checked about his heart?
We check on every single player's health. Should we check on the guy we're taking number 3 overall? I mean, yeah, if they're saying it's not a concern, I'm going to assume it's not a concern. I'm not a doctor, but it is always interesting how this stuff always comes out during the first round.
Yeah. I'm totally with you, and then I also think another factor here to consider is the Cardinals are defying the norm, right? Everyone is saying this is too high for a running back. It does give a little bit of the Cardinals thinking they are smarter than everyone else who says you can't take a running back here. So with that, you have to be absolutely sure about this guy in every single facet. So any sort of blip popping up gets you nervous. Apparently this isn't a blip that we were worth even knowing because it's not a thing.
Yeah.
It was kind of a thing and then wasn't a thing, but this is the type of pick where the Cardinals obviously did their due diligence. They went super deep into every single facet of Jeremiah Love because you have to, because there's no other team that was going to do this besides them.
Now, heart issue aside, or heart no issue aside, Kellen, you hit on it. Cardinals maybe thinking they're smarter than everybody else. This was kind of a late push in the development in the news cycle of this particular draft. I love it because I think it shows conviction. We were talking about it. I was talking about it with Wolf and Gambo and Bernsey before you guys joined the program here. It showed conviction that they had a player that they liked at a spot that really, from a personnel standpoint, they're okay at. But they view Jeremiah Love as a difference maker.
Yeah, I'm with you. This was my thought back in like January, December when I was having tomatoes thrown at me for even suggesting Jeremiah Love because he was the example of like, look, I know we shouldn't do this at 3. As Cardinals fans, we shouldn't want this. But if their best player available in their eyes is Jeremiah Love, a running back, then take that guy. If it's Arl Reese, take that guy. Now, here's the interesting part is they got to make sure they're right because this was a draft at this spot specifically where there were like a consensus like 4 to 5 blue chippers, right? There was Arl Reese, there was David Bailey, there was Jeremiah Love, and there were a few others where like Mendoza and Bailey already off the board. Sonny Styles was another name that a lot of experts had, top 2, top 3, top 4 on their board. One of these guys is going to be absolutely incredible. One of them is going to be like, pretty good, fine. And then 2 aren't going to pan out. And the Cardinals better hope they have the incredible guy and they have the ecosystem around him to give the best for him. To give that answer fully, Vince, I'll love this pick if they get a guard at 34 or trade up for an offensive lineman as well. If they trade up for Ty Simpson, this kind of seems like desperation to get season ticket holders and sell jerseys.
Yeah, you just took the words right out of my mouth. you can, I believe, still get a pretty good offensive tackle late in the first round if you trade back in. You might even be able to get him at 34. And this is just such a weird draft. In a normal draft, I'd be so opposed to taking a running back third overall. I really would. But the arguments against it that are like, well, how many of these high-end running backs win Super Bowls? None of these players come in and win a team a Super Bowl unless you're getting a quarterback. I agree with you, Kellen. Like, one of these other guys that they passed on is going to be really good, probably a few of them, but it's not clear-cut right now. It's not like there was this draft, okay, you're picking third, and it is clear-cut. Jeremiah Love, or I tell you what, Arl Reese is definitely going to be amazing.
Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this draft sort of forced you to take a player that maybe wasn't a conventional pick. The Cardinals doing what everybody else say they should do hasn't been working. And ideally, you're not picking this high again, except maybe next year, and you're going quarterback then. This is probably, hopefully, your last chance to get a potential game changer like this. I don't love it, though, unless they get an offensive lineman with the next pick.
I would agree with that because the lack of production in the running game was a combo of those two things. Dallas about to make their selection. Here is the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 11th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Caleb Downs, defensive back, Ohio State.
Caleb Downs, safety, Ohio State.
If he were eligible last year, he'd have been one of the first defensive players picked in the draft. Flash forward a year, and here we are. He's a better player now, but doesn't seem to have the same hype. The best compliment a guy can get is he's just a football player, and that's what Downs is. As good as they come in run support, and would love to see how he holds up in coverage in the NFL. NFL comp Arizona Cardinals safety Budda Baker.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Fourth Ohio State player off the board, the first 11. And I'll repeat the joke that I made earlier. How did they not win it all again?
I was just going to say, now you know why they won the – oh, wait, never mind. Now you know why Mendoza's the first pick in the draft, because nobody else from Indiana is going anywhere near this high.
Is Ruben Bane the name we're watching for now? I think Downs was 1A, and then maybe Bane was 1B, and this is where we get to what Dallas just did. Maybe it was just one move, but if a team is looking around, and I think what happened with Kansas City is they were like, wait, there's a chance that one of Reese or Styles is on the board at 6. We got to move up. I'm curious to see if there's any movement for Ruben Bane or if he's just going to go in this next pick right here.
Yeah, and that next pick belongs to Miami. We've talked about the Cardinals being a team that, not only gets a really good football player in Jeremiah Love, they get juice. You can't quantify it, but that's going to be a popular pick with the fan base that's looking for something to be excited about. Miami right now, with the changes they've undergone, new front office, new coaching staff, a lot of new players, new quarterback, Ruben Bane staying home to play for the Dolphins would be a little bit of juice for that franchise.
Yeah, it's a fine line, right? I mean, and I'm thinking about this more from the Cardinals' perspective, but you're right, it applies to Miami. You can't make a pick just to sell tickets or just to appease your fan base. Miami's done some kind of weird stuff this offseason, so it certainly wouldn't hurt for them to take Ruben Bane Jr. here among their fans, but it also has to be a good pick too. And that's, I've been going back and forth with the Jeremiah Love thing because I don't think the Cardinals would do it just for that reason, but I know a lot of people believed if they were going to do it, it was going to be more of a, hey, let's appease the fan base, let's be exciting, let's sell tickets. Kellen, I think you kind of said it, though. If the next pick is a normal pick, it's good. If you go out there and get Ty Simpson, then it does kind of feel like, hey, look what we did. But what does that look like in 2 years?
Yeah, you need to build out this offensive line now because the bottom line is you are going to get some of the worst quarterback play in the league next year. So what is the box going to look like when Jacoby Brissett's under center? He's going to see a lot of bodies in front of him. Yeah. Now, the good news is he can see them. Kyler Murray could not, so we can at least diagnose pre-snap and go through there. But there's going to be 8 guys there waiting for Jeremiah Love. You need to be able to block for him as well. And Luke and I are going to be rooting hard for every single pick here to not be an offensive lineman because, like, the longer that Monroe Freeling or Kaden Proctor falls, Venga Ioane is a really popular pick around this range in the mid-first round
Proctor,
as well.
Yeah, I mean, the odds that name out there, yeah.
Yeah, the odds that, like, a tackle like Clemson out of Blake Miller, Caleb Lomu out of Utah, Max Ehanachure, of course, Vinny.
Yes.
Look, out of Arizona State. Let me not forget him there.
Don't forget Max.
Those names could be there in the late first round if those guys continue to fall. But there's going to be a run on offensive linemen here pretty soon, so Luke and I are rooting for that not to happen. Me be wrong, please.
I'm actually rooting for 2 things,
yeah.
if I'm being totally honest. I'm also rooting for a team to take Ty Simpson that isn't the Cardinals. So I'm
take that possibility off the board.
The Rams doing it at 13.
That's fine.
Just getting crazy.
That's fine.
Just getting crazy.
Although if the Rams do it at 13, I'm going to immediately think, wait a minute, do they know something?
Yeah, they know something that we don't know.
Wait, do I want Ty Simpson now?
Do I suddenly like him?
Sean McVay likes him?
He's going to take over the Rams offense in 27 and lead them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah,
that's immediately what I would be thinking.
It's like you had an album that you kind of sort of liked but weren't really sure on it, and someone asked you about it, and you're like, what did you think about it? And then they say they love it, and you're like, you know what, I kind of like this album now. It's kind of great.
I looked at it that way.
Yeah.
Vince, we all know the Rams quarterback in 2027 is going to be Joe Burrow. What do you say? Come on.
No, Joe Burrow's going to end up with the Dodgers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
Package deal. You can play for the Rams and Dodgers.
Yeah, but that possibility – look, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of rooting for that same thing. We had that roundtable exercise, and you can read about it. A lot of the different personalities at Arizona Sports were asked, hey, should the Cardinals draft a quarterback this year? And, well, we'll give you more on those results in just a second, because the Miami Dolphins at number 12 are making their pick right now. Here's the commissioner, Roger Goodell.
With the 12th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Kaden Proctor, tackle, Alabama.
Kaden Proctor, offensive lineman, Alabama.
This 6'7", 350-pound tackle brings elite size, length, and power, with the ability to shut down the edge and move defenders in the run game. He logged over 800 snaps, allowing just a handful of sacks and pressures, showing real growth against top competition. When his technique is right, he's tough to beat, and he can control defenders with his size, strength, and reach. There's still room to improve, though. His overall pad level, hand placement, and overall consistency can waver at times, but the upside is clear. NFL comp, Houston Texans offensive tackle, Trent Brown.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so the enormous Kaden Proctor goes to Miami at number 12, meaning the exact scenario that we're a bit fearful of is unfolding. That's 3 of the last 4 picks. Fono going to Cleveland at 9, Maui Noah to the Giants at 10, and now Proctor to the Dolphins at 12 is unfolding. So let's explore this a little further from the Cardinals standpoint. If a trade up is in the future and it's not for a quarterback, it's for a premier offensive lineman prospect, and Gambo said it before he left the airwaves too, look, the Cardinals are looking to move up, but they don't want to give up a lot to do so. It's looking like if this trend continues, they're going to have to give up a lot more to move up to get an offensive lineman.
Yeah, it absolutely is, because it's one thing if you're trading up to like 24 or something. If you have to trade up to 15, that's going to change things. I would hope – there's no way to know what every team's going to do, obviously, after you make your pick, but I would hope that the Cardinals, in the back of their mind, had a plan in case something like this unfolds, that we really like Emmanuel Pregnon, or we feel like Ehanachure will be there at 27 and we can trade up or something. You have to have a contingency plan, because you did go out on a limb a little bit, which is weird to say because you took a guy most experts and scouts are saying is the best player in the draft, but you still went out on a limb a little bit in the sense that you took him when you need offensive line help. So I have to hope/think they had a contingency plan in place for offensive line.
Kellen?
I wonder if Roger Goodell wears armor to some of these drafts, because getting hugged by Kaden Proctor
doesn't look like fun.
He disappeared
6'7",
for a while.
350. I hope he was nice and kind. I'm sure Kaden is used to that as well. Right, it's the value proposition here for sure. I think offensive tackle is the position that mocks project. All those 7 guys could be off the board by 34 comes up. It seems like one of those guards will be there. Venga Ioane is going to go any pick now, but then after that, Chase Bisontis out of Texas A&M, Emmanuel Pregnon out of Oregon, and then Keelin Rutled out of Georgia Tech. Some people have first-round grades on those guys. Some people don't. You can wait and see if they're there. At 34, that is why these guys make the big bucks. That's why Monty gets paid hefty salary, to make these kinds of calls on the fly to see if the investment is worth it in going up. But, Luke, we're just so aligned right now on this right side of the line. Isaiah Adams, Elijah Wilkinson. Jacoby's going to be rolling out left all year.
Yeah.
Unless they address it right away. And even if they do address it, to be clear, we're still talking about like a rookie.
Talking about a rookie, yeah.
Late first-round pick or early second-round pick, so the work's going to be ahead of them for sure.
See, going back to Love for a second, because it's all tied together, I've gone back and forth in my mind on this for the last 3 months, honestly. And the one argument I really heard against it, other than you need offensive line help, is something Lorenzo Alexander said to us today when he joined us on the show. And Zoe's obviously very familiar with Kyle Shanahan offense. You know, he's played for teams that Kyle Shanahan has been a coach on. And this is the one thing that resonated with me is you don't necessarily need a great running back to have a successful running game in a Kyle Shanahan offense, assuming that's, you know, what Mike LaFleur is going to implement. But the flip side is, think about this. If you go get your quarterback in 2027, which I'm hoping they do, that quarterback is going to come in and have Jeremiah Love, Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr., I'm assuming, the way this continues, and Michael Wilson. And assuming you get an offensive lineman here in the second round, a second-year, highly rated offensive lineman to go with Paris Johnson Jr. and Yelda Froholt. I mean, so there's a path there where you build things up for a quarterback you draft next year. Then Jeremiah Love's not a crazy pick to me. But again, keep coming back to this. If they go Ty Simpson next, then you have you may as well play flag football because you don't have an offensive line.
Vince, can I 4D chess you? All this Jeremiah Love news, the last 2 weeks, they take Jeremiah Love. Does that mean they want Ty Simpson then? Because everyone was right about Jeremiah Love. Does that mean just everyone knows what the Cardinals want to do now?
Wow, that is 4D chess.
Man.
Is the secret out?
I can't even play 3D chess, so that's...
I'm Googling chess.
Checkers guys.
Okay.
All three of us are checkers guys.
Now, going back to something that Luke said on the Cardinals selection, you're not drafting a player at number 3 to sell tickets or sell jerseys. By the way, conveniently, Jeremiah Love's uniform number at Notre Dame is available, number 4, because that was Greg Dortch's. They never filled that number. That's fine. Number 15, Ty Simpson's number is taken by Gardner Minshew.
Oh,
you can't have it. Doesn't work out.
Can't do it.
There's no way around that.
Grow some facial hair, coward.
Sorry,
No,
Ty.
but going back to my original point is this is one of those rare picks that can do all of those things. If you can get the best player on your board, even, you know, and we hear that every year from every team in every draft. We're going to trust our board. We're going to draft the best player available. We're not drafting for need. So the Cardinals, they did that. And, oh, by the way, that guy is going to sell tickets. That guy is going to energize a fan base. He is one of the most exciting offensive weapon prospects in the last couple of years, certainly at his position. I think this is the rare opportunity for the Cardinals to check nearly every box with a pick.
Yeah, I mean, if he really ends up being Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan Robinson, then you have to take him.
Yes.
Like, and if you didn't, then Tennessee has to take him. If you're really getting that player, there's no guarantees. I feel pretty confident. I think most people feel pretty confident that Jeremiah Love's going to be good in the NFL. Well, there's no guarantee he's going to be amazing, but there's no guarantee any of these guys are going to be amazing. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you didn't want Jeremiah Love, and to be honest, I've said this, my first choice would have been David Bailey, but he was gone. But if you didn't want Jeremiah Love, did you have somebody else you truly definitively wanted, or was it just you can't take a running back early?
Yeah.
Because if there's somebody else that's there, I get it. But all these other guys that are there, it was like, yeah, this guy could go 3rd or he could go 11th.
True. And last year, guys, you remember this very well. It wasn't that long ago, even though we're trying to put it out of our minds. The 3 leading rushers for the Arizona Cardinals last year were Michael Carter, Amari DiMercato, and Bam Knight.
Well,
and now your top 3 running backs are Jeremiah Love, Algier, and James Conner.
We did this with the James Conner conversation. Like, the Cardinals have never really had like a signature long-term franchise running back. Like, this is how Luke and I always find a way to loop in the Coyotes when I'm with Luke. Like the Dylan Guenther thing. Like, we waited years and years and years for a pure 30-goal scorer. Never got one. Like,
they scored 40 in Utah.
Yeah, that kind of worked. It kind of worked out like that as well. But now in this situation as well, you're looking at Jeremiah Love. This is something like we've never had before. If this guy is truly McCaffrey, Robinson level, we've never had a running back that good, one, and never had one for this long, too. So the excitement from that alone, like, gets me fired up. It's working on me a little bit.
Yes,
I got to admit, I want to see the offensive line get built, but it's working on me. The sell job's working.
If the Cardinals are hell-bent on Ty Simpson, we'll find out. But this is the first danger spot where he could be taken.
Come on, Rams.
Are the Rams going 4D chess here, Kellen?
Stafford can't play
Here's their
forever.
pick.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson.
What? Okay.
Ty Simpson, quarterback. Alabama.
This quarterback brings the kind of poise coaches love to build around. He's efficient, composed, and capable of keeping an offense on schedule. Simpson operates with quick eyes, sharp timing, and the confidence to push the ball down the field when the window opens up. He's comfortable working through progressions, delivers a clean, catchable ball, and has enough athleticism to extend plays when protection breaks down. He has a solid arm talent, but it's his decision-making ability that really stands above the rest. NFL comp, San Francisco 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Maybe 9D chess. I don't know. We talked about it as a possibility. It didn't seem real. It's real. The Rams went there. We're going to take a timeout.
Now
We're going to react to the bombshell on the other side. Luke Lipinski, Kellen Olson, I'm Vince Marotta. It's Arizona Sports 98.7's 2026 draft coverage live from Backyard Desert Ridge. We're back after this.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. How you doing, Doc?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
DISC has been a pioneer in endoscopic spine surgery. What is endoscopic spine surgery?
Endoscopic spine surgery is a cutting-edge, ultra-minimally invasive procedure designed to relieve pain from herniated discs and spinal stenosis that causes sciatica. With a tiny incision and advanced imaging, we can target the problem with greater precision, leading to faster recovery, less pain, minimal scarring, all without a hospital stay.
Amazing that you can target the issue through a tiny incision. If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Megan's grandfather bought his first Ranger here. Her dad bought his first F-150 here. And she just drove off the lot in a new Ford Expedition for her family. 3 generations, all choosing Sanderson Ford. Visit Sanderson during their anniversary sale and see why. Right now, purchase a 25 Ford Bronco Sport starting as low as $27,995. And choose the dealership families have been trusting for over 70 years. Choose Sanderson Ford. Offer on stock number 256803. Demo unit. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 dog fee. Offers expire April 30th, 2026.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
We are back live here for Arizona Sports coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft. We are at Backyard Desert Ridge, taking you up and through the completion of the first round, which, look, that was the first bombshell of the night right there. The Los Angeles Rams at number 13 made the pick that we talked about as a possibility. I wasn't all that convicted. I was just bringing it up as a possibility, but they did it. Ty Simpson, the quarterback from Alabama. The reaction amongst us, the reaction in this gigantic room that we're in, and notably the reaction of Gambo and Dave Burns just running around with like looking for reaction of their own. Wow. Before you guys joined the panel, that possibility came up. Simpson, 13 to the Rams, would take major cojones, which Dave Burns said Les Snead has major cojones. Guess what? He just flashed his major cojones. That's a very, very interesting pick by the Rams, guys.
Yeah, look, I wasn't joking earlier when I said if the Rams take him, I'm going to wonder if maybe we should have got it. Look, the Cardinals couldn't take him at 3. So, I mean, in this spot, is he going to come back and haunt them for the next decade as the quarterback of the Rams? Probably. That's how this works. I get it. But there's nothing the Cardinals really could have done about that. It would have been such a reach to take him at 3. You can thank Atlanta for giving the Rams the 13th overall pick in this draft when the Rams might have been the best team in the NFL last year. So, but what a twist right there.
Major twist as Simpson, the second quarterback off the board, going 13th overall to the Rams. Here's Baltimore's pick and the commissioner.
With the 14th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Olive Avinga, Ioane, guard, Penn State.
Olive Avinga Ioane, offensive lineman, Penn State.
He's built like a guard, he plays like a guard, and he wins like some of the best guards in football. Primarily having played left guard, he's no stranger to the other 4 spots on the line, and when it comes to doing his most important job, which is keeping his quarterback upright, he did not allow a sack in 3 seasons for the Nittany Lions. His slower foot speed and length will likely prevent him from playing tackle, but he is without question one of the top interior linemen in this class. NFL comp, LA Rams guard Steve Avila.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Yeah, so the 4th offensive lineman, first interior offensive lineman, Ioane from Penn State off the board. Didn't get a chance to get your Simpson reaction, Kellen, before that pick was made.
I agree with Luke. This is now the most I've wanted Ty Simpson on the Cardinals during this entire process. But I think the other thing we're working with here, honestly, is that this is the luxury of being a great organization. Because if the Rams screw this up, it's not going to be an absolute tire fire disaster for them in the ways it would have if the Cardinals would have even traded up into the late first round to go get him as well. But they are going to be able to have him mentored by Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford for a year. But to look at them as divisional rivals, it's a bit of a mixed year for them, or offseason for them, because they get hyper-aggressive with one of their picks, go get Trent McDuffie, and then they draft for the future with the other one, which scares the crap out of me, because they must think that Ty Simpson, they just couldn't miss it. Like Ruben Bane Jr., no mocks had him available at this point in the draft. He's still there. There are impact receivers like Mai Lemon available as well. And they looked at Simpson and they were like, this is our guy. He's perfect for us. We can't let him go. So, again, Luke, now I kind of wanted Ty Simpson on the Cardinals. And I have been mind-tricked by the Rams once more.
The thing we have to remember, we got to say this now, right? Because when Ty Simpson goes to the Hall of Fame in 20 years, everybody's going to be like, oh, the Cardinals didn't want him. It makes more sense for the Rams to take him. Maybe not at 13, but it makes more sense. It's better for Ty Simpson. He goes to the Rams now, and he can learn behind Matthew Stafford. And I know he's not getting game reps, and he doesn't have enough of those in college either, but he's in a much better position to succeed, and it makes sense for the Rams as opposed to the Cardinals trade up late in the first round, they get him, and they have no offensive line. That wouldn't have made any real sense. This is perfect for Ty Simpson. It's just, does it always have to be a division rival? I mean, it just always seems to work out that way. You're so right, Kellen. Their track record is what makes you think immediately, okay, wait, they know something.
Along those lines, this is like when you're in high school and the plain Jane girl in your 3rd hour history class kind of takes a liking to you, and you're like, and then the captain of the football team swoops in and makes her the prom queen, and you're like, wait, she liked me first.
That was every movie from the 90s,
It
wasn't
was. It's like Paul Walker, Freddie Prinze Jr., you name the cast. Checking in with us now, our Cardinals insider, Tyler Boom Boom Drake, with reaction as
we
the
can
first
call him Ty
round.
Drake now because there's only room for one Ty.
That's true. You get the name Ty back to yourself. Tyler, reaction to the Jeremiah Love pick.
Yeah. I mean, hey, there was where there's smoke, there's fire. That's always the classic cliche, and that's exactly what it was. And hey, honestly, with Ty Simpson going to the Rams, and that's just a whole other can of worms we can get into. But I actually feel a little bit better about this Love pick just because I could not see them both. I couldn't see both of them going with the Cardinals after this first round. Just was not sold on what Ty Simpson could bring to this team. But hey, he is now going to be watched a lot by this franchise and by a lot of Cardinals fans because of where he ended up with the Rams. But with Love, I mean, talking to him, he said there's no pressure, even though he's one of the highest running backs taken, I think, since Saquon in 2018. Says he's ready to get to work, said he's ready to hunt for more, that this is just kind of a stepping stone in his career. And also, I thought one of the funniest things he said is he caught up with Marvin Harrison in his highlights through TikTok, which I just thought was a random fact that I probably would have never thought I'd hear.
Tyler, on the Simpson thing as it pertains to the Cardinals, you couldn't see it. The 3 members on this panel right now, the 3 of us, couldn't really see it. But could the Cardinals have seen that? Is this a speed bump for their plans for the rest of the draft?
I don't think so. I think they could still go and take a late-round flyer on a guy like Drew Aller. He really stands out to me just from the size that he has, and really from what Mike LaFleur said at the owners' meeting about how a guy like Jacoby Brissett, who has similar size, looks the part for what they want here. So I'm looking at a guy like that in the later rounds, maybe even a Carson Beck. I know Garrett Nussmeier's out there too. So there's still options to consider to get a guy this year, but hey, I think we're kicking the can to 2027, and that's when we're really going to start seeing a lot more of this higher-end quarterback talk, whether and who that next franchise option could potentially be.
Tyler, some of the potential drama tonight would have been the Cardinals trading back in the late first round, and if that was going to be for Ty Simpson or maybe an offensive lineman. Now that drama is eliminated in some ways because if they do trade up in the late first round, we're expecting offensive line. Is there someone that catches your eye as a really good target for them in the mid to late 20s at either tackle or guard?
Yeah, you might have to keep me up to date on who's going because I haven't seen the board. But, if Monroe Freeling's still available or Max Ehanachure, go get him. Just go get him. And I think that would really, 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 really bookend this first round for the Cardinals, especially given just the fact that, hey, they need offensive line help. If you can get that to pair with the running back, that's going to make, I think, a lot of people, including myself, feel a lot better about the number 3 overall pick being a running back who is going to be, I think, now the 7th highest paid running back in the league without taking a snap.
Tyler, I'm going to ask you an impossible question to answer, but you can just answer it with opinion, I guess. Every single mock draft had Ty Simpson to the Cardinals. That had to come from somewhere. How did every single person miss that the Rams were going to go ahead? And Sean McVay, I feel like maybe he told people what he was going to do, and he just talked so quickly that nobody even understood him or what. But for them to take him at 13, how did everybody miss this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only person that really had it was Jay Glazer, and he didn't even really run with it until it was actually happening. So it's one of those things where it's like, hey, the Rams are the Rams for a reason, and this is one of those reasons, and it's really interesting. It is beyond interesting to see it happen. And, I mean, obviously, if the Rams are interested, you got to think Mike LaFleur was probably somewhat interested too, but I really do think it comes down, if the Cardinals were even in a position to draft him, it comes down to the experience factor for me. I just did not like what I saw there on that sample size, so now he gets to probably turn it around in L.A. and get it done and learn from Matthew Stafford. So we will, like I said, we're all going to be watching what he does over there in L.A. now.
Yeah, definitely. Interesting happening so far, Tyler. Thanks for checking in. I'm sure we'll be checking again with you before the end of the night, before the end of the draft.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Tyler.
Tyler Boom Boom Drake joining us.
Boom Boom.
The Cardinals facility in Tempe. Do we have another pick that is in? Let's go to the podium right now.
With the 15th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ruben Bane Jr., linebacker, Miami.
Ruben Bane Jr., edge, Miami.
The Miami Hurricane enters the NFL Draft as one of the top pass rushing prospects in 2026, and it's not hard to see why behind 9.5 sacks and 15.5 tackles for loss. The 6'2", 263-pounder brings with him brute force and violent hands needed for destroying blocks, but will need to overcome his short arm length and improve his closing speed to prove himself at the next level. NFL comp pass rusher Brandon Graham.
This NFL Draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Oh my God, did you guys see that? Ruben Bane Jr. tried to hug Roger Goodell.
Oh,
and
come
couldn't
on.
get his arms all the way around.
Come on. I will not sign up for this.
You're mad you didn't make the jump first.
Prove them wrong, my T-Rex King. You've got this. 15 sacks next year inbound. How dare you guys?
I don't believe any of
He's
that.
already fallen down the boards. He's gone through enough. Come on.
And he stays in the state of Florida, not with the Dolphins, but with the Buccaneers. I had to make the obvious joke.
You did.
That's what I'm
You
here
had
for.
to. Somebody had to do it.
Jared's not on the panel. I had to do it.
Will they play dinosaur noises every time he gets a sack?
Oh, they should. He should really lean into it.
Yeah.
Especially if he's great.
What dinosaur was more feared in those kingdoms than the T-Rex?
Now you sound like Wolf, who, by the way, who made that exact comparison because he wanted Ruben Bane Jr. And since I brought up Wolf, he stole my burger. Like, I ordered a burger, and then I went to go pick it up, and they're like, oh, yeah, Wolf took that. Or they're like, that guy took it. And I look over, and Wolf's just over there. This is 10 minutes ago, just eating my burger.
We overcomplicate the draft. His name is Ruben Bane Jr. as a pass rusher from Miami. He's going to be awesome.
No,
of course
I know.
He's going to be awesome.
This guy, he's gonna average like 11 sacks a year for a good 5-year stretch. Did anybody really think he wasn't going to be good, though? I mean, it was more.
Everybody said it. his tape is amazing. The guy's motor is unreal. His arms are a little bit short. I mean,
yeah.
When you watch him play football, it's amazing.
Yes.
When you don't watch him play football, you're concerned. Oh. Okay, guys.
Exactly.
Cool.
Do you want him to get to the quarterback? Cool. Do you want him to get something off the top shelf? He's not your guy.
That's fine. You got other guys for that. You get a second rounder for that.
The Jets are up next as we're about halfway through the first round of Arizona sports coverage of the NFL Draft first round. We are live from Backyard Desert Ridge. Luke Lipinski, Kellen Olson. I'm Vince Marotta. You're listening to Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come see us in store. Shane Company engagement rings are crafted with care from our hands to yours. Because a friend wants your ring to be nothing short of perfect. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Every morning starts the same. You're digging through piles of clothes, can't find what you need, and your closet still feels too small. That's not a space problem. It's a design problem. Space Solutions designs custom closets that maximize every inch. Voted #1 cabinet company in Arizona 4 years running, family owned, Arizona built. Right now, Space Solutions is offering free in-home closet design consultations. Spring availability is limited, so schedule yours today at spacesolutionsaz.com.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
With the 16th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Kenyon Sadi, tight end, Oregon.
Kenyon Sadi, tight end, Oregon.
Do you happen to need a bodyguard? Maybe someone to protect you when somebody tries to cut in front of you in the line for the teacups at Disneyland? Well, do I have the guy for you. At 6'3", 241 pounds, Kenyon Sadi is shredded like cheese and is capable of running any route in the route tree. Sadi has the body control and hand strength to come down with the 50-50 balls, but will occasionally allow some footballs to hit the ground on some lower difficulty plays. Sadi could be a dangerous weapon for any NFL team looking to diversify their passing game. NFL comp, Arizona Cardinals tight end Trey McBride.
This NFL Draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Look, Trey McBride is arguably the best tight end right now, the most productive tight. He is the most productive, arguably the best tight end in football. I'm not sure I get the physical comp to Kenyon Sadi, who is, I mean, Sadiq rhymes with freak for a reason. This guy ran a 4.39 40 at the tight end position at the combine. This is a scary combination of physicality and talent.
Well, and as Jamal just said, he's shredded like cheese.
Yeah.
I mean, Jamal got loose in these draft profiles. He really went crazy.
He could have went cut up like coleslaw, which I've heard recently too.
Thank goodness the Jets exist to be the true embarrassment of the NFL, because the statistical improbabilities they did last season were impressive. There was the interception stat that went around. Their leader in receiving yards last year, Garrett Wilson, he played 8 games, 395 yards.
So their receivers were like the Cardinals running backs.
Pretty much.
Unbelievable. How do they do it? How do they continue to do it?
The interception, when they drafted David Bailey tonight, he immediately tied for last season's team lead in interceptions. Like, how do you go a full season where nobody has an interception? If you look at their team stats page on any website, when they get to intercept, there's just nothing. There's just like a blank face.
But how is that possible to play 17 games of football where there's not a tipped ball? There's not just an errant throw.
They had 2 chances to get interceptions from Tua.
And poor Jets fans, shout out Julie in the office, like, this is probably going to be another great draft. Like David Bailey and Kenyon Sadi, yeah, great draft. Just like it was for Sauce Gardner and Quentin Williams and Garrett Wilson. It doesn't matter. They're just going to be terrible again and again and again.
They do. They have 3 first-round picks next year, so it's like, hey, they're doing something different, but they're going to take the wrong quarterback. Right now, I'm going to tell you the Jets take the wrong guy.
The inverse of the Ty Simpson.
Yes.
Yeah. Whoever they get ahead of the Cardinals are going to be like, thank goodness.
Arch Manning could look better than Peyton next year. He could win the Heisman. If the Jets take him, you're immediately like, oh, poor Arch. Okay, it's not going to work.
So far, 16 picks, 16 to go here in the first round. We're going to keep you going with the coverage live from Backyard Desert Ridge until the end of the first round. It may or may not include the Arizona Cardinals. We've talked a lot about the Ty Simpson pick. He went off the board at number 13 to the Rams. Believe it or not, if you're just joining us, we've talked a lot about, obviously, the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love at number 3. Of the first half of the first round, guys, when you look at some of these other players with their fit, with their profile, what's the pick you love the most so far?
Well, I mean, this is kind of unfair, I guess, because it's 2 picks. But the Giants being able to add Arl Reese and Francis Maui and Noah. Now, I would say maybe 2 guys with a little bit of questions, because you don't know exactly where Arl Reese can fit. But that was more of a concern if the Cardinals took him, just because they've had a bunch of these guys in the last few years where it's like, hey, this guy's 3 different players.
But I will say this, and I don't mean to cut you off, but when Isaiah Simmons left the Cardinals, he got traded to the Giants. Mm-hmm. They couldn't figure out his skill set yet either. And on draft night, when Simmons got taken, he was considered that freakish difference maker on the defense. Let's go to the podium for the next pick from Detroit.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community of wish makers, taking action to support Make-A-Wish during World Wish Month. Tonight, you all have the opportunity to help grant an unforgettable wish. I'm joined here by Easton, a 14-year-old Lions fan whose wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Look at that. I'd like to ask all of you to join me in cheering on Easton as he makes his wish come true. Take it away, Easton.
With the 17th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Blake Miller, tackle, Clemson.
Blake Miller, offensive lineman, Clemson.
A 4-year player with 54 career starts, Miller has the experience, athleticism, quickness, and durability to be an immediate plug-and-play starter in the NFL. His footwork is a bit unsteady at times, and his hand usage can be slippery. But on the plus side, he was born in a town called Strongville, which is way better than if he was born one town over, in Wurzburg. NFL comp, Ravens offensive tackle Roger Rosengard.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Where else are you going to get it, folks? Bickley and Murata, 6 to 10 a.m. weekdays. Where else are you going to get gems like that?
I had not heard that draft capsule.
The best.
Why did they bury Jarrett with all the lower picks? I mean, now some of them were actually getting drafted, but they made sure he wasn't getting a guy the Cardinals were going to take in the first round.
Jarrett gets a nickname on the board at Chase Field. He gets all 3 of us to laugh. Like, his ego has never been higher than the rest.
He's having a day. The only thing, and they got free food back in the studio. studio today on draft day. I mean, that's the triple crown for Jared.
Now 5 offensive linemen in the last 9 picks. They're going
but
not great.
He does bring up a good point because Wussberg has never produced an NFL first-round pick. Luke, I cut you off. You were talking about your affinity for what the Giants have done so far.
Well, I was just going to say, I mean, Reese, you're right. They got to figure out where to use him. They already have a bunch of pieces on defense, but they do have John Harbaugh. You feel like maybe he'll figure out where to play him. To be able to get him and Maui Lemon, and to get Maui Lemon at 10, not have to maybe reach for him at 3, especially with the back issue that everybody kind of wrote off.
The next pick, this is going fast and furious. The Vikings pick to the podium.
With the 18th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Banks, defensive end, Florida.
Defensive tackle, Florida.
Banks is a rather large human at 6'6", nearly 330 pounds. Quickness is the name of the game for him, and he has multiple moves as a pass rusher. Durability could be an issue for him as he had a foot injury that required surgery in 2025. NFL comp, Chicago Bears defensive lineman Gervon Dexter.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Caleb Banks off the board. Go ahead, finish your thought on the Giants.
Credit to the Giants for getting 2 picks in the top 10. How's that?
Wrapped it up. Kellen, a pick you love so far, fit and location.
The Ravens were endlessly mocked, complimentary. The mock drafts endlessly had them taking Venga Ioane, the guard out of Penn State. Direct need, a direct plug-and-play starter immediately. It's not sexy, but it really improves their pass protection. It's really going to help Lamar have more time back there. I'm a big fan of it. We're starting to get into the reach range, by the way, where Caleb Banks, now projected to be a first-round pick by some. Ty Simpson obviously had his, but teams are going to start just taking their guys now.
Yep. The pick that I really like, I like the pick of Sonny Styles at number 7. I think that's a really good fit. I think he's just a hell of a football player. Mentioned it earlier. Comes from a great family. Got good stock. And there seems to be a trend going back to those difference-making inside linebackers around the league. And, that comp to Fred Warner, you could do a lot worse. I like that pick a lot.
Yeah, if he's anywhere near Fred Warner, I mean, I'm with you on that, honestly, just because to have somebody who's just a smart, intelligent player who can do a bunch of different things and killed it at the Combine. I don't really care about the Combine, but I know some people do. But if you kill it at the Combine and you were actually good in game situations too, that he was a guy that was we talked about him for the Cardinals at 3, but it's that's probably too early. Again, probably too early to take that position. But everybody you talked about with the Cardinals, too early to take an offensive tackle, too early to take a linebacker, too early to take a safety, too early to take a running back.
We joked around about it earlier on the
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Another trade, gents. The Cowboys are trading up again with the Philadelphia Eagles. So the Cowboys trade back with the Eagles. Eagles go from 23 to 20. Dallas gets 23, 114, and 137. That's the latest trade, gentlemen.
Interesting. Mai Lemon, totally different receiver than A.J. Brown, but you wonder with A.J. Brown out if they're about to add a receiver, and they were worried about that receiver getting to 23. This was a little bit lower than Mai Lemon was expected to go. Again, a totally different physical player than A.J. Brown, but I wonder if that's who they're going after, or a receiver.
It'd be standard Eagles, too, for a potentially great player to fall to them later than he should have, and they just move up and take him. They've done that a lot.
He just didn't play in the SEC, though. Oh, man.
That's true. Maybe they think he went to Georgia.
Crap.
All right, so there's the trade between the Dallas Cowboys Eagles, swapping 20 and 23 with some other stuff mixed in. Going back to the Ty Simpson thing at 13, and we had our fun with it, that you both immediately were like, all right, we didn't want him, but no, they got him. We kind of want him. I wonder what, and look, it's not the most fruitful thing to do because it doesn't really mean much tomorrow. These drafts can be graded year to year to year for the next 5 years by player and by team. But I'm wondering what the national reaction is and how much reputation of organization means. I think if the Cardinals stretch to get or even move back into the back of the first round to get Ty Simpson, they would get criticized. I think the Rams will probably get lauded for it because of their organizational reputation. Do you agree?
Without a shadow of a doubt, and I think it's going to be something we watch for over the next year. The preseason overreactions to how Ty Simpson looks, it's going to be something.
Yeah. All right, we've reached, we're coming up on the 7 o'clock hour. Picks coming up from Carolina, their pick is in, and then it'll be the Eagles, Steelers, Chargers, and Cowboys following. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to have another line change. Luke's going to stick on. Dave Burns, John Gambadoro, Ron Wolfley rejoining the panel. Kellen's going to take a little bit of time. You'll rejoin the panel later.
You are going to fly away.
I am out. I'm going to bed.
I'm going to ask Wolf about my burger because I still haven't eaten, and he definitely took it.
Order another one so I can steal it before I go home.
I did, actually. I think it's over. Honestly, you can take it because I'm not going to eat it now.
I'll take care of it. I'll look after it. If Wolf didn't, I got you.
You are listening to coverage of the 2026 NFL Draft on Arizona Sports. We're live from Backyard Desert Ridge, taking you all the way through the first round. Back after this.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The rumors, the talk, the tea. What was real and what was fake NFL news? We find out when the picks are made or traded for a haul. We are live from Backyard Desert Ridge. This is the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show. Brought to you by Bud Light.
With the 19th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Monroe Freeling, tackle, Georgia.
Monroe Freeling, offensive lineman, Georgia.
Prototypical size for a tackle at 6'7", 315, and he was a beneficiary of the combine as he's an absolute specimen athletically. He has experience at both tackle spots, but should be a staple for teams at the left tackle. He'll only get better with experience. Only 18 starts in college, but a reliable pass blocker. Only 9 pressures given up in 469 snaps. NFL comp, tackle, Anthony Costanzo.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
The 6th offensive lineman taken so far in this draft: Spencer Fono, Francis Mauanoa, Kaden Proctor, the Penn State Ione, the guard. Monroe Freeling just taken. Blake Miller, the tackle from Clemson, going to the Lions. 6 offensive linemen so far. So we welcome you back to our NFL Draft coverage. It is brought to you by Bud Light as we are live from the backyard at Desert Ridge. Another line change. My name is Dave Burns of the Burns and Gambo Show. To my right, Luke Lipinski from Wolf and Luke. His co-host on Wolf and Luke, Ron Wolfley, to my extreme left, and right to my
immediate left, my co-host John Gambadoro. So basically the Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo show for the next hour or so. While we were talking, another pick was made, and then we'll get everybody caught up on what's going on. Send us to the podium so we can see what the Eagles did, if you would, please, Mitch.
With the 20th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Mai Lemon, wide receiver, USC.
Mai Lemon, wide receiver, USC.
The 5'11", 192-pound receiver had 79 receptions for 1,156 yards and 11 touchdowns last season for the Trojans. He has good hands, does well after the catch, and is willing to make plays in the middle of the field. He does need to improve against press man corners and does not have the longest wingspan. NFL comp, Detroit Lions wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
One of Gambo's
I
favorites.
love Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Gambo loves him some Amon-Ra St. Brown.
You know, I think with the A.J. Brown situation, it makes a lot of sense for them to go out there and get this kid. He's a dynamic player, slot guy, speed, and obviously the A.J. Brown and the possibility of the trade. And so it did make sense that they would go wide receiver there.
Wolf, I see you over there contemplating the meaning of life and the draft board. Any thoughts from the last couple of picks?
You know, first of all, guys, let's go ahead and start with the fact that I do believe the Jeremiah Love pick, that was significant with the Arizona Cardinals. There's so much buzz, of course. And, Johnny, I know you've been all over this, but so much buzz was that teams were going to trade up. Somebody was going to trade up. And that never happened, of course. And the Arizona Cardinals stayed there. Would they have the circumference to draft a running back at number 3? And that's exactly what they did. Jeremiah Love, that is a still point of this draft so far for me. I would also say the fact that at number 9, Spencer Fono went to the Browns right before Francis Maui Noah with the New York Giants at number 10.
Shocker?
That, to me, I was shocked. I was shocked to actually see that. All I could think of was the Giants having a massive party when they realized the Browns took Spencer Fono instead of Francis Maui Noah. That's just my own opinion on that. Nothing against nothing against Spencer, by the way. The third big still point to me, Ty Simpson at 13, man. You talk about conviction. Luke, we were talking about this all week leading up to, actually all draft we've been talking about it, how scouting is about conviction. The L.A. Rams went out on a limb and took Ty Simpson at number 13 when there were people out there, draft analysts, saying he's not a first-round talent. And to see them go out and draft Ty Simpson at 13 shows intention, shows conviction, and shows a lot about who Sean McVay really is.
Well, I mean, looking at that pick specifically, when Vince and Kellen and I were up here when they made that pick, leading up to it, we were all just kind of joking, like, I don't want Ty Simpson. I told them, I was like, I'm just hoping somebody takes Ty Simpson. I'm hoping a bunch of offensive linemen don't go off the board, which, by the way, is happening, but I'm hoping Ty Simpson does. But then we all stopped and we're like, unless the Rams take him, because then if they do, then I want him, because they know something we don't know.
Wow.
And they go out there and they do it. And, I mean, nowhere was that mocked. Wolf, we talked about at the end of the show today, Jay Glazer said he had something big that was going to happen, and we were trying to figure out what it was, and it sounds like this, according to Jay Glazer now, is what he was talking about.
I will jump in on this one because I want to give credit where credit's due. There was one guy who was kind of hinting and suggesting at this, and that was Todd McShay, who had said about a week ago, if the Cardinals want to get up to get Ty Simpson, they're going to have to go way up to get him. And in his mock today for the Ringer.com, he had the LA Rams taking Ty Simpson at number 13.
Wow.
And so
I didn't see that one. Wow.
So I saw that one and I just kind of socked it away like, okay, let's see. He had been, I give Todd McShay a lot of credit, he had been convicted all along that, man, watch out for the Rams. They're a wild card in this Ty Simpson conversation. Look out. They might look at him and see, for a bunch of reasons, Gambo, one of them being they have so much circumference, is the word that Ron used earlier, in their ability to draft later in the draft, that they're comfortable taking a flyer on a guy like Ty Simpson. Now, before we get a reaction to that, let's go to the podium and see what the Steelers do.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are committed to growing the game of football and celebrating athletes at every level. Joining me on stage are 6 Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recipients, featuring both high school tackle players and flag football athletes. Jerome?
Thank you, Commissioner. The Jerome Bettis Leadership Award recognizes high school football players who demonstrate leadership, character, and service, both on and off the field. Congratulations to each of you. We wish all of you the best as you continue your football journeys. The last time I introduced the Steelers' first-round pick, I was fortunate to introduce T.J. Watt. And with the 21st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Max Ehanachure, tackle, Arizona State.
Profile?
Max Ehanachure, offensive lineman, Arizona State.
You know, this guy reminds me of Elsa from Frozen, because if he gets his hands on you, you freeze, stuck in place, and he will not let it go. Okay, well, that joke sounded funny in my head. At 6'6", 321, the former basketball player has feet to mirror rushers and off-the-ball linebackers as he displayed his dominance at times during the Senior Bowl practices. And even though his wide hands open him up for holding penalties, his adequate timing and technique could help him avoid those penalties. NFL comp, Carolina Panthers offensive tackle Taylor Moton.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Well, congratulations to Kenny Dillingham, Graham Rossini, and the Arizona State University football program, because if my math is right, gents, for the first time since 2001, when Adam Archuleta went to the St. Louis Rams at number 20 and Todd Heap went to the Baltimore Ravens at number 31, the ASU Sun Devils have 2 first-round picks in the NFL draft.
Wow.
Good for them.
In the top 21. Bad for the Cardinals, but good for them.
Bad for the Cardinals, because I'm sure that's a guy we were all thinking, can he sneak through? Can the Cardinals make a move up to get him? Wouldn't that be cool for the hometown guy, et cetera, et cetera? It ain't going to happen. They've had number 1 picks, since 2001, but never 2 in the same draft since 2001. Luke, I'll start with you on this one, because I know of the 4 of us, you attended Arizona State University. It's really deeply personal for you. What does it mean that Jordan Tyson goes, Max Ehanachure goes, and ASU's got 2 first-rounders?
It's weird because normally that's where I would be coming at this from. This is amazing. Kenny Dillingham, what he's building. All the previous regime talked about was how they were going to be a pipeline to the NFL, but Kenny Dillingham's actually doing that without necessarily making that his point of emphasis. It's awesome to have 2 guys in the top 21. The only other schools that have multiple players drafted right now are, Ohio State and Alabama and Miami, and you're in that group?
Yeah.
But my first thought is honestly, and it's not even because he went to ASU, the only way the Jeremiah Love pick really works for me is if the Cardinals get a really high-end offensive lineman, and they're all going now. They're all going to be
6 tackles have been taken. So 6 tackles and a guard, Wolf, have been taken so far.
Yeah, you know what? This is awesome for Max Ehanachure. I'm thinking about how young he is in his football career right now. The fact that he got such a late start in life and in competing at a high level, and now all of a sudden we're looking at him being drafted. I don't think Max Ehanachure has come anywhere close to his ceiling. First of all, he could play anywhere. I could even see him as a left tackle at some point in time. I think he could play anywhere across the board other than center, but I think he is just scratching the surface, so to speak, of what that ceiling might look like.
Gambo. Oh, I'm sorry, Wolf. I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were wrapping up.
This is a good pick.
Gambo, give me a quick reaction, and then we'll probably be going to the podium for the Chargers.
I think they've had a few ASU guys that went to the Steelers. I think Jeremy Stott, I believe there was an offensive lineman, too, that went to Pittsburgh from ASU. I wanted to make a quick point on the Rams and Ty Simpson. Well, we know nobody's talked about. We're going to go to the podium here?
In about 5 seconds, we're going to go to the podium.
Jimmy Garoppolo may retire.
Yeah. It's okay.
Keep that in mind with the Ty Simpson.
Well, let's go to the podium and hear what the Chargers are going to do.
With the 22nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Hakee Meador, linebacker, Miami.
Hakee Meador, edge, Miami.
Hakee Meador may have the highest motor and the deepest bag of the pass rushers in this draft. He can rush the passer with finesse and or power. Not only is he dominant in the pass game, but he is eager to find the football and make a play in the run game. While Meador may lack the traditional height and length of an NFL edge rusher, the talent is obvious and nobody's going to work and play harder than Hakee. NFL comp, Minnesota Vikings linebacker Jonathan Grenard.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, Gambo, you're making a point about Ty Simpson. Please finish.
So you've got Matthew Stafford. They're going to rework the contract, but nobody knows if he's going to play beyond 2026. Jimmy Garoppolo's your backup, but there's a lot of talk now that he may retire. So the only other quarterback they have is Stetson Bennett, who's a fourth-year guy, but nobody looks at him as a starter. So by getting Ty Simpson in now, he can back up Stafford for 1 year, because if Garoppolo's gone, he's automatically the backup.
Luke, you were on the air when the Ty Simpson to the Rams pick came down at number 13. The three of us were chowing down a little bit of dinner here at Backyard at Desert Ridge before we were going to come back on. Cliff Notes version between you and Vince and Kellen. What was the general reaction in the moment to the Rams taking Ty Simpson, just so we can kind of bounce off of that and react to it?
Well, certainly shock when it happened. Like, we were kind of joking about it leading up to it, and then they did it. And then there was I think there's a genuine second of like, wait a minute, is this guy just going to come back to haunt us now for the next 10 to 12 years because he's the Rams quarterback of the future? And the Rams have built up that sort of equity where it's not even just that they have the guts to do it, but when they make the pick, you feel like, okay, Sean McVay knows what he's doing. He's going to turn him into something good. I would still say, were the Cardinals supposed to take him at 3? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
you weren't going to be able to get him ahead of 13. I think it's a better position, obviously, for him going to the Rams. Like, I like the idea of Ty Simpson better if he's on the Rams, not if he's the Cardinals' second first-round pick and you have an addressed offensive line. I still want the Cardinals to get their quarterback in 2027. So the only fear is just because he's in your division, he could come back to haunt you.
Yeah, I think, guys, there's a natural inclination to look at the draft process and say, okay, that's half of the equation. The other half of the equation is the coaching that player gets when they go where they're going. Is Tom Brady anywhere other than the New England Patriots? Who knows? And I think for me, that is the fear with Ty Simpson. He's going to get coached up by Sean McVay. And Sean McVay just has a track record of success. And it makes me, it makes me feel a little bit better about the Cardinals. Because, to Luke's point, they weren't going to take him at 3. There really was not an option for them to get him. There's no second-guessing this one. There's nowhere they could have gone to draft him. But at the same time, he now becomes a really interesting case study, Wolf, of what can Sean McVay do with Ty Simpson in that system.
Yeah, you know what, David? I just couldn't get it out of my head, though, when the Rams took Ty Simpson at 13. I was thinking to myself right now, do you think Mike LaFleur and Sean McVay speak from time to time? Do you
Maybe
think
not anymore.
Why do you think think about it, all of this Ty Simpson stuff? And Luke, you've been talking about this for a long time. It seems like he was mocked only to the Arizona Cardinals and nowhere else for the most part. And you were talking about that, Luke, over and over. And it made me think, why is that? Maybe that's because somebody knew Mike LaFleur really liked Ty Simpson, just like his buddy Sean McVay really liked Ty Simpson and saw something in him. You know, the conviction and how much I love this. To take him at 13?
They didn't play around.
No.
They didn't play, we could probably get him at 17 or 18. Let's move back a little bit and add a third-round pick. No, let's just get the guy. We don't want to mess with this.
Right now it shows intent and conviction. You know how much I love that, man. Because now we got a front row seat. How is Ty Simpson going to pan out for the L.A. Rams?
And there's always things you can blame the Cardinals for or second-guess them. I get that. But this, if you want to blame somebody, Atlanta's the team that gave the Rams a first first-round pick at 13 that they shouldn't have had. So this is the Falcons'
Right,
fault.
right. It's going to be, and then what's going to be fascinating to see in addition to that is going to be the Cardinals now. There was so much speculation about them moving back up into the first round. Was Ty Simpson the only recipient of that speculation? We've seen 6 tackles go, 7 offensive linemen off the board so far. I agree with Luke. You're going to take Jeremiah Love at 3. You got to address the offensive line with the next pick. Do they sense they need to get back into the first round to get a guy to make sure it's a guy they feel highly about? And I don't know, but I think that's kind of where my brain goes right now.
Yeah, for me, David Charles, I think of Emmanuel Pregnon. I think of the kid from Oregon.
You've been talking about him for a while.
I know. I've got, for me, I'm thinking, oh, man, could you please be there at 34? Sorry, Emmanuel, if you had these first-round dreams, but right now we'd like you at 34 if you don't mind. Honestly, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but man, I'm with you on this, Luke. If they could get an offensive lineman, I'd get jacked up right now.
Caleb Lomu is out there from Utah still too, maybe. But, I mean, all the times that we talked about Jeremiah Love, especially over the last couple weeks, at least for me, I thought a couple of these guys would still be there. Right now, what are we on, pick 21? I figured they were still going to be, even if Ehanachure wasn't there, then maybe one of the other guys, maybe Freeling would be there or something, just to give the Cardinals a little bit of flexibility. That said, I have to think / hope that somewhere in the back of their mind when they took Jeremiah Love, they had a contingency plan even if there was a run on offensive tackles and guards.
Yeah, let's go to the podium. I'm sorry, I think we skipped right past a pick from the Dallas Cowboys. Mitch, go ahead. I apologize.
Pick of this round number 1.
With the 23rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Malachi Lawrence, defensive end, University of Central Florida.
And for the first time on our NFL draft coverage here on Arizona Sports,
we do not have a profile.
We do not have a profile.
How about that?
I wondered when it was going to happen. It has happened. We do not have a profile.
Write that name down, David Charles.
The edge for Malachi Lawrence.
Malachi Lawrence. Write that name down because we don't have a profile for it. I don't think we're the only ones in the country that may have been surprised by this. I think there's been other stations that have been surprised. Think about this. Again, remember that name, Malachi Lawrence. Because if this kid turns into something special, there's probably going to be a scout that's going to get a general manager's job somewhere.
What about the station in Dallas that didn't have a profile for him? That's awkward.
How bad do they look right now? Fortunately, that's not our problem because we definitely had a profile for Jeremiah Love. We'll circle back and react to the top story of the night. Jeremiah Love is now a member of the Arizona Cardinals. That is coming up on our NFL draft coverage. It's presented by Bud Light. We are live from the backyard here at Desert Ridge on 98.7 FM, our YouTube channel as well. Luke Lipinski, John Gambador, Ron Wolfley, and me, Dave Burns. We're back with more NFL draft coverage after this.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246, 837-7246.
It's Bruce St. James, and I'm sitting here with the Oliver Smith of Oliver Smith Jeweler. I don't want to make reference to how long you've been doing this. How long do you tell people you've been doing this?
45 years. Yeah, I do. You know, I started selling chains in the beginning because jewelers had such an egregious markup. You know, markups allowed on something that you create and you make yourself, and I get it. You know, you're allowed to make money as an artist. But when it comes to buying a chain and selling it again, I wanted to be that guy that was fair with my prices. And I wanted to be able to take care of my customers. And again, I wanted them to be happy. I wanted them to skip out of the store and not going out of there thinking, oh my God, what did I do? So it's really important for me that they have a really great experience when they come into one of our locations.
You'll find Oliver Smith Jeweler at their flagship store, Scottsdale Road and Doubletree Ranch Road, also inside the Scottsdale Fashion Square Mall, and always online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
The Wolf and Luke Show, the Burns and Gambo Show, live from Backyard at Desert Ridge, brought to you by Bud Light. Our NFL draft coverage continues not only on 98.7 FM, but on our YouTube station as well, our YouTube channel, where you can follow and subscribe to Arizona Sports on YouTube and watch all of our shows. We've got the multi-camera setup out here. I got Luke Lipinski, I got John Gambadoro, I got Ron Wolfley, I got me, Dave Burns, and we are reacting to everything that's going on in front of us. The Browns are on the clock right now. The pick is in, but they're in a commercial break, so when we come back, we'll go to the podium and see what the Browns have done with their second first-round pick.
That's hilarious. Even the NFL went to a commercial break when the Browns made their pick. Okay, we've seen this before.
Spencer Fono was the first pick of the Browns at number 9 overall. They did a trade down with the Chiefs, in which they picked up an extra 3rd and 5th round pick for the Chiefs to move up a few spots. There have been a few trades tonight, guys, not a ton. Cowboys and the Eagles did a little flip. The Cowboys and the Dolphins did a little flip. Chiefs and the Browns did a little flip, but for the most part, nothing significant at this point. It's been pretty quiet, and a lot of people said that it would be quiet with the picks. The pick is in for, now they're showing the Kansas City Chiefs. Was there another move?
Says Browns pick is in.
Okay, it said Chiefs for a second, but it's the Browns. So we'll go to the podium here in about 5 seconds, find out what the Browns did with the 24th pick in the draft as soon as Mitch. Okay, Mitch, let's do it.
With the 24th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select KC Conpsion, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
KC Conpsion, wide receiver, Texas A&M.
The 6-foot, 196-pounder got after it in his first and final season at Texas A&M with an SEC leading 9 touchdowns to go along with 919 yards on 61 catches. He's known for his route running abilities and is shifty with the ball in his hands. He also presents a plus return option. The wideout needs to pick up his blocking ability, learn how to switch up his speed, and focus on limiting the drops, but presents a pass catching option who can make people miss across the formation. NFL comp, wide receiver Doug Baldwin.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Got a very visceral reaction from Ron Wolfley on that one. I heard a ho 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 in my headset. What was that noise for?
No, David, it was only because of his name, KC Conpsion.
I remember Dave Concepcion. I wonder if he's related.
Did you see the way that was it? Concepcion.
That's the pick to the Browns.
Albert Breer had some major questions about his maturity. And maybe, but he ends up going in the first round. So,
yeah.
But there was some questions about his maturity. That was the one knock on him.
So, let's go back to Jeremiah Love, because that's obviously the story of the day. Speaking of visceral reactions, we saw one here at the Backyard at Desert Ridge. This place was packed to the gills with Cardinal fans, and everybody was very, very excited.
They were excited. I wish I would have filmed that. They were excited.
I was going to say, were they excited? Honestly, guys,
I think
because
so.
I was kind of like, I was so locked in to what was happening, I didn't even really notice the reaction. Right. I know. So was it, David? Was it really?
So I was looking at the monitor in the background, but in the foreground, almost like peripheral vision, I could see everybody at these tables in front of us, the dozen or so tables in front of us, and every single one of them stood, did this, and they were pumping the fist, and they were doing the thing. Yeah, they were very excited. It's the
position. A lot of it is the position, and it's the raw talent that kid has.
I wonder too if some of it is just he went to Notre Dame. And Notre Dame has a lot of visibility and a lot of popularity. And I know college football is available, but Notre Dame is one of those.
That's a guy you saw. He was a Heisman
programs,
finalist.
right? You know what I mean? Like, there are just certain teams that you're going to gravitate more towards on a Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening. Notre Dame is one of those teams. There's a lot of, I personally know about a half dozen Notre Dame fans. I wonder, too, if he just has more popularity because he had more visibility with the fan base.
Certainly that's all true, but even if you didn't watch them, there were so many highlights of him. I mean, you could not miss Jeremiah Love last year. Even if you were just an ASU fan or just a U of A fan or whatever, just an Illinois fan, like you have just your team you watch, you couldn't miss Jeremiah Love last year. And to me, it's a combination of this draft already being so weird. So there wasn't like another clear-cut name that he was really up against. It was, hey, do you want Jeremiah Love or one of these other 8 guys? I think it's that. And you hope you're not picking this high again unless you're taking a quarterback next year. He seems like he should be a difference maker within the next year or two for this team. So, I mean, that's an exciting pick.
You look at the body of work, and 157 yards rushing against Purdue, 8.3 yards per carry. He had 228 yards against USC, 9.5 yards per carry. He had 136 against Boston College, 8 yards per carry. Navy, 7.2 yards per carry. Against Syracuse, 8 carries for 171 yards. He averaged 21 yards. The only team that really shut him down was Miami, and that was on the first game of the season. 10 carries, 33 yards. After that, he was consistently, 80, 90, 100, 150, 200 yards.
Can I slide your computer over so I can see it? Because it's something else that jumped out about that to me? And Vinny made this point earlier. Wolf, 10 carries, 23 carries, 19 carries, 14 carries, 16, 18, 24, 17, 13. Not a ton.
Yeah.
Not a.
That's the NFL.
Also,
it's still the receptions.
Touches with the
yeah,
receptions.
so he's getting touches there. But and Vinny made this point that compared to other elite running backs, like say a Christian McCaffrey, who just got used so much when he was at Stanford.
Yeah.
Jeremiah Love hasn't. I mean, for a position where you talk about gas left in the tank and how much tread is left on the tires, that might end up being significant, that maybe he wasn't used as much as a typical elite college football running back.
Yeah, once again, I think maybe he was more in a pro-style offense, as a matter of fact, where you'll give running backs 14, 16, 19 carries. Oh, if they get 20, my goodness.
20 touches.
That's all right, but I'm talking about more running the ball than anything else, because a lot of times in the National Football League in particular, the only thing more dangerous than a running back running the ball is a running back in play action.
Yeah. Let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to find out what the Chicago Bears did. They're on the clock right now with the 25th pick as we're getting to the end of the first round. It's our NFL Draft coverage here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where fine jewelry is always crafted with care no matter the price. Mother's Day, birthdays and graduations, weddings and anniversaries, the new job you got, and even the one you didn't. Give a birthstone necklace, a heart-shaped locket made in Italy, or high-quality diamond studs you can trade up every year. At Shane Company, we have something for everyone, because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks, your lodge away from home, where you can catch all the action going on in the sports world right now in a high-energy, fun, and friendly atmosphere with the scenic views that make Twin Peaks famous. Plus, they've got an entire menu made for MVPs, including burgers stacked high and cooked to order, smoked in-house wings and brisket, and happy hour deals. What more could you possibly ask for? Twin Peaks has you covered with 5 convenient Phoenix locations now, so there's one nearby wherever you are in the Valley. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
With the 25th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Dylan Theamman, defensive back, Oregon.
Dylan Theamman, safety, Oregon.
The 6', 201-pound safety had 306 total tackles in his 3 seasons of college football. He ran a 4.35 40-yard dash and had a 41-inch vertical at the NFL Combine. He does not shy away from defending the run in the box and has the ability to play all 3 safety positions. However, he is not great in man coverage and needs to improve his patience against play fakes. NFL comp, New York Giants safety Javon Holland.
This NFL Draft player profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so that's the pick. The Chicago Bears taking the safety out of Oregon, Dylan Theamman, as we welcome you back here to Arizona Sports coverage of the NFL Draft, where the Bills are now on the clock. Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley, John Gambadoro. Look at these two.
They're doing their own show over there without headsets on.
Ron Wolfley and John Gambadoro are engaged in such a deep, passionate conversation.
You better believe it.
Off the air. They had no idea we were on the air.
We couldn't have said anything, man.
We were talking about our faith.
That's right, man.
We were talking about our faith. All glory to God.
Amen, brother.
Fantastic. That's wonderful. But let's get back to work. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
I'm just kidding. No, so we're now entering that portion of the draft where had Ty Simpson been on the board, and I know this is water under the bridge now, I think we'd all be on high alert for a Ty Simpson trade, right? Because we're now officially in the range of picks where in my own notes I had said, okay, it could happen anytime now. Bills, 49ers, Texans, the Seahawks at number 32. Ty Simpson's off the board. What would we like to see the Cardinals do now? Trade back into the first round?
Stay.
You
got a great pick in the second round.
Right where you are. Yep.
Stay right where you are.
The tackles are all gone. The tackles are all gone. You know, Simpson's gone. If you were tempted, remember we said this earlier. If the Cardinals were going to move up in the first round, it was going to be for a very cheap deal. They weren't looking to go expensive. They didn't want to pay a lot of assets. You're still in the range here where you can move up a few spots if there's a guy you really like, you want to get that 50-year option. I prefer that they sit and stay, but this is the range in which they can make a move and not have to give up a whole lot.
Wolf?
Man, I just got to say right now, I'd stay right where I am at number 34. There are still some offensive linemen out there that I would be interested in, yet at the same time, there might be some edge players as well that I think could come into play at number 34. I don't think the quarterback option is a go at all, and I am so okay with that, of course, going into 2027. I think this is where I'm looking at a possible quarterback, but right now, I'm just going to go ahead and let the draft come to me and hope that maybe a guy like Emmanuel Pregnon is actually there at 34, and I'm going to take that guy.
So I'm looking, Luke, I'm just using, well, you know what, I'll mention this in a second because we're going to go to the podium here in about 7 seconds to see what the Texans are going to do. Texans have made a trade into this position at number 26. Podium, let's do it.
With the 26th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Keelin Rutled, guard, Georgia Tech.
We have no profile for Keelin Rutled, the guard out of Georgia Tech, which is interesting, and I'm not trying to judge. I'm really not. No, I'm really not.
Just say it, Bernsey. Just say it.
Dane Brugler, who I kind of use as my guide for this with the beast draft profiles that he does.
Yeah.
He had Keelin Rutled profiled as a second or a third round pick. He was a name I was just going to mention as here are the offensive linemen who have first or second round grades that are left on his board. Pregnon is one. You mentioned him.
What's wrong with Emmanuel? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. He just got a second-round grade on him, second or third-round grade on him. Chase Bisontis, the guard out of Texas A&M, who's got a first or a second-round grade. And then Keelin Rutled, the guy who just went a second ago. If you go down to what tackles he has left that has a first or a second-round grade, there's not many.
No. I think it's done.
Caleb Lomu is the one that's still out there.
The Utah kid?
The Utah kid is still out there who's got a first or a second-round grade.
Stay where you're at.
Bisontis, Pregnon to Wolf's Point, Rutledge, who just went, Caleb Tiernan out of Northwestern. Those are the guys he has left that has a second or a third-round grade. So I'll ask you the same question. If you start getting a little twitchy, do you trust just sitting there at 34, or do you feel like you need to get up to get one of the better ones before they're truly all gone?
34 is the second pick tomorrow. Kind of gives you some time to reset and reassess everything that's out there. I probably would stay put too at this point, assuming, 5, 6 picks left in this
Unless it's somebody you love, right? Why give up the assets?
Yeah, I mean, so you got 6 picks left, so you get 8 picks before yours. I'm assuming right now they have a board that's like, here's 8 guys we like, and okay, one of them will definitely be there. I would like Lomu. I mean, that's the one guy I'd be willing, I guess, to move up for. But ideally, you could just get him at 32 because
Look,
he could
I
be
don't
a
know
tackle.
a lot about that guy. He plays guard.
He's the
correct?
other Utah. Remember, Utah just didn't give up any sacks.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
He was the other one. No, he's listed as a tackle.
He's listed as a tackle.
Okay, but they project him as a guard, do they not?
It just depends who you're looking at.
All right.
Most places I'm looking at right now have him projected as a tackle, but it's anybody in that range, whether it's Pregnon or Lomu or whatever, you have to find a way to get one of those guys. We're looking at 2 or 3 names. I'm assuming the Cardinals have 7 or 8 in front of them right now that they are willing to take with that second round.
How about
pick.
edge rusher? I mean, they could still go edge rusher here.
That's true. And there's probably better
next round
value on edge rushers right now that are still out
is
there.
it safe to say there's been a run on offensive linemen?
Yes. There's been 8 of them so far.
Oh, my
2
goodness.
guards and 6 tackles. And we're
Zion Young's still out there.
26 picks in, and 8 of the 26 have been an offensive lineman.
And the Dolphins are on the clock now, and they traded into this pick, right?
Yeah, they did.
Traded with the 49ers because this was the 49ers pick.
Mitch was, so the Dolphins got 27. So they moved up in a trade with the 49ers. The 49ers get 30 and 90.
So to go down 3 spots, they add pick number 90, a third rounder.
Which is close to the end of the third round. Yeah, so the Dolphins gave up a late third rounder to move up 3 spots to take some player here that they like. I understand what you guys are saying, and maybe I'm just being more devil's advocate than anything here. It just feels like, do you really, and I know you don't want to reach, but do you really want to not address the offensive line until the first pick of the third round? Do you really want to take that, given the glaring need that you have at that position to upgrade there?
It comes down to your board, right? I mean, so like guys like Kendrick Faulk and Zion Young and Cassius Howell are still out there, right? So if the Cardinals are looking at that and they're saying, man, we have these guys as whatever, like tier 2 or tier 3 edge rushers, and the best offensive lineman we have is like tier 4 or tier 5, then you're right. I mean, you don't want to reach. But at the same time, who's blocking next year if you don't address offensive line?
Man, I honestly, right now, this is, guys, I can't remember when there were 8 offensive linemen that were drafted, and right now we're staring like 10 offensive linemen in the face.
Yeah, that didn't go well for us.
I'm really surprised the run on the offensive line, and then I stop and I think how the game of football has changed and really has flipped over the last 3-4 years.
You should love this. This is like a Wolf mock draft.
I know, but I guess what I'm saying is look at the focus on the line of scrimmage once again.
And the Cardinals haven't done that yet. That's what's bothering. I can tell it's bothering you.
Well, it has, Johnny.
A lot of us, yeah.
It has bothered, yet at the same time, again.
Let's go to the podium and see what the Miami Dolphins are going to do and see who they wanted so bad to move up 3 spots for. Go ahead.
With the 27th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Chris Johnson, defensive back, San Diego State.
Chris Johnson, cornerback, San Diego State.
Johnson is coming off a big final season at SDSU where he paced the FBS in interceptions returned for touchdowns with 2. He reeled a total of 4 picks in to go along with 49 tackles, 1 sack, and 9 passes defensed. He then showed out at the Combine with a 4.4-second 40-yard dash that was 3rd among participating cornerbacks. He has the ability and size to play both inside and out, but will need work on his recovery speed after getting beat. NFL comp, Minnesota Vikings cornerback Byron Murphy.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
One other thing about Lomu real quick, since we were talking about him a second ago. Hometown, Gilbert, Arizona. Went to Highland High School.
Wow.
Oh. Yeah, went to Highland High School. He's from Gilbert. Whether that means anything at the end of the day, I don't know. But Lomu, I had seen some first-round projections where he was a late first-round guy. Here's the other thing I want to say about that 34th pick. And again, devil's advocate, just throwing this out there. The Jets have the first pick of the second round. The Cardinals have the second pick. I would imagine they didn't get calls for number 3.
No.
They're going to get calls for the second pick of the second round. There is going to be an opportunity for them, I would think, to move down and collect extra assets if they want. I could be wrong, but I would think that's a sweet spot.
Makes sense.
For teams who want to move up for a guy who they had a first-round grade on to go and get.
I think if Love was still on the board, I think you might, but you can either take him or trade him. But to your point, there will be teams that have first-round grades on guys that slip to the second round. Because guys like the Georgia Tech guy went, and I wasn't expecting him to go. And so, so there will be teams, 5-6 teams that would be, hey, I got a first-round grade on this guy. If I can get him in the second round, what a steal that would be.
The Bills have traded out
with New England.
Wow.
A division trade.
Oh, man, that's like the Eagles and Cowboys
a
trade.
division trade.
Bruh.
Yeah.
We're in that range of teams that don't even really need players, and they get to add somebody, and they're already Super Bowl contenders.
And the Patriots aren't wasting any time here with their brand new picks. We're going to go to the podium here in about 5 seconds and tell you what the New England Patriots did, and then we'll give you the details on the trade. Podium, please.
There it is.
With the 28th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Caleb Lomu, tackle, Utah.
Caleb Lomu, offensive lineman, Utah.
The Valley native is coming off his second season as a starting left tackle for Utah and has little panic to his game. The 6'6", 313-pounder added a 4.99-second 40-yard dash time at the Combine for good measure and also brings with him strong and quick hands. Improving his run blocking ability and footwork while adding more muscle mass to the equation will be key at the NFL level. NFL comp, Tennessee Titans offensive tackle Dan Moore Jr.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Draft parties in Mesa, Arizona. Buffalo traded out here. The Bills get number 31 and number 125. Our own Jeremy Schnell has just pointed out to me that the NFL record for the most offensive linemen taken in the first round is one away from tying.
Oh, one away from tying.
We're one away from tying. 10 is the record.
Perfect.
We're one away from tying. Let's take a break. When we come back, the Kansas City Chiefs are now on the clock with pick number 29. We'll find out what they do and continue our conversation about the Cardinals next here on our draft coverage. Brought to you by Bud Light, live from the backyard at Desert Ridge here on Arizona Sports, at the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, if someone's been waiting for the right time to upgrade their truck, this might be it.
No doubt about it, Dave. Right now at Liberty GMC, our home run truck event is delivering big value. Take up to $12,250 off the 2026 Sierra 1500 or go with 0% financing. Need more power? Get $5,500 off the 2026 Sierra HG. Or if you're looking for something midsize, you can lease a 2026 Canyon for just $279 a month.
So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge, from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents: rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
There is nothing more meaningful you can do for yourself and for the people who care about you than finally getting rid of that pain, especially heading into vacation season. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and if you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back, if you're missing work or activities you once enjoyed, if you don't want surgery and a long recovery, if you're relying on medication just to get through the day, you are exactly the kind of patient QC Kinetics helps every day with their advanced regenerative treatments that deliver life-changing results. And today can be the day you turn the corner and finally get real relief. And it could be the most meaningful thing you do for yourself and your family. Their treatments are all done in office, and your consultation is free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
Luke Lipinski, John Gambadoro, Ron Wolfley, me, Dave Burns. We are taking you till the very end of the first round of the draft, and then we will continue the conversation knowing full well that Monty Ossenforth, the general manager of the Cardinals, is scheduled to join us at some point when his media obligation for the local media is done. He's going to pop on the phone, and we'll have a conversation with him. This is Gambo's last segment.
I never get the interview with Monty.
I've
never gotten it. I'm always gone.
We'll send him home.
You don't get to do it.
And it'll be Kellen taking his spot, and then we'll take it home from there. I'm sorry, if you'd like to stay.
I'd rather go.
You're okay.
Long day. It's 8 o'clock at night.
Hey, just go ahead and kick us in the cradle.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fine. We'll stay put. Kansas City Chiefs, has been a lot of maneuvering here at the end of the draft, so much so, frankly, that it's been hard to kind of keep track of it all. Everybody's kind of moving up, moving down, Luke.
Only 2 more spots to move up if you were the Cardinals. I have not heard anything on the possibility of them moving up. So my feeling now would be they're just going to stick where they are.
Yeah. Especially with Lomu gone to the Patriots. I mean, I got to think at this point.
That was the last
It
chance.
is getting so
it sure
thin
seems like it.
at the tackle position. Yeah.
Come on, Emmanuel Pregnon, though.
Let's go see what the Chiefs are going to do here at number 29. Podium, please.
With the 29th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Born in Alabaster, Alabama, Woods is one mean alabastard. He has a brawler mentality to go with his incredible power, shocking agility, and elite athleticism. And while he is full of potential and amazing measurables, it didn't necessarily translate to the stat sheet in 2025, where he only notched 2 sacks and 3.5 tackles for a loss. Combine that with shorter arms than expected, and this player is not exactly out of the woods yet. NFL comp, defensive end, Christian Wilkins.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Ooh, okay. The New York Jets are on the clock.
Yes.
They just moved back into the first round. They had the first pick of the second round, and the Jets, not only are they on the clock, the pick is in. They saw somebody, they liked them, and they went for him.
It would be weird if they jumped in and then took the full 8 minutes. Like, now what do we do now that we're here?
You know, we want to move up, but I'm not really sure why. The Jets are on the clock. There's 3 picks left in the first round of the draft. Jets at 30, Buffalo at 31, Seattle at 32.
Well, the Jets got their edge rusher, so it's not going to be an edge rusher. There's some good ones out there. I can't see any other quarterback going here, right? No Carson Beck or Nussmeier, so it'd be interesting to see what they're actually trying to do.
Mel Kiper Jr. had suggested that Arizona cornerback Traden Stukes is gaining momentum as a late first-round pick. So is it possible
corner would make sense for
3
them.
players from in-state schools go in the first round here in this draft? I don't know, but Mel Kiper Jr. has kind of suggested that. Wolf, I want to go with you on this one, if I could for a second. You have been banging the drum hardcore for Pregnon.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
You know, I just think Emmanuel Pregnon is a guy that is versatile. He could play guard. He could play tackle. I'm not sure that he could play all the way across the board, meaning left tackle and left guard. I think he's more of a right guard, maybe a right tackle in the National Football League.
That's what they need.
You know, to me, once again, yes, I think that is the need, and I think he's got the versatility to do it. He doesn't have as much dog in him as I'd like to see, but you know what? That can always change. That can always change. Circumstances can change. Coaching can reach a guy and change a guy. But I think he's got a lot of athleticism, a lot of talent, and a lot of skill for a big guy, and that's why I like him.
All right, let's find out what all the fuss is about and what caused the New York Jets to move up from the first pick of the second to this spot here. Let's go to the podium and see what the Jets do.
With the 30th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver, Indiana.
Omar Cooper Jr., wide receiver, Indiana.
Moving to the slot in 2025 changed his career trajectory. His ability to operate in small spaces and get open with a very well-built frame before the catch is great, but once the ball is in his hands is where he excels the most. From making people miss to bouncing off tackles. In a nutshell, he's more quick than fast, he's very sure-handed, and he has an appetite for the sensational. NFL comp wide receiver Deebo Samuel.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
So that's 3 first-round picks for the New York Jets tonight. They did the thing that we were speculating the Cardinals might do, end up with 3 first-round picks.
This kid's so good.
Edge David Bailey, tight end Kenyon Sadi, and now Omar Cooper. Why do you like him so much, Gambo?
I just watching Indiana play as much as I did. This kid was so dynamic. So dynamic. And they know he's a smaller guy, slot guy, but we're watching film of him getting to the outside, beating the corner, safety not able to get over to him. Like, they played with Mendoza, and he played on a great team. He was so good for Indiana. He had so many big games for them.
He saved their undefeated season. Was that against Penn State where he's the one who made the catch in the back of the end zone?
Yeah, back of the end zone against Penn. Yep.
That's
so good. Such a good player.
When Cleveland took Concepcion, you looked and you're like, okay, maybe Concepcion's great, but Omar Cooper Jr. and Denzel Boston still both out there if you wanted a receiver that most people had ahead of Concepcion. So maybe that's why the Jets were so ecstatic that he was still there and they could jump in and grab him.
3 players for the New York Jets in the first round: David Bailey, Kenyon Sadi, Omar Cooper Jr.
Good draft.
Yeah, I mean that's productive. There is.
Who's throwing those 2 guys the ball?
I think it's all 2027 for the Jets.
Again, they haven't had a good quarterback since Kenny O'Brien. That's the truth.
Man.
Yeah.
The Jets have not had a Tier 1 quarterback since Kenny O'Brien.
What about Zach Wilson? No, okay, you're right. Never mind. Go ahead.
Oh, what? Chad Pennington?
He's
Mark
Sanchez?
Right?
The Bills pick is in, of course, by Buffalo Bills.
There you go, then.
So now it's the Bills at 31.
They better not take Pregnon after all that.
They better not.
So, Wolf, you surprised me with your love of Pregnon. If only because I figured he'd be a stuff running out of the side of his neck kind of guy.
Yeah.
And, I'm surprised that you like him because he's not, it sounds like, a stuff running out of the side of his neck.
Well, David, honestly, from this point on, I think we can say with certitude that the odds of you getting a guy that is going to come in and be a starter for the next 10 years, it's dropping. Okay?
Yeah.
It's dropping significantly at this point in time. So, having said that, again, I realize this guy has some limitations. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, I also know that people, they can change. The NFL paradigm can change you when you get into it and realize that, this is how I'm supporting my family. This is how I am making a living right now.
And I have a short time to do it.
And I've got a short time to do it. And sometimes the light bulb goes on for a lot of guys. And sometimes you see guys in the 3rd and 4th round, the 5th round, suddenly turn into Pro Bowlers for whatever reason. What happened? They realize they have an opportunity in front of them. The light bulb goes on, and they realize how this not only can change my life, but my family's life.
Yeah.
And maybe for generations to come. The realization of that sometimes changes a human being.
Titans pick is in, and you're thinking, but wait, it was the Bills. Bills made another trade. They traded out of the first round entirely.
Wow.
And now
stockpiling picks.
Now the Titans are on the clock. We'll find out what exactly they got. But the Titans pick is in. We'll go to the podium, and we'll find out what the Tennessee Titans have done with their second first-round pick. Let's go to the podium right now. Okay.
Pittsburgh, before the Titans pick, congratulations, you set a record for the first night of the draft. 320,000 people here tonight. Congratulations, Pittsburgh. Awesome. With the 31st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Kendrick Faulk, defensive end, Auburn.
Kendrick Faulk, edge, Auburn.
He isn't just big, he's disruptive. At 6'6", with long arms and surprising quickness, this Auburn defensive lineman has a habit of crashing backfields and ruining offensive game plans. He's powerful at the point of attack, plays with relentless effort, and when he gets his hands on you, well, that rep is usually over. Folk's still developing as a pass rusher, but the tools are loud and the upside is real. NFL comp, Jacksonville Jaguars defensive end Trayvon Walker.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
All right, so that is the pick. There is one more pick to go in this first round. It belongs, as of now, to the Seattle Seahawks. We are going to take a break. We're also going to bid a fond farewell to John Gambadoro. His shift is done. Kellen Olson is going to step in. Congrats on the Gambo 5 and on reporting that the Cardinals were not going to trade out of number 3.
That was the big one. The big one that they were going to stick at 3 and not trade out.
Stick at 3. So we'll take a break. Kellen Olson's going to step in for Gambo, and we'll take it home on our NFL Draft coverage here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Stay with us.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. You know the best way to beat the heat is to build your own backyard retreat. That's exactly what we did at Casa Calvici. Of course, by we mean California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And it goes way beyond the pool. We're talking new decking, new shade structure, turf, landscaping. Speaking of, get a free landscape starter package right now with your new pool at calpool.com/Paul. Hey, you can be swimming by the summer, so get a free estimate and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul. whirlpool.com/Paul.
Wolf, you've had all pro shade concepts at your house for a couple of years now. What is one thing you tell your listeners about them?
Oh, buddy, you gotta have shade.
Exactly. You want to cool down your patio?
You gotta have shade.
That's right. And how about a little privacy?
You gotta have shade.
Want a comfortable outdoor space for your whole family to enjoy?
You gotta have shade.
Wolf, can you say anything else?
Do like I did. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com. Because you gotta have shade.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. The rumors, the talk, the tea.
Teams aren't going to want to give up. They don't want to give up 2027 picks because next year looks like a stronger draft. But they also don't want to give up day 2 picks in this draft.
What was real and what was cap? We find out when the picks are made or traded for a haul.
Okay, if we drop back, are we going to be comfortable taking the player that is there? That's a guesswork.
We're live from Backyard Desert Ridge. This is the Arizona Sports NFL Draft Show. Brought to you by Bud Light.
Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley, Kellen Olson, and myself, Dave Burns, and we are the crew that is going to close this up tonight. We've got one more pick to bring you. That pick will be made by the Seattle Seahawks. They have not traded out of number 32.
I already don't like this guy, whoever he is.
The Arizona Cardinals have not traded into number 32. It's interesting. Seattle was all but begging Kellen to get out of this spot at number 32. Their general manager, their very good general manager, John Schneider, had said just 2 days ago, there's no secret with us. Everybody knows we want out. Everybody knows we need extra picks. Clearly, they were either bluffing or they didn't find anything to their liking, because if there was any pick I would have wagered money on moving, it would have been this one right here, and here it is.
The only one that didn't move in like the last 10 picks.
They're just going to take the guy that was falling that we knew was going to be good, and like Jermod McCoy, the corner out of Tennessee, or Avion Terrell, the corner out of Clemson. Like this is what they did with DK Metcalf, remember? Like, how is this guy available for the Seahawks? And they take him.
Hopefully
That's what they always do.
The pick is in. And then what's going to happen after that is we're going to be on standby until we hear from Monty Ossenford. I believe we're scheduled to get him pretty much after he meets with the local media, the beat writers, our own Tyler Drake and others down at the Cardinals headquarters. And then upon completion of that, that will be the completion of our show this evening. And so we'll get Seattle's pick here, talk about what the Cardinals are going to do at number 34, kind of assess the board and figure out what's left for them to be able to do. Mitch, you just tell me when it's time to go to the podium, and we are there. Let's go.
As we conclude round 1 of the 2026 NFL Draft, we're proud to continue recognizing our long-standing partnership with Make-A-Wish this World Wish Month. I'm thrilled to be joined by Dylan, a huge fan of the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, who bravely battled a brain tumor and is now a 2-time cancer survivor. This is a wish come true for Dylan, and a chance to take part in one of the most exciting moments in our league. Dylan, when you're ready, stage is yours.
What's going on, Pittsburgh? Yeah! I'm so excited to be here to represent the 12s. Oh, and the reigning Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks! And with that, with the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jedarian Price, Notre Dame, running back.
Jedarian Price, running back, Notre Dame.
The complimentary back to Jeremiah Love might just be the second best running back in this class.
However, it's also considered to be a notable drop-off after Love. While he doesn't possess the same pass-catching abilities as his running mate, Price can hold his own as a natural running back. He's big, plays physical, and has great instincts to find open rushing lanes. Plus, he has value as a returner with 3 returns to the house in his career. NFL comp Seattle Seahawks running back Zach Charbonnet.
This NFL Draft Player Profile is brought to you by Bud Light.
Lose Kenneth Walker? Oh, well.
Couldn't just let us have our Notre Dame running back in the first round, right?
You just had to go draft your own, didn't you?
Apparently a guy who is Zach Charbonnet, according to the draft profile.
Matt, please don't be Zach Charbonnet. That's one of the most underrated guys in the National Football League.
Kill?
Your Jared Verse sequel here. You guys will be able to talk to Jeremiah Love, I'm sure, at training camp and ask him about his now in-division rival former teammate, and they shared a position room in a position as well. It'll be fun to keep track of these two guys over the course of their careers, and it won't take us a whole lot of work to do so in division.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That'll be a conversation for Jeremiah Love for sure to see his. Maybe we'll even get a Jeremiah Love press conference where he pulls a Caleb Love and he gives us a "That's so Love, bro." Oh, that's so Love. What? My Price went. That's so Love. That is going to wrap up the first round of the NFL draft. The Arizona Cardinals did not move back into the first round and are currently sitting in a really good spot. San Francisco's going to have the first pick of the second round tomorrow. I would imagine, guys, they're going to get a lot of phone calls. And Wolf, I would imagine, as I mentioned, on this roundtable earlier, I would imagine the Cardinals are going to get a lot of calls with the second pick in the second round. There are going to be teams who have first-round grades on guys who are still there. You look at the best available list, it's loaded with a bunch of good names. I'll be curious to see Monty Ossenfort, who generally speaking is a move-down guy. Yeah. I wonder if he'll find the temptation tomorrow at 34 to move down and see what else he can do.
And I just, again, who's on the board and where did they have some of these players ranked? Again, I keep talking about Emmanuel Pregnon, but that was a guy, maybe they got a medical report on him. Maybe there was something out there that has flagged him. And it's one of the reasons why he did not go in the first round. I thought he was going to be a end of the first round guy. Who knows? Maybe a beginning of the second round. But, I think there are still some players out there definitely that will be able to help the Arizona Cardinals. It's just a matter of who's left on the board for Monty Ossenfort and where are they going to go. I tend to agree with you, David, in regard to trading down. He loves to collect picks. There's no doubt about it. I love the fact they stayed at number 3. And yes, I do love the fact they drafted Jeremiah Love. Even though I wanted them to go on the offensive line, I said it from day one. Luke, you'll back me up on it, that I was going to not cry if they drafted Jeremiah Love.
You did say that was your one exception.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Keelin, I don't want to, get in a hyperbole here with this, but with the second pick in the second round and the first pick in the third round, depending on what calls they get, I think there's at least an opportunity, if the Cardinals wanted to explore it, to really maximize that. And I don't want to say control the day tomorrow, but I think they could potentially give themselves some options where they've got multiple second, third round picks depending on who they can do some business with tomorrow.
It'll be interesting to see how they approach this if they keep the same strategy in mind. And what I mean by that is it was clearly best player available. With that third pick, they had their guy. They went and got their guy. A hypothetical that Gambo had been bringing up with the corners, like Max Melton, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like, there was a group of them.
Yeah.
If they trade down, it's that type of approach again where we've got 3 to 4 guys we like, and whichever one is left is fine. Or you just stick here and take your guy. It's going to be really interesting, to Wolf's point. Where does Emmanuel Pregnon go, who is probably the best guard left right now? If it's not him, it's Chase Basantis out of Texas A&M. Do the Cardinals trade down a few spots and feel good about where those guys are? Remember, we do this all the time. Like, we talked about right tackle forever, and now they still need a right tackle. We talked about edge for a while. Zion Young out of Missouri still on the board. Cassius Howell, the Texas A&M edge, is on the board as well. Gabe Akis out of Illinois as well is on the board. So there is like a glut of players there that they could use, and they could trade down, but I have a feeling they're going to stick because it would match their approach from today.
Yeah, Luke, I'm looking at, and this is Mel Kiper Jr.'s best available right now. And honestly, most of the names that Kellen just mentioned a second ago are really the ones that are left at what you would call the positions of need for the Cardinals. There's a cornerback, there's a safety, there's another corner, there's a wide receiver, defensive tackle. Then you get to a couple of edge rushers. Then you get to a corner, another corner. Basantis out of Texas A&M, the guard. You get down to Pregnon, Wolf's guy, number 19 in this list of best available. Yakas, the pass rusher out of Illinois, is another edge guy who's been kind of rising up on boards over the last couple of weeks or so. It'll be. I think once again this will test best player available theory, because I got to think at some point need enters this equation too, where I don't know if you can just completely give in and take the best player left, because it really might not be in a position that you're just searching for.
Yeah,
that much.
I'm all for best player available when you're picking third. But when you get into the second and third and fourth round, like you do need to address your actual needs. And honestly, even if you're picking like 15th, 16th, I think you need to address your needs. But I'm all for best player available when you're picking top 5 in the draft. I'm looking at that list that you just pulled up, and 2 of the top 20 guys on this list are on the offensive line. It is, your value is probably, like Gambo was saying before, actually, your value is probably, if you want to take an edge rusher like a Zion Young or a Cassius Howell or Yakas, like you could probably get something there. I guess my question then is, if you do that, how do you address offensive line? And I'm not trying to just throw this upcoming season away, but I'm specifically, I love the idea of you have Jeremiah Love in place when you draft your quarterback in 2027, but you also need to have an offensive line in place when you draft that quarterback in 2027. So can you take an offensive lineman in the second round next year? You would have to address it in free agency next year too. Like you would have to spend money in free agency on probably a right tackle next year.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, I know Luke has a burning question for Wolf. I can't wait to find out what that's all about. And then we'll kind of revisit the day and the 2 big talking points when it comes to the Cardinals. Jeremiah Love at number 3, Ty Simpson to a division rival at number 13. And we're waiting for Monty Ossenfort, where we're going to talk to the general manager of the Cardinals. That's all coming up on our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Arizona Sports on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hi, I'm Jacob, your friend and an actual jeweler at Chain Company. I'm proud to work for a family business that's been committed to the highest quality standards for nearly 100 years. Your dream engagement ring is designed for quality every step of the way. We set your diamond by hand, never with machines. Prong tips are beautiful and secure, and intricate details are thoughtfully crafted. At Chain Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship, because a friend knows true love deserves the highest quality. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
With the 13th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama.
Kellen, you were live on the air when that went down, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I was indeed, with Luke Lipinski and Vince Morata, two of my best friends in the whole wide world.
Wow. And what was in the moment, what was the first thing that went through that brain of yours?
Luke nailed it, which was like, wait, do I want Ty Simpson now? That was the most I wanted Ty Simpson, which is when he got drafted by the Rams. I didn't want him before. But the part of this that really scares me, and I'm not going to have a nightmare about it per se, but I'm worried about this, is that, again, the Rams are a contender. They could have used that pick on someone that could have helped them win football games this year and win a championship this year. Ty Simpson is going to have zero factor at all, none, zero, on if they win a championship next year or not, which means they must love him. They must love him, and that scares me. I'm scared.
Wolf is nodding his head.
You should be scared, Killer.
Mommy, can you come pick me up from backyard at Desert Ridge? I'm scared. I want to go home.
Once again, it's wildly exhilarating and exciting because that is the whoa pick of the first round.
Yeah.
That is it right there.
Yeah, it is.
You literally targeted Ty Simpson at number 13 when people were talking about, hey, I don't even know if he's a second-round pick. I mean, this is what I was hearing, especially as of late. Ty Simpson, this shows so much conviction and intent on this is our guy of the future. And it's great to actually take a chance on a guy like that when you have a Matthew Stafford as well, who would be able to mentor him maybe for a year. I just love the conviction that it shows because that's what scouting is all about. I've been talking about it for months, but it's the truth. You see something in a player nobody else sees, and now you got to coach him up. And how is that going to go? Just think about this, guys. Nobody thought Ty Simpson was going at 13. Nobody thought he was going at 13 except the latest mock draft. Who was it? David Charles?
Todd McShay. Yeah, he did.
Somebody told him that, right?
Oh, yeah.
He got tipped off.
Was that mock from today?
It was from today, but on his podcast 3 days ago.
Somebody told him.
He you could tell he had information. He wanted to spill it, and he couldn't say it. He's like, I'm just telling you guys, I think something's going to happen. I think it's going to be big, but I can't really say it. So I think he knew back then it was going to happen.
So think about it, guys. Here it is. They went and they did it. They dropped their stones, so to speak, their circumference, and they went and they did it. And guess what? We're all here. The entire football universe is sitting right in the front row. Okay, let's see what you got, Ty. Yeah. Are you ever going to pan out? Are you ever going to turn into this guy that was the 13th pick in the draft? Are you ever going to be that guy? You know, we'll give you a couple years. We'll give you 3 years, as a matter of fact. But we're all going to make a conclusion at some point in time as to whether or not the Rams got fleeced.
You said first of all, give me a reaction on Ty Simpson and kind of put a bow on that conversation since it's not going to happen now.
I still think, let's say this the right way. I don't mean this is a knock on Ty Simpson. I think he ended up in probably the best possible position, and there is definitely a part of me that thinks, okay, this guy's going to be a really good quarterback in the NFL now because I don't think any of us thought he was a bad quarterback. It's just you haven't seen enough. And how many times, Wolf, have you and I talked about this and been like, who do you really trust to be able to, even the best identifiers of quarterback talent after just 15 college starts, who do you really trust? I don't know if I would trust anybody. If there was somebody, it would be Sean McVay, though. So yeah. I think he's in a position to succeed, obviously. We'll see what happens. But I still think in a way maybe they did the Cardinals a favor because Ty Simpson on the Rams I think is a lot better than Ty Simpson on the Cardinals, and I want a quarterback in that 2027 draft. And now the Cardinals basically have no choice but to take a quarterback in the first round of the 2027 draft.
Yeah, I'll say this too about the Rams as Wolf talks about circumference and stones and all of that stuff. I think not only is it their ability to look at Ty Simpson and say, oh, yeah, we believe in that guy. It's also their own belief in themselves to say, yeah, we're still a Super Bowl champ. Watch us go out and get guys who can contribute in the second round. Watch us go get guys in the third round. You know why? Because we're the LA Rams and we do it every single year. And every single year you look at it's like a John Schneider draft up in Seattle. Every single year you look at a Les Snead draft. He's finding dudes in the fourth. He's finding dudes in the fifth. He's finding guys in the third. And I think when you've got a track record of that kind of success, it really does give you the confidence to say, you know what? To hell with it. We like Ty Simpson. Let's go do it. Really, because everyone says we need a wide receiver. Fine. We'll go get one in the second. We drafted Puka Nacua in the 5th.
Yes.
We know what we're doing.
It's true. And honestly, they if they weren't the best team in the NFL, by a few inches, Seattle beats them. Seattle ends up going on to win the Super Bowl. Whatever. Then they're the second best team in the NFL. They shouldn't have even been picking there anyway. So it's not like you would throw the pick away, but there's reason they did this. I mean, if they got this right, then they extend this well into the future, this window they have beyond Matthew Stafford, because like you just said, they draft all these other great players in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds.
Yeah, so Kellen, let me ask you this. Now we're in that position that we were kind of in a couple of years ago where we were expecting the Cardinals, and we know they had the Texans' first-round pick too, and we're like, okay, we are now officially scouting a bunch of college quarterbacks this year, right? I would imagine with them not taking Ty Simpson, and you're going to get your quarterback in 2027, if you're a Cardinals fan, one of your to-do lists this year is to watch college football and watch Oregon games, watch Texas games, watch South Carolina games, Indiana. I mean, just there's at least a dozen guys that could be LSU with Sam Levitt. I mean, there's a whole list of guys that if you're doing your homework, if you're a Cardinals fan, that you probably should be paying attention to on Saturdays, knowing that one of those guys is probably going to be your quarterback next year.
Yeah, and I can't help but think about that with the Love pick. I generally like this selection, but with that being said, the way, and Wolf can speak to this way better than I can, but the way that defenses, it feels like, are going to be able to load up on the run, because this is going to be a team for at least the next 2 years is going to have bottom-tier quarterback play. So how is that going to affect their ability to run the ball, let alone create space for it in the offensive line play as well? But yeah, to what you're talking about, it's not going to be this year again. I know everyone's saying they look at the quarterback class this year and be like, well, who knows what it'll look like next year? Maybe all these guys. There's too many names. To your point, there are a handful of guys that are accelerating from good to great programs, sorry ASU fans, to big-time programs.
Sure.
Like obviously Levitt comes to mind, but Sorsby going from Cincinnati to Texas Tech. Darian Mensah, I mentioned, he goes from Duke to Miami. And then the one I'm watching, Josh Hoover, who goes from TCU to Indiana as well. I didn't even mention Arch Manning. I didn't even mention Dante Moore. I didn't even mention Trinidad Chambliss yet. There are going to be 3 to 4 quarterbacks here, and here's the great news, Cardinals fans. The Jets are going to pick ahead of us. They're going to pick the wrong one, so that'll take one off the board right there. We'll be good there.
They'll help you out.
Yeah, they'll get one off the board that we don't need. It's the opposite of the Ty Simpson effect. We'll be okay there.
Whoever throws one ball 60 yards at their pro day, that's who the Jets will take, and then they'll leave the other more established guys there for the Cardinals.
Killer goes ahead and brings up Ty Simpson right at the end. Guys, I am absolutely fascinated by this. I'm fascinated by this, once again, because of Mike LaFleur, Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Okay, what? All the rumors, Luke, again, I'll say it again, you are all over it. All the rumors, the Arizona Cardinals constantly being tied to Ty Simpson in these mocks, and this is what's going on, and the Cardinals are the team that is really interested. I believe the Arizona Cardinals were interested
I do too
in
now.
Ty Simpson now. I believe that, and it's because of Sean McVay and the Rams picking him at number 13. Are you kidding me? Do you think Mike LaFleur had conversations with Sean McVay about Ty Simpson? At any point, I'm talking about even last year,
during the season,
watching him play,
Yeah.
watching this kid play for Alabama, yes, is the answer to that.
Yeah.
Well, Luke, remember we talked about this right before the pick was made. It was like, wait a minute, this whole Jeremiah Love thing dropped 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Everyone seemed to know they were going to take or wanted Jeremiah Love, and then they took Jeremiah Love, so all three of us were like, wait a minute, does that mean they love Ty Simpson and they want Ty Simpson?
And then he went.
And then he went anyway, and we never found out. But I'm with Wolf. I agree. They must have been in on him, but they could have never expected a team to take him in the top 20.
No, and the weirdest part about all the mock drafts is, okay, so Todd McShay started to lean towards, hey, maybe all the other ones, it wasn't like all the other ones didn't have him going to the Rams. They all had him going to the Cardinals. Yeah. And it's not like we're talking about somebody that's going with the second pick in the draft. It's like, well, the Cardinals, they'll trade up and get him. All these mocks had the Cardinals trading up to
you were
get Ty
all
Simpson.
over that.
So it was 99.9% of the mocks out there had the Cardinals finding a way 26 picks in to get Ty Simpson. You're so right, Wolf. Now that we've seen this play out, they must have actually wanted him.
I think they probably did. That's something we can ask Monty. Hey, Monty.
And he will laugh in our faces.
Monty, were you interested in Ty Simpson? How much did you like Ty Simpson? I'm going to ask him the question because he will laugh.
We're going to take a break. What we're waiting on now is for the press conference to wrap up with Monty Ossenfort and Mike LaFleur. It is going on as we speak. I don't know if it's close to ending or not, but when it's done, shortly thereafter, we're going to have a conversation with the general manager of the Arizona Cardinals. So stay with us for that. More of our draft coverage is continuing with Ron Wolfley, Kellen Olson, Luke Lipinski, me, Dave Burns. We're back with more after this here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And
John Gambadoro. And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and get free swim lessons from the YMCA while supplies last.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
More NFL draft coverage from the local sports leader on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, Arizonasports.com, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Brought to you by Bud Light.
Do also want to offer a congratulations as we welcome you back into our draft coverage here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Our congratulations to Arizona State University, first time since 2001. 2 first-round selections for ASU. Back then it was Todd Heap and it was Adam Archuleta. Now it is Jordan Tyson and Max Ehanachure. They both went in the first round of this draft. Kenny Dillingham on social media, quote, couldn't be happier for Jordan Tyson and Max Ehanachure, both great people and great players. Both chose ASU our first year here, and both changed the trajectory of their lives in this program. There is nothing better than seeing these guys achieve their dreams. That's what coaching is all about. Hashtag Sun Devil for life. I got to imagine for a guy who works tirelessly to improve that program every chance he gets, being able to tout 2 first-round picks in a recruiting conversation or in a transfer portal conversation is not a bad thing at all. All right, got Luke Lipinski, Ron Wolfley, Kellen Olson, Dave Burns, and joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line, the general manager of the Arizona Cardinals after selecting Jeremiah Love at number 3 overall, Monty Ossenfort, who joins us here on the flagship home of the Cardinals, Arizona Sports. Monty, you got Wolf and Luke, Kellen, and me, Dave Burns. Congratulations on the Jeremiah Love selection. How we feeling?
Burnsy, how you doing? Got the whole crew out there.
Yes,
man, you guys having a good night?
Yes, well, we did have a good night. You should have seen all the fans here at the backyard draft party that we had. They were all very happy with Jeremiah Love, Monty.
I should have came out there and joined you guys. Yeah, we were excited. You know, we made the pick, and then it was it was a lot of sitting around and waiting the rest of the night. But hey, guys, we're excited. Jeremiah, his what he's going to bring to our team, just the explosiveness, the ability to score the ball in multiple ways, runner as a receiver, good in pass pro, and then you guys will get a chance to hear from him tomorrow. But just an impressive kid, and so really excited to add him to the group. So glad to hear the fans were excited.
Monty, was it a tough decision? Were you considering other players as well and other positions at that point in time? Or has this whole thing been hashed out and you were like, we're going to go get us some Jeremiah Love?
Oh, no, Wolf. It's a long process. And it's over a year in the making, this whole, setting our draft board and getting ready for this weekend. And so, there was other good players and there was a lot of guys that we spent a lot of time with. But in the end, when you're picking as high as we were, obviously we don't want to be picking that high very often, but you want to add an impact player. And we added the guy tonight that we thought impacted our team the most. And so we were excited to do it. Certainly did a lot of work on a lot of other players. Certainly there would have been other players worthy of it, but for us, the right choice was Jeremiah.
Monty, a lot of times you'll hear somebody say, okay, we're going to take the best player available, but then it sure seems like they are taking a player to address a specific need. And on paper, running back is not a glaring need for you guys, but a lot of people believe Jeremiah Love is just the best player in this entire draft. So was it as simple as, we're not picking 21st, we're picking 3rd. Like you said, you got to get an impact guy. If this guy really is the best player, you maybe almost want to get out of your way and not overthink it and just take the best player?
Yeah, Luke. I think with that, it certainly is. It's not a place that I ever really want to be in terms of drafting for need, and really on top of that, as we saw last year, unfortunately, what looks good on paper quickly can become a need just with injuries, attrition of the roster. And so, I think whenever you have a chance, an opportunity to add an impact player and the guy that stands out on your draft board and is at the top of the top guy when it's your turn to pick, I don't think there's a hesitation to do that. And that's why we were excited to add Jeremiah.
Monty, how do you rate the offensive line's ability to maximize what Love can do?
I think we'll be great. I think we'll be good doing that. Obviously, we want to add competition at every level of the roster. We've had our offensive line. We have had a lot of guys that have played a lot of ball. Certainly, we hope to continue to add to every group. But I think they're going to be able to open up holes for Jeremiah. I think they're going to be able to pass protect, and I think they're going to be really excited to block for Jeremiah and the rest of our running back group.
Monty Austin-Forth, the general manager of the Cardinals, is our guest here on Arizona Sports and our draft coverage. I'm gonna put the ball on the tee for you here if I could, because I'm reading on social media a funny story about why you guys drained the clock before you made the pick of Jeremiah Love. We're over here thinking, okay, the phones must be burning up. They're taking calls. Somebody wants to move up. Take this guy, take that guy. It does not sound like that's why you guys used most of the allotted time you had before your pick. What was the reason, Monty?
You guys are on it. You guys already heard that story. That's great. No, we had I can't even really call it technical difficulties. It was the number we had was incorrect. And so we were dialing it, wasn't going through. And so we're like, what the heck? And so, we were never close to losing out. We had plenty of time. But, for anybody thinking that we were hesitation or there was some doubt or we were still thinking about it, we could have sent that sucker in 2 seconds into when we were on the clock. So we got that all ironed out. Wasn't a problem. And we moved forward, and it all worked out for the best.
At least nobody answered. That would have really messed up.
Yeah, no kidding. That would have been a surprise tonight, huh?
Monty, can I ask you this? Well, I'm just going to ask you this.
Ask me, Wolf.
You know what? I know. You know what? I know you're going to love this, Monty. How much did you like Ty Simpson?
Listen, Wolf. Come on. You know I'm not going to answer that. Hey, at least you called yourself out on it. No, listen, we spent a lot of time with Ty. Really enjoyed. He's a great kid. Had a good year at Alabama. Happy for him. Went 13 to the Rams, and so can't really get into what our scouting report was, but great kid.
Monty, having this pick so early in the second round now tomorrow to be the second team on the board tomorrow, what sort of opportunities does that afford you as far as, now you can kind of gather your thoughts and basically get whoever you want in that spot, or also be able to move around if you need to?
Yeah, I think that's always a bit of an advantage as when you're at the top of the round and you got that day break in between. And so we actually will have that a couple times because we're at the second pick tomorrow, and then on Saturday I think we're like the fourth or fifth pick in, something like that, give or take. And so, what usually happens, guys, on that is tomorrow we'll all come in and everybody around the league has a full day to sit around and look at their board and say, man, I can't believe this guy's still there. And so, what we're going to have to do, and we've already actually started that process, is we need to have two players that we're willing to take because we know one of those two will definitely be there, maybe two of them. And so we got to be prepared to take one or two of those, either or of those players. And then I think inevitably the phone's going to ring at some point tomorrow during the day with people looking to move up. And so then it just becomes a discussion of, hey, how far to move back? What are we getting? What are we gaining to move back? And then, hey, how many guys do we actually like to pick? And how certain are we that they'll be available if we do decide to move back? So I think what it does is it's going to provide options. But in the end, we got to be ready to pick, and we'll have two guys, and we know we'll get one of them tomorrow.
Monty, by taking Jeremiah at third, I was curious how your evaluation goes for each of these picks going forward the rest of the draft, because this was clearly some sort of best player available situation with the number 3 overall pick. But does that does drafting for need more apply now with the rest of these picks? Like, how does that needle shift now from more of a BPA approach to drafting more for need the rest of this draft?
Honestly, I don't think it changes at all. I really don't. I mean, we're always going to be a team that drafts best player available because, like I said earlier, what seems like is not a need at 1 minute, 2 days later could be a need for various reasons. So in the end, like a philosophy, strategy, take the best player, and usually that ends up sorting itself out as we get into training camp and the competition begins.
Monty, I'm just curious. We were all on the air, the four of us, as the draft was winding down, and we were seeing just a flurry of moves from people moving around up and down and all over the board. Was there a moment where you thought about trying to get back into the first round for a player, or were you – I mean, obviously you stayed, so it kind of answers itself, but I'm just curious, was it something you guys had discussions about trying to move back into the first round to get a player that you liked?
Yeah, we absolutely did. And really those discussions didn't really start until, call it pick 24, 25, just because, as you guys just said, like with all the movement that happened there was no shortage of teams that were willing to move and get out of those picks. And so we had a couple phone calls, and obviously there was guys that we were willing to investigate. There was never a point where we were close to pulling the trigger. There was a couple guys that, hey, if they get to a certain point and the trade is only going to cost this much, those were certainly situations that we were prepared to make. So we had a couple conversations like that, but in the end, it just didn't match up, and so we ended up staying where we're at 34.
So, Monty, as you well know, football is played from the inside out. The type of person you are, the thoughts that you have, the mentality that you have, the heart that you bring to the field, it's played from the inside out. Having said that, what was it about Jeremiah Love that you loved?
Yeah, and I think, Wolf, with that, like, listen, I agree completely with the statement that you made, and I think I alluded to it a little bit earlier, like when you're picking this high, you want to add impact, right? You want to add an impactful player, and so that looks different on offense and defense. Offense, it's it's explosives, scoring the ball, being able to put stress on the defense. Defensively, it's disrupt the quarterback, take the ball away. away, or then offensive line is the ability to stop those guys. And so, I think you got to look at those things. And hey, listen, like the most impactful player, it looks different. And obviously, every position is dependent on every other position on the field to do their job, and everybody's got to do their job at a high level to reach success. But I think in the end, the ability of Jeremiah to generate explosives in both the run and the pass game, and then also a very, very underrated part of his game that really you don't see college running backs is pass protection. So Jeremiah's ability to be on the field all three downs, I think it's going to be a great compliment to our offense, to our running back room, and we're excited to add him.
Monty, last question, and then we'll let you go. You can look at your crowded running back room and maybe not see an opportunity for Jeremiah right away, but from my perspective at least, I see a guy that you're going to be able to bring along slowly with a lot of guys who know what they're doing. How much is it going to help Jeremiah to have James Conner, to have Tyler Algier, and have Trey Benson help him build this up slowly over the course of his rookie season?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, Jeremiah is walking into the best case scenario he could with two true pros, two veteran pros, and in JC and Tyler Algiers, and Trey Benson also being a young player, but his ability to just see what it's like to work, to prepare your body, to prepare your mind, to learn our offense. Like, I think he's walking into a great environment that we've talked to both those two guys and let them know, and they were very excited that Jeremiah was going to be joining the running back room with them.
All right, we were kidding. Wolf had one more.
Monty, I just got to jump.
Bring it on, Wolf.
I got to jump in here. I just want.
Come on, jump in, dude.
Is there a butt gut? Is there a guy that you're looking at early in the second round? Is there somebody that would be worthy? Not that you're going to pick him at 34, but is there a butt gut that you like that is still out there, Monty?
Say that again. A what guy?
A butt gut. I'm talking about an offensive lineman. Okay? A butt gut. A guy who's got a big gut and a strong butt. All right?
Okay, I got it. You haven't used that one with me before.
Well, is there a guy that you like that is out there that is an offensive lineman? Is there still a kid out there you like?
Luke or Wolf, we have multiple guys that we like at all levels of the draft, at all positions. I am not going to tell you what position we like at 34, but nice try, though. Really nice try to get that one in there.
Monty, love the pick, man.
Monty likes guys who's got guts and butts and doesn't have guts and doesn't have butts, and it's all good. Lots of guys, lots of players.
All different kinds of butts.
All different kinds of players
right.
out there. Monty,
thank you.
We appreciate your time. I know it's a long day, and you've got a couple more coming up, so thank you for carving out several minutes for us here in our draft show. We really appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the weekend, okay?
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thanks for all you do. Go Cardinals.
Thank you, Monty.
Thanks, Monty. Monty Ossenfort, General Manager of the Arizona Cardinals here. Quick takeaway from the conversation, guys, before we say goodnight and call it a night.
He doesn't discriminate by your butt or your gut.
Yeah, I mean, now that's the takeaway.
There's definitely a guy there that he likes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's right.
He's
right. I thought it was interesting, actually, what he said about Jeremiah Love, the pass protection being a big part of it, but also a guy you can throw out there 3 downs right away. Yeah. Because they have 4 running backs right now. And, I think big picture Jeremiah Love, he has the potential to be one of the best running backs in the league in a couple of years maybe, and I think he helps out a rookie quarterback. Let's say you take one next year because he's such a good receiver as well. But in the immediate future, they have 4 running backs. James Conner's announcing picks tomorrow. They've got 4 running backs. So I'm interested to see how that shakes out.
I can't help but laugh at Tyler Algier seeing his phone line up and seeing Monty Ossenfort's number, and he's like, there's no way. Not again.
Not again.
Hey, you remember Bijan Robinson?
Didn't all just do this to me, did you? I also know, and I know there's a lot of subterfuge this time of year, but I did want to ask him about the trading back into the first round, and it certainly sounds like they had some conversations about was there a guy that they wanted to get, and who knows, maybe that guy's still there and they didn't feel like they had to. But I keep saying this. I think their phone is going to ring off the hook tomorrow at number 34. I think they're going to get a lot of calls.
He did hint at that.
And I'll be curious to see if there's I'm betting right now there's going to be one that tempts him and he does it. That he's just going to go, yep, that is too good of an offer. There's a lot of guys I like in the second round. I can move down however many spots and pick up whatever I bet.
That might make a lot of sense, honestly, when you start to look at what's out there. And like he said, they're going to have all day tomorrow to kind of reassess that. I just hope at some point in the war room he uses the phrase butt guts, and everybody else is like, what? And he's like, never mind. It's just something Wolf said.
That's right. Butt gut.
Well, this is the part of the show where we thank everybody who was involved, and most importantly, we thank everybody who was involved behind the scenes back at the station. Lauren, Jarrett, Mitch, all of our engineering staff for all of their hard work here. Jeremy and Jamal, thank you guys. Ben, our entire promotions crew, Paul, everybody for everything that they do. Sorry if I'm not mentioning everybody's name because we're wrapping this up and calling it a night. And, of course,
Gambo.
I was going to say, all of our hosts who are here, Dan Bickley, who's writing for ArizonaSports.com as we speak, if it's not already posted.
It is.
It is already up? Okay,
wow.
So Bickley's column is already up. Gambo, Vinny, and then, of course, my esteemed colleagues here at the table in
David
Ron
Charles.
Wolfley, Kellen Olson, and Luke Lipinski.
We
It's an
thank
honor,
you
guys.
very much for driving as well as you do, David Charles.
Wolf wanted to drive.
There can only be one, David.
He just didn't want to ask.
Thank you for allowing us to be a part of your favorite day of the year, buddy.
It's my favorite
We
day of the year.
appreciate it.
I do love today. I do love today, so it's a lot of
Can
fun.
I ask you real quick, because I wasn't up here when the Cardinals didn't take Maui and Noah and when a different team did. How did Wolf react? Because you and I were both there a couple years ago when Tampa took Graham Barton right before the Cardinals pick. He wanted Maui and Noah more than he wanted
did.
Graham Barton.
I will say he had acknowledged earlier in the show, he said as much as he wants Francis Mauigoa, he looked right into the YouTube camera and he said, let me tell you, Basinonians, if they take Jeremiah Love, I will not shed a tear.
That's right.
He's been consistent with that.
I will not shed a tear. I'll be fine with that. So I think he's emotionally in a good place about it.
All right.
Looks like emotionally.
I'm just trying to gauge what I have in store for me tomorrow. So.
That's right. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, and shameless plug, the second round of the draft starts at 4 o'clock, right in the middle of our show. We're basically going to be, Gambo and I are going to be a draft show basically starting at 4 o'clock.
Right.
That's pretty
and
cool.
we think we're going to get both in. You guys have a show tomorrow night?
6 to 8.
6 to 8. So
Okay.
if we don't have the third round pick,
We're on
they
Carson
will.
Beck watch.
Okay, David, don't call me, okay?
Okay. That's going to do it for